Hey everybody. So I already know. Taco Tuesday is supposed to be at 8 p.m. It's my bad. It's my fault. I fell asleep and I guess I didn't set an alarm and I woke up and it was 10 minutes after Taco Tuesday time. I was like, oh great. Hate that because I made this so I could have something that was like on a schedule, for those who like a schedule type show. Because I'm not a schedule type person at all. But I'm usually one that's really punctual and on time in real life and actually always like a few minutes early. But I guess I don't have that same urgency when it comes to YouTube or something. I don't know. But somehow I fell asleep and woke up and it was 10 minutes afterwards. But thankfully, Cam and I don't know if Allie's going to be with them, but I do see that they're backstage. Thankfully, there's still him or her or both are still going to do this. Even though I hadn't talked to him since this morning. So thank God, because I was like, oh, great. What am I going to do? I know. I'm fired. I know. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and add him. And hey, are you there, Cam and Allie or Cam or whoever?
Yeah, we're both here.
Okay, good. Okay, awesome. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
I'm glad that you remembered about it. Or did you remember about it?
I remembered that. Yeah, I actually remembered, and so we understand because we fell asleep too. So
oh, really? Okay.
yeah,
So
all
you
of
guys were
us.
sleeping?
All of us, the kids and us, we're all just laying there taking a nap earlier, so it
Oh,
worked out.
okay.
But
Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
I appreciate you inviting us.
Yeah. I appreciate you being my guest at last minute. Um, so let's see, is Dawn so Taco Tuesday is basically just, like how we did last time.
All right.
Like how I do every day. Except there's a guest, and it's a set time every Tuesday. It's supposed to be 8 p.m. every Tuesday, but so it's just like, the laid back normal Ziggy YouTube show, but it's scheduled. Have you heard anything about what Trinity's saying here? Dawn is transferred to Washington D.C. What is?
When she's looking, Allie's looking it up right now to see if there's.
Wow, you think no? Because Candace would have been arrested by now, right? Well, that's. I mean, maybe I'm just
I
assuming.
don't. What is it? Where is it?
What does it say in there?
It says Ziggy. It says Don Wells is in transfer to Washington D.C. ? FBI or witness protection ? I don't know if they would be able to. There wouldn't be any way that they would tell that because they.
Yeah, that would be top secret.
Yeah.
Right now until he got there, or until. If Candace was or whoever, I'm assuming right now. I guess it's not
going to have any idea where he was going.
Yeah,
he was in transport.
That's true. Yeah,
transported anywhere.
She said that he wouldn't even know where he was going if he was in transfer to anywhere. Like they wouldn't even be telling him.
Unless you mean that he's already transferred there and he knows, but
they in custody at Hawkins County.
Yeah, so VineLink is where you can go and look to see if people are where they're in custody at. It still says he's in custody at Hawkins County.
Now, I don't know if they're talking possibly about the he's been on the BOP website forever now, since the beginning of the case, and I don't know exactly when he was put on there, but it's that FBI. He's on there. It looks. I think that's him. Did you guys look him up on there? The BOP, the FBI.
She's looking it up right now.
Bureau of what's it? Yeah, it's bop.gov. And if you look up his name, I think he comes up, and that's why people are like, what the heck? Was he in federal prison before? It's really confusing.
Is he a federal informant or is he?
Yeah, right. Like, what is this about? And it's been there since the beginning.
Allie said she's not seeing him on there.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it again. Okay, let me see. Is it bop.gov?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bureau of Prisons, yeah.
Okay. All right. And here, let me share it. And
Right.
Yeah, that should be at age. Would be 56, I think today.
he's 57 now.
57.
I think 63. I think. Or
No, he's not on there.
Yeah, he's not on there from what
let me
she.
see here. Right here. This is what people are talking about.
There, she pulled it up right there. Look.
I don't know, but it does not say a birth date though. So how can you know? You know what I mean? It just says age 57.
I don't see it.
Yeah, that's funny. It's she looks it up and she finds nothing. Where'd you type?
Did you type in Don Wells or Donald Wells?
Donald.
Huh.
And I put his middle name.
I just put in Donald Wells and then I put his race as white and that's it. I didn't type any age or anything. Sometimes they're tricky. Just type in Donald Wells and see.
So, yeah, there's a Donald E. Wells and then the Donald Wells, I guess. Why did it not come up before?
Yeah, that's because it's not showing a Donald Wesley.
But no, I even did it without the middle name and just put the sex as male.
Yeah.
I didn't put an age or his middle name earlier and didn't.
You just put Donald Wells and that's it? Nothing else?
I put Donald Wells and his race and his sex. I put his sex as male earlier.
And now it's showing up, right, on yours?
Let me see if I do it, if it will come up. See, it says, unfortunately, we have an error. Or did you type out the whole male? That doesn't do it if I put the,
his original
age. Okay.
Number.
Ending code 081 is Utah. Oh, okay, so that's right.
Oh, okay. That's very smart thinking because, yeah, you always look at the numbers. That will a lot of times tell you things. So that was smart thinking, whoever did that. Now, there is a lot of Donald Wells in Utah. I found out since doing this. Now,
yeah, but the weird thing is it says not in custody right
Bureau
there.
Of prison.
I know
he's not in prison.
Because he's not in prison because he's state jail.
Well, this has actually been there since the beginning of beginning of summer going missing. Well, that I can because it was coming up on his background when I looked it up, like on one of those background page sites. But a lot of times those aren't so very accurate. You have to, and plus, just like, which is something that kind of Fred Hill kind of mentioned, which is interesting, is that people will purposely, it's funny that he said this because we talked about it many people have talked about this. He said people from those areas will purposely name their kids and all their family members like the same name, and it confuses people. So when you look up Don's background on the page site, it comes up, but his dad's name's Don. I think his grandfather on his dad's side's name was Don. His son's name's Don.
Yeah.
So it's like, you can't, and Donald Wells is like kind of a common name. So those paid web or paid background sites aren't very accurate. I mean, because they go by names, and birth dates and
I could tell you this. This is from knowing how it works. I've never been in the federal system, but back when I was in trouble, like the jails that they around here, like if they have a federal charge, that jail has to be able to hold federal inmates. Well, when they go to court and they're sentenced, wherever they come and get them the night that they are sentenced, and they put them on a plane and they fly them to wherever in the United States that they're going to put them as a federal holding facility, like when they take them to federal prison. And those people, even the inmate doesn't know where he's going. He can't tell. He can't give a heads up of, to his family where they're going, that they're leaving, anything. So,
well, even if you go from a local county jail to an actual prison, they don't tell you where you're going, or until you get there.
Until you get there and you go through receiving
thing, or it's to keep people from escaping, or somebody meeting them to try to help them escape. Holding up the vehicle, to try and holding the guard hostage or whatever to try to get, you know what I mean? Have somebody meet you there at a certain time. And
it's for so you don't have a risk of anybody trying to help you escape or anything.
Yeah. Somebody texted me and said that he was in Utah federal prison. How do you, or where did you hear, or how do you know that about the Utah federal prison, that he was there?
And even if he, that's what I'm getting at.
We know his name. He's Donald Wesley Wells. We know that, but they didn't put him. There's no middle name on this record that we just looked up. That's the issue. So
no, he's not in Utah jail now. And what's what I'm getting at right now. If you get charged federally, they put you in a whole nother state in the United States. They can send you anywhere, and they don't tell you where you're going. You'll be held in the state that you're charged at till you go to court and sentenced, and then they ship you away. And that's how they put people everywhere. Now I saw somebody in here doing the whole Nick Sherfy crap. Have you heard that, Ziggy?
No, I haven't.
They say that I'm Nick Sherfy.
And I'm his wife, Savannah.
And that Allison is his wife, Savannah.
Oh my God.
It's freaking hilarious. And I know where that came from. And I'm not even, that came from one of the mods over on Miss Brown's, Jody Sue Brown's YouTube. They started that early on. It's just another way to what's the point of doing that?
It's so, how the conspiracy theories fly here on, and it's something like that for us, as I think you guys get it almost as bad as I do. I think we both get it I think we're kind of almost tied, and so we can relate there, especially Cam. It's one of those things that's like we have to be practice acceptance, because it's not going to change.
That's right.
We have to accept it, or we cannot do YouTube, because it's something that is not ever going to change.
It's gonna happen, yeah.
After we prove one thing incorrect, it's on. There's always something else. You know what I mean? You might I remember kind of recently having a little bit of relief, because I'm like, oh, things are finally getting better. And it's like, no, it doesn't. But you do grow as a person and learn to be more. You do change who you can change who you are, and
you're able to ignore
learn how to
more
deal
of
with it.
Yeah,
get a thicker skin.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and it's actually really, it is. It is really a good thing to get big, thicker skin and stuff, and and not let people's words affect you. So, because I've always been so sensitive, so this is crazy that I'm even in this, here doing YouTube, because I was very, very, very sensitive. I would have never thought I would be able to do something like this, but I've had a few experiences in my life that kind of changed that, where I just had to toughen up. Real quick, sometimes we have things in life that happen like that.
Right. I felt, we came into this thing, I was like, yeah, I've got thick skin. I thought I was ready. But and I was for the longest time, but then it'll get to anybody. But it's they're gonna talk, they're gonna do their thing, and the more it aggravates them more when it can't get to you.
Right.
So that's what's really we have
It
to
is,
all practice.
that is true. And that's something I'm trying to learn too, because it's so difficult sometimes especially when it's something that you could just prove so easily. Because usually it's stuff that you can prove like so easily to be completely false. But like another part of you is like, from what you've learned that is you probably should ignore it, but like, oh my God, it's so easy to prove that you feel it. Because a lot of these people, they do it on purpose because they want to, it's a lot of times it's channels that are like smaller than yourself and they're wanting to gain subscribers and stuff off your back.
They want you to give them shine. If you talk about them, they get bigger.
Yeah, especially right now, your channel is doing like, it's like I said last time you were on my panel, it's kind of your guys' time. Like your channel is like doing really, really well right now. And like so it's kind of makes you a target. Just like when I was, also doing over 1,000, had over 1,000 every night in my chat, it's like I remember the number 1,200. It seemed like that's what it was in my chat every night there for a while. And you go through those periods of time where, you'll grow really rapidly and then you kind of plateau. And, but yeah, during those times where you're growing like that, you'll notice it happens like a lot and it's very overwhelming. But one of the good things is you will learn to, I guess, over time, get better at dealing with it. When did you guys start your channel? Was it right around the same time as me? I think maybe
it was
August.
Well, we started our channel in August,
but you didn't start going live until were you going live like every day in August?
No.
At first, we were just
doing videos.
We were like pre-recording videos and then putting them up. And then after a few weeks, maybe a couple weeks of that, we started going live.
We went live maybe 2 weeks after we started. Yeah.
Okay, so our channel, we're almost exactly the same. Me, you guys, and Scott. I remember Scott was about the same time too. My channel, my first video, I think was like beginning of September of last year. So I haven't even been on for a year. But for some reason I was thinking, but maybe that makes sense because you guys were just doing uploads there for a while. But you said for 2 weeks in, you started going live?
Hold on, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I was looking it up so
we started our channel and the first time we went live was the first time we uploaded a video was August 17th. And then our first live was August 26th.
Well,
right at a week.
I feel like though that your channel, like you had your like I feel like right now and actually for the past few months, your channel has been growing pretty well. I think I remember. I think it was when that first time you guys were on the news. And that's when you really started taking off. Wasn't it about that?
Well, we had a lot of people that were following us before we even started a channel. That's how reason we started a channel, because people were listening to us. We were going on other channels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
right off the rip, we got quite a bit of subscribers in the beginning, and then I don't know. It's just kind of. It
goes fast, like you said, then it'll plateau a little bit, and just depending on what kind of info you're talking about and how you're trying to go with your channel. Like it's so easy to get wrapped up, and this is what they want you to do. To go back to what you were saying before, this is what they want you to do. They want you to get off on this drama tangent, because then it makes you look more like you're not like that's what it's all about. It's drama. And that's why I tried to shut it down. I've tried every single way of going against this drama to try to make it. And honestly, there is no way to just but to just not get involved with it. It's just ignore it, shut it down where it is. I mean, some things like when it goes into like your personal life or people go in real life, you might have to address that. But other than that, it's just stay on course, because I've learned when you're on to something that, and this might sound crazy, but when you get on to something that might be, plausible, or might be something that could prove something, it's like the attacks come harder, and it makes you wonder why.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know you start to see a pattern. I know something about pattern. I know I've mentioned that a lot lately, and it might get annoying, but that's just so true. You notice a pattern with things like that. And I guess so, since we both all of us have started our channel about the same. When I say both, I guess there's really two of you guys on this. I don't mean to like disclude, I don't include one of you guys. I'm just, anyways, we're just learning as we go. There's like a huge learning curve, and that's the thing people don't realize is like we haven't even been doing this for a year. So, dealing with, I mean, as
the thing, well, I don't mean to interrupt you. The thing that is like, that where we were misunderstood. Everybody's like, "Oh, you're Team Wales, you're Team this." It's not Team anything. We're trying to find out. When we were in the situation where we were talking to Don and Candace and stuff, you can't go on and bash them and talk shit to them if you're trying to find out anything to help with law enforcement, to help with everything. And this is the thing that I'm glad people started listening to understand is it's not taking anybody's side. There's no evidence, and we can all have an opinion of this or that. But when we wouldn't be able to know a lot of the things that is out there that were known because there wasn't anything. The news wasn't talking about anything. Law enforcement ain't talking about anything. So to say that some of the people that were speaking to the Whales, we wouldn't have a lot of the information that we have right now if it wasn't for those people. And you had to stay the course. I mean, we went through hate, and we wanted to be like, hey, look, I want to get on here and say I don't agree with this, agree with that all day long, but I'm trying to find out. They're going to shut. We already know. We've seen Don and Candace shut me and Allie out 6 and 7 times. They told us we weren't allowed up there anymore and that is because I told them we'll go where the evidence goes. And sometimes we said things about them they wasn't favorable towards them, and they would straight, Candace, not as much Dawn, but Candace would say, "You're not allowed up here no more. You can't do." And you're like, "Listen, I'm just trying to be truthful, Candace. I mean, now if that's the way it's going to be," then she would call the exact same night that she told us not to come up anymore. She would call and act like nothing ever happened. And I'm like, "What is going on?" It was like it was a mind
mind F.
Yeah, mind F for sure.
Right.
You're like, what? So what are you mad? Are you not? It was weird.
Right. Sure. I know. Wow. So last night, I know that I don't know how you guys feel about it. Usually we're not, or I'm not like, actually on this channel, we don't too much go into like psychics or anything like that. I try not to, and I'm not so much into those, anymore. But sometimes it's fun to, check them out. I don't know. Do you guys watch those at all ever, or are you like totally against that stuff?
What now?
Like psychics and stuff like that. Are you totally against that? Like,
well, we don't believe in them personally. Doesn't mean we don't listen. I mean, I listen to certain things.
I know. I don't know. Yeah. So I don't watch that stuff on here too much, like on my channel. But yesterday I was really last night, I was really wanting to check out. I noticed that Aphrodite, or whoever he is, I can't say his name right, I'm sorry, but he had did a new reading on Summer Wells, and oh my God, like it was, I mean, I know it's crazy because I'm like, it just seems to like the things he was saying, and that there was a girl on there with him, like saying something like they see a guy. Was it a guy? Yeah. They think, oh my God, it was just crazy. And it all seemed like it lined up with everything Fred was saying. And it lined up about, it just lined up. The girl said she felt like it was like that she said the mother just gave her daughter up, and she said she feels like she's alive, and that she was given to somebody who was really wanted a kid. And listen to this. They go, I feel like there's two. They mentioned two, like there was another baby. And I'm like, oh my God, Fred was saying that Candace had a baby right before Summer went missing. And she said, and they were mentioning something about a dirt path, like they were going down a very narrow dirt, like she's like, it's like a dirt, like very narrow, like dirt driveway. And I was just thinking, oh my God, down there by Fred's, it's so narrow. Once you get further back on Ben Hill, like there's no way two cars could go by. And it's like almost like a driveway because, you get down to the end at the Redmonds, and that's basically kind of like their driveway.
Right.
It just seems, huh?
No, some people were telling you to check your email, but go ahead. I was going to say.
No, go ahead.
No, I did just about that. Like, so from us being up around them since, when's the first time we met them? July?
Who?
The Wells.
We didn't meet them until
September the 4th.
We had talked to them on the phone once or twice in August. Like, actually, it was like the last week of August.
Yeah, so
and
September.
Then we met them in September, yeah.
July is when we went to the horse pods of the first time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, somewhere around there. But anyway, from September to February was the last time we ever went to the Wells property up where we were allowed to come up there from Candace. I've been trying to think. You know more about this to her to have been. I'm trying to about this pregnancy thing. I don't see it. I don't see it either. And the only reason I say that is because they went to Dr. Phil. They went to all that. When she called Allie and when they were all upset when she started, the one time that we ever heard Candace really break down and cry and stuff, that was more or less we've about Jody Sue. That's when Jody Sue freaking like turned on her.
Yeah.
And she got really, really upset over that. And
wait, so what's the or what are you talking about you're talking about pregnancy thing? I'm talking about a baby would have been had before Summer even went missing.
Oh, you're talking about beforehand.
Yes.
Okay. So
you notice how
I thought that they were trying to say
he said a month or two before Summer went missing, she had a baby.
My bad. Okay.
And and like he said, I swear, like they went up there to get this. I even took a picture of this truck because he's like, I was there a month or two before, and I picked up that I towed down that truck. It's just like it's a crappy truck that hasn't ran for years and years and years. And
you talking
his
about the
wife was
blue
with him, and she stood up, and his wife, Fred's wife, was like, looked at her belly, and she's like, "Yep, I'm pregnant again." And she said. Fred's wife said that it looked like she was going to have a baby any time or any day. And both of them, I talked to them at separate times, tell me about this story, how she had a baby just like right before Summer went missing and gave it away. And one of the things like Fred's wife said to me, and this is like a story that this is similar to what they were saying the last time I was there, but I didn't really, I was like, kind of blew it off. I'm like, nah, I don't really think so, but then, I don't know, the more I think about it, like, it just seems like very plausible because look at the big weight loss she's had since Summer went missing. You lose weight after you have a baby, but I thought that was stress, right? But however, when you look at earlier pictures of her, she's at her normal size.
We started talking about this, and I'll let her tell you about this because we started talking about her weight loss stuff, right? And when
September 4th, the day that we met her, we started talking about her weight loss because she had already, from when Chris Ian did his interview with her to the day that we first met her, she had lost quite a bit of weight.
yeah, a lot.
Because even when we first saw her, when we left that day, we were driving off that hill and we were like, wow, she has lost quite a bit of weight. And we assumed as well that it was probably stress just from everything going on.
Mm-hmm.
But but now seeing, as you're saying beforehand, I don't know. I can't speak on before Summer went missing. Now if Fred and them are saying that, and I'm going to get into some stuff Fred said too, because there's something I can add to that here to add later on. But yeah, I don't know. That's
she said, his wife said the main thing I didn't like about Candace is she just kept having babies and just giving them away. And I'm like, what?
But you got to I can understand it's hard to go there with it because the weight loss. Yeah, you have a child missing, you lose your boys. She's drinking more and probably not eating and just drinking. So it's hard to really gauge that. That's like, and you can't get hospital records because that's HIPAA violation. So there would be the only way to prove that would be some kind of adoption or anything like that. I don't know how you.
Well, I think she had it at home. I don't think she went to a hospital.
Wow.
That's what I think, because I think, like, if she was planning on doing that, then yeah, I mean, there would be a record. I mean, right? Like, if you go to the hospital, they're going to, I don't think she probably went to any doctor's appointments or anything. I think she still drank the whole time. I think she just, continued life like she wasn't pregnant because she knew she wasn't going to keep the baby. And I mean, it's horrible, but I just can't imagine her, deciding to, I'm pregnant, so I'm not going to smoke and I'm not going to drink. I just don't see that with her. I think that she didn't really, if she's able to just give up a baby like that, we're just saying if it's true. Like, I'm just speculating. I'm not saying this is true, but if you're just able to, and they're talking like this happened 2 or 3 times. Okay.
Right.
If you're able to do that with no type of, you don't have, no, what's the word? Not sympathy, but no emotions, then do you think, I don't think she's would really have any emotion about drinking or using anything during her pregnancy. I think that it was something that she was obviously trying to hide from people. You remember Jody Sue even saying, even though we can't take her words very, even Fred said this, that you wouldn't even know she was pregnant. Like, she would be pregnant, you wouldn't even know it. However, maybe that's because he's a man, but Fred's wife said that she looked like she was just about to have a baby any day.
Did Fred tell you, like, how close was he to Dawn and Candace? Like, was he?
He said not. He said not very. He said up until the day Summer went missing, and he said this. It was just almost like a record on repeat, like exact same way he said it in January. He said both of them said this. They did not come around. He probably came down there like maybe 10, 15 times. All the years, came down there to his place, to Fred's. He said after Summer went missing, he probably was there 100 times.
Well, this is also.
Oh, he had his son too. He had his oldest son with him the day Summer went missing. That's an added thing I didn't know about.
Who did? Dawn?
Yes.
That he had that he had the oldest one between him
he had Josie. He goes. That
Josie,
kid was just glued to him after Summer went missing. That's what he said.
This has been my question too. Why was he allowed to leave from the property up there? This has been my problem. He was allowed to leave, and I 100% stand behind this. Law enforcement let him leave the property on the 15th and go down to Fred's during that.
Right.
Why was he allowed movement like that? Now, that's not saying I'm not saying that anything against them, the wells. Anytime, I'm just saying, as far as law enforcement, why were they allowing people to anybody? Because if you're going to look at parents as being your number one suspect from the get-go, that's the first person they look at when they go with every missing child case, missing anything. The people, that were directly, last seen the person. They, why would they let Dawn leave and go, or go down?
Right. That's what Fred said. He's like, well, he didn't say it like that. He said, I don't understand. He said, with the cops and everything down there, like he just came down here.
And that's not the only property. That's not the only place that Don went during that time. Like, he was moving he went to Fred's. He went to another property owners down there that we talked to. That said he went down there. They went and took a dish. They cooked food for them. One of the neighbors cooked food for the wells. They weren't allowed to take the food up to the wells. They left it at the bottom of the hill at the officers at the bottom of the driveway. They took it up, but Don brought the dish back to the neighbors. Like, he was allowed free movement. And then you talk about Haskell also being able to come in.
Yeah.
Like, that's weird. See,
look, this would have been obviously before Summer went missing, well before. And look at her size.
Yeah.
This shows and this is before, while she had Summer, because she has long hair here.
That's on top of that blue truck with the red.
That's that truck that Fred has. And I mean, so
Fred has that truck now?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. That's the truck that he went and got a month or two before Summer went missing. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked for 25 years or so. But that's the thing. That's the reason why I was sent that picture. I'll show a picture of the truck Fred has. Well, I think it's that truck that she's on. It looks similar. But yeah, let me find that picture. But see, like, you can see her size there. Now, all my life I've been very up and down my weight. So it's not saying anything like that, that because she lost all that weight that she was losing it because of a pregnancy that she just had right before Summer went missing. It's just, it could be just how she is. Like, she might get, like, when I get depressed, for instance, and I heard that you're kind of the same way, Cam. When I get depressed or stressed out, I'll lose weight. Same. And sometimes, and it's exactly like what you said, sometimes you like how you start to look, and then you just kind of, once you get started on something like that, it's easier to keep. And you kind of just continue. And then sometime, it's just, so she might be kind of the same. But we do know that as far as I do know this, when she went down to Dr. Phil and they didn't fix her teeth. All they did was put veneers over top of them, which made her teeth hurt way worse. Yeah, I know. When they came back, she was laying,
Oh gosh, she was laying in the middle of her kitchen floor, and she was just, her whole face was swollen.
It looked like it
was bad. And so I know she probably couldn't eat because of that.
That's when they got all of her teeth pulled out.
One thing I will add, okay, this is my 2 cents.
Go ahead.
Okay. So whenever now this is me personal experience. When I had my 2 babies, I did lose weight afterwards, and I was smaller after I got pregnant, or after I had them, than I was before I got pregnant.
Sure.
However, that weight dropped within like 2 weeks of me having the babies. Then I didn't lose any more really after that. I would maybe a little bit more, but not drastically. So a lot of that, and this, I also worked OB for 5 years. And so I seen that a lot happening with women, that they would lose the majority of the weight right after they had the babies. Then they would kind of plateau and not really lose as much. Also, one thing we have to think about with Candace, we know personally, she told us that she had been drinking since before she ever even had the boys.
Yeah,
she's been drinking for a very long time.
She said that this was the same day we were up there with the teeth thing. Because I asked her, I said, so what's, about the drinking, Candace? I said, I can't remember exactly what I asked her, but she said, I don't. People don't understand that I've been drinking like this since before the boys were even born.
Yeah. So that's at least probably close to 15 years
Yeah.
that she's been drinking, if not longer. So, and this, I'm not saying that this is true. I'm just saying hypothetically, since we are discussing this, we know that Candace probably is not somebody that goes to the doctor and takes care of herself. We know that.
Right.
Who's to say that she doesn't have some sort of issues from drinking, like cirrhosis or something wrong with her liver? And if that's the case, a lot of times people who have cirrhosis, especially, their abdomen will get very distended to
Bloated,
the point
yeah.
that they will look like they are
that's true.
9 months pregnant. So if we did see her and say, oh, well, she looked like she was about to have the baby anytime, it very well could have been that her abdomen was just distended like that from alcohol.
Yeah, that's true. But Fred's wife said, though, that, and you'll hear it in the recordings, that she said that they actually talked about it. That Candace said, yep, I'm pregnant again.
That's crazy too. And that's that.
Yeah.
Now that right there, I don't. This is thing too with Fred. Like there was a lot of things, and I was honest about this. There's a lot of things that I dismissed him very early on. Then when I listened to him. There's a lot of things that were verified that he said that are very truthful.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too. Like I dismissed him on little things from just hearing it, and I shouldn't have, because when we went back and listened, I was like, Fred's being very truthful about those things, and they can verify those things. And other people that would have been in the know had verified things, like Dawn being down at his house when Fred said he was. That's true. Like that, I heard that very early on, and I was like, wow. So they did let him just move freely through there.
I know, it's crazy.
It is.
What about the one thing that Fred said, like recent, or in the most recent one, that kind of, I was like, because up until this point, like I was pretty confident in what he was saying. I think, I think about the thing that he said about Candace's sister Rose, and I think he is either, I believe he's saying what he truly believes. Now, he could be totally mistaken. It could be totally wrong. It's just what he believes. Like I even brought that up about the Rose thing to both of them, and both of them said, I could have sworn that she lived down here for a few months. But, who knows if they're not getting her mistaken with somebody else. It's been so long ago, and he mentioned something this time that I was like, I remember when he was telling the story, and I've already talked about it, like the whole monkeys thing. Have you heard that?
The whole monkey thing?
No, you haven't heard it. Okay. He talked about, and I was like, when he started talking about, I'm like, oh my God. I was like, it was the first time I was like thinking, man, maybe he isn't being so honest, because he started mentioning how it just sounded like almost like a meth trip, I'm like, oh my God. But I'm guessing he's saying that back about, I don't know, 50 years ago or so, there was I don't know, I'm kind of confused on a story that somebody had some pet monkeys. And he said that they released them. And he claims that they're still living out there. And I'm like, I don't know about that, dude.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. But people started sending me articles and stuff about monkeys over in Beach Creek. So I don't know. Like he really went into it, like how there's he said he's seen them and everything. I'm like, dude, are you sure? I even asked him later on, like, he admitted to me that he uses drugs, and he was very honest about his drug use and stuff like that. And he told me that, like, the only way he could sleep is usually he has a hard time sleeping unless he has some kind of like speed. I'm like, wow. Are you ADHD? And he said, yes, I'm very ADHD. He's very ADHD.
That would be truthful. That's because people that are, that most, so Ritalin and those pharmacies and Adderall cause people that don't need it to be speeded up.
Right.
And then
so I thought, well, maybe he doesn't hallucinate. I said, so do you hallucinate if you've done it? Because usually the hallucinations off those type drugs are from not sleep, doing it, being up for so long. And he said, I don't stay up like that on it. So he said he's never had hallucinations off of his. And actually, I was surprised to hear that his like drug of choice, which was actually pills.
Yeah,
it's not meth and stuff like that.
So there is. I want to see those articles, by the way. I'd like.
Yeah,
to
but I can't find anything about. They still, to me, like I've got a lot of articles about some stuff about monkeys and people having.
Allie done found it. She found it. It said, what's it say? Let me read it.
It says Hawkins deputies wrangle monkeys at meth lab raid.
Yeah, but see, he's talking like they're out there living in the wild, and that's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find some type of
Grassy Valley Road in Whitesburg.
Yeah, that's far away from. That's
Yeah.
Thank
grassy.
you,
Be botanical. Yeah.
Yeah. No, like, but I saw several articles that people have been sending me. He's talking like they're out there living in the wild and stuff, and that they'll attack you. Like, I'm like, oh my God, dude. I'm like, that was like the first time I've been really like scared out there on Ben Hill. Besides the fact when he started talking about Rick Crawford's story on.
I haven't.
That started freaking me out.
No, I haven't heard it, and I want to, but I heard through another source. I heard some from people local there's some really bad
like
stuff
that
involving Crawford.
Okay, well, he said Ricky Crawford, I guess it's Marlena Crawford's like father, and which, by the way, we need to, if this whole baby thing is true, which I guess I was thinking Marlena, because I know she was hanging out there, days before Summer went missing. And supposedly Sonia also was there a few days before Summer went missing. As there's rumors with that. Sonia, Dawn's sister. We need to see if there's anybody who possibly could have just wanted a baby really, really bad.
I've spoke to Sonia on that one a lot.
Yeah, I have too, but not recently.
I spoke to her.
She denies it, doesn't she?
Yeah, she said she was not there, and she hasn't been there since her mom.
Yeah, since before her mom died.
That's what she told us.
Now I'm kind of like.
And we looked at. Now I know somebody who lives there in Utah, and Sonia has a very nice, nice home there, and they're not they're not hurting, and they Dawn, right? Do what?
Isn't she like middle class?
Yeah, they're doing very well for themselves, and people were like, "Oh, she couldn't afford to go to Paris and all." I beg to differ. She could, and she was. I just Dawn. See, when first time we spoke to Sonia, she said, first time we really got to really speak in depth with her. I spoke to her one time. She was on the phone with Dawn one time when we were up there on the property, and she said hello to us. But go ahead, Allison.
We talked to her whenever they came back from the Dr. Phil show. That's the first time that we spoke to her. She was on the phone. Dawn called from Utah when they stopped in Utah on their way back from Dr. Phil, and she talked to us then. Then I spoke with her when she had called Candace about some things back in like November, and I talked to her a little bit when I was up there on the property. Then we started talking to her ourselves.
When the Jose stuff came out, we talked to her about some stuff then, because she said that Dawn was staying in between her house and the camper behind his dad's when they were down there before he came back, when he went to jail over the Jose stuff. Mm-hmm. So I don't even know where we're going with that, but go ahead.
Have you heard of anybody? I know this is crazy, but I'm still stuck on that. And it just lined up so much with like what Fred was saying and a couple other things.
The Ricky Crawford, that's where you were at.
Yeah, I wrote that down so I wouldn't forget. But which I'm going to mention in a second. Do you know anybody have heard anything about like this? I can't get over like what I heard over on this that Anthro. I don't know what his channel Anthro, like he's a psychic, like a psychic or not a psychic. He's like does tarot, and he had somebody who was also like what is those that speak like she supposedly talks to dad.
Spirit box.
Yeah, or no, it wasn't Spirit Box. It was some lady with that medium. She's a medium, supposedly. And they were mentioning how they both felt like it was somebody who really, really wanted a baby and couldn't have one. And that they saw, and I just like stuck with me because I mean, I was so sure on my theory before until I'm like, man, now like with hearing that Candace was possibly pregnant right before, and I'm starting to see that possibly that might have been really actually true. Because they kept mentioning that they see two kids. They see two. They kept mentioning like they don't know what it was like crazy. Like they see that she's actually alive and she's not in any type of threat. That she's somewhere is somebody who they mentioned also something about a deacon. They mentioned 3 men.
So a deacon that would be over the church.
Yeah, they said a deacon. It's like like almost it could be like a father. I think they said like a like they said grandfather, like almost generational. That's actually something that so like there was somebody, a younger guy, but they said 19 to 23. So I'm wondering if it was Andy or
Well, that's where that Andy Paul name came into.
He mentioned Andy Paul again, like a lot.
Did he?
Yes.
So the Andy Paul name, that's somebody that I looked into that, and I got that name brought up to us, and I looked into him, and I couldn't find much.
I know I can't either.
Can't find much on him.
Can't find hardly
nothing. That's what he said. He said, I go, could it be Anthony Paul? I don't know. I need to listen again, or I don't think I played that part yet. What he mentioned,
and somebody also brought to our attention today that there's another Andy that's on Ben Hill Road. So I didn't.
Well, his legal name is not Andy, but he goes by Andy.
Yeah, but I don't know the age or anything, and I don't want to throw that out there till I look into everything.
Fred mentioned, said there was a truck that came by there. See, I don't think I had a chance to talk to you guys about this. Or wait, or I don't know. There was a truck that went by. Supposedly, did I talk to you about the story? There was a truck that went by Fred's the day Summer went missing, and then there was a car.
That's what I wanted to get into. So the white HHR or HHR.
Yeah, he mentioned white HHR that was around 2, like before Summer went missing. That's a little bit. That's separate though.
I looked into that, and people might remember hearing me talk about this months ago. Because I
know I remember something about a white vehicle out there.
So
a long time ago.
But it's out of North Carolina, and they're saying South Carolina. There was a white HHR I did a been verified on it that is listed to Jose Roman out of North Carolina, and I have this screenshot.
And this was after your last interview with Fred.
This is from your last interview with Fred, and
He had said that he had saw one hanging around a few days before Summer went missing, and that there was like 3 guys in it or something.
Yeah, 3 guys.
Yes, he said there was like he said that this time too. There's like a few people hanging out there and that's crazy because I heard somebody else saying like, it's also been going around that Jose was supposedly there before Summer went missing. Like I heard that's another rumor that he was there like a few days before Summer went missing or something.
I for real failed. This is crazy. Let me find my screenshot.
And then Fred mentioned, find that. And Fred mentioned something about there was a truck, and he goes without his state tags. He said truck though. He goes, I can't for the life of me remember like what kind of freaking truck that was, but I do remember out of state tags.
Come on, Kim. Let me find these. Tell me I didn't delete my screenshots.
I don't think you would have.
Anderson Paul? Is there an Anderson Paul? Like, if my name was Anderson Paul, I would go by Andy. So I guess that is there an Anderson Paul? I guess I'll have to look into that. So yeah, I'm taking notes so that we don't forget. Like when you guys get up here on the panel, we just like get to talking for like ever.
The Cameron boy is a different boy that was spray painted on the side of the shed. I saw people talking right there in the chat about him. Now that guy is yeah, Chroma Mama right there. She backs me up. Yes, it's for real, Cam and Allie. And I scoured through Ziggy's interview with Fred and found quite a few things that were truthful, and we did that live on it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Adrian, and
that was around the same time that we talked about the white HHR.
Yeah, that's the exact same time. So I found it. I even brought it up to a few people, and I talked about it just a little bit on a live about because we were all under the impression that it was in North Carolina. Then they said South Carolina,
right?
But this North Carolina, this white HHR ties to him, and the names of the woman that he's supposedly married to, the ages match up everything. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to pull it back up on Ben Verified because I can't find my screenshots.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, guys, I'm slow in chat for you. I got a couple.
Adrian, you should get her up here for a second. She'll talk about that too that we found.
If she wants
if you want to,
I'll message it to her on Discord if she wants. I'll go ahead and do that just in case she wants to. If not, that's fine.
There's justice for all too. Ziggy, he's wanting to come up too.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna have to mute this. I have a phone call.
Good. Yeah. Dude, I really need to also find out who Andy's girlfriend is. I really am like needing to know that. Do you guys or wait, they're muted. I don't want to dox her or anything in here, but let's see here. Let me text these people.
That was weird, man.
What?
I just got a phone call and somebody was like, "Where's Justin? Where's Justin?" And I was like, I think you got the wrong number, bro.
They just hung up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, do you guys know who Andy's girlfriend is? You don't have to, don't say a name or anything, but by chance, do you know who she is?
I don't. I have no idea. I know what the nickname they call.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'm really on a mission to figure out who she is because now I'm so like, the fact that Fred saw Andy on the road that day with this, going to like he was meeting up with this truck with out of state tags, and then some girl, I think he said dark car, that he said it looked very young, that the girl looked very young though. And I said, do you remember what kind of color hair he's like sandy blonde? I'm like, I don't know how he freaking remembers this stuff. Like, I even made a comment to him about his memory, and he's like, yeah, I have a really good memory. I could tell, like, my memory is horrible, absolutely horrible.
Mine's getting worse after doing all this. I've tried to hold on to so much information. It's hard.
I know. That's what you have to take notes and stuff, because otherwise you'll get off on, you'll forget to mention certain things. Well, at least I do.
I do it too.
And I sent them those links. I sent Adrian the link through Discord, and I text the link to Justin. Maybe I should wait to move on to Ricky Crawford for them to come up here, because if they're going to talk about that white HHR, I swear I could have remembered Dawn mentioning something about a white vehicle too that was sitting out there, but I wonder if he got that off of Fred. Because I thought I remember very early on. Now, yeah. I do remember him mentioning a yellow car that sped by.
Yeah.
But
But
for him to specifically say a HHR like that's, I know he might BS through a lot of his stuff, but there some of the stuff
I don't know. I found him very honest, but I guess I really wanted you guys to go there. I asked you at the vigil, but I didn't think you guys really seemed like you wanted to.
No, we wanted to go with you. It's just late, and I was riding with Chasing, and we had to go back to my vehicle, and then I had to help her. We helped her get to her motel.
Yeah, I
And
just ended up going by myself. I was like,
you went
very
out there
last.
that night.
Yes, the last
Wow.
or no, it was. Let's see, the vigil was Wednesday. No, I left Friday morning, and I still like Thursday. I still hadn't been out to Fred's, and I went to his house like at around, I think it was like, I don't know, early evening, and but he wasn't there, and that's when I talked to his wife for a couple hours,
Right.
and I asked him like, what time do they sleep, like, and she said, they are usually like night owls. They sleep during the day. He says it's too hot during the day, so he sleeps during the day.
I'd say it is in that camper. I'd say it's freaking
Well, they do
toasty.
have air in there, actually, because I asked them specifically about that. But I came back later on, super late at night. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was like out there by myself, but I wasn't scared at all going to Fred's. Like, Fred was not at all. He doesn't scare me at all. I wish other people like would go out there. I feel like you guys should still go out there and talk to him. I really wish you would. I
would
mean,
love to. Love to.
Hey, can y'all
Go out
fill me?
there. Huh?
Can y'all fill me in on what is going on?
What?
Because I haven't been here. No, I haven't been here. And
Fill you in on what?
like what?
It will be a lot to fill you in on what stuff.
With the Jose thing. What's Jose got to do with it? Because if you guys are bringing a dead man into it and not letting him rest, then
that's not what's happening at all. I talked about this a long
I'm just
time
going to make
ago.
that very, very clear. I just want to make that very clear. So
no, everybody here, I agree, needs to speak with respect towards him. We're just bringing up things that I looked into a long time ago and that I talked about.
Okay.
And I just seeing if there's any ties to it.
With him,
Put your pearls away, Justin.
Well, I mean,
No,
I'm just saying, like, Chris and I have really smashed that Jose had nothing to do with it. He
Right.
was nowhere near that property. He wasn't even in South Carolina.
That's what I said. I even said
I
this.
did say- I guess I did
North
say-
Carolina stuff early on. This is what I said. We were told later that it was South Carolina after being told
do
North
remember-
Carolina.
I did say that somebody was saying that Jose was that there was a rumor that Jose
You
was
have
there.
Jonathan Lee Riches last night standing beside of a highway in the middle of the night. This is North Carolina. Was Jose Roman here? And I'm thinking, you dumbass. I've told you it was South Carolina, not North Carolina. And then he got something else wrong.
It's crazy because
He's gotten a lot wrong.
I know how it is. I know
I was like, it's the and it was the wrong fucking year. It was
you do get kind of.
2020.
I know that
Summer
he's
went missing in 2021.
Yeah, but some people are saying that he was there right before Summer went missing. But no, I know how it is because I get
if
kind
you
of
believe Andrew Hiltz in anything,
huh?
then God forbid.
Oh, I don't. I've never listened to
Need a
Andrew.
brain examination.
I've never listened to Andrew.
Okay, so basically we were digging through your Fred interview, right? Because he talked about, a lot of different stuff in the first interview. And Cam and Allie and I did that live after, and that we even we were just kind of, I don't know, we were talking about a lot of the different things that Fred brought up that were accurate, right? That could be proven. And so, but when we were looking at the white HHR, I don't remember even how I think we were, because this was long before the Jose stuff came out.
It was way before.
So we were also looking for Jose, right? And At that point in time, they had said North Carolina, and we did find a Jose Ramon that.
There's at least 1,000 Jose.
Oh, I
Ramons.
know. Oh,
Yeah.
I know. I know. But we found one that had a white Chevy HHR, which is a strange car to have, right?
Yeah.
So, but he had a girlfriend. I'll have to go back and look at it again to.
Do you have those screenshots I sent you? Because I can't find mine.
I might. I'd have. Well, a lot of my. So, funny enough, after I was up on Benny's and old Pandrew came up, that later on that evening, my computer got wiped. So,
Oh, man.
I lost everything, all of my work, everything. I lost everything. So, and a couple people have said the same thing about him coming up on a panel and then they lose everything of their. Yeah.
That's
So, anyways,
crazy.
yeah, it's odd. So, anyways, the white HHR was registered. There was one registered to a Jose Ramon, and Fred had mentioned back in January this white HHR, being on Simpson Loop. So
and then it like the wife. What was weird is the wife even had ties to right out here in Virginia and then in Churchill, Tennessee too. That's one thing that, and I'm not saying it proves anything because there's actually a Jose Roman that has a criminal record in Hawkins County. That's not him.
Right.
That's not him at all.
There is.
But I was just bringing up the fact that we saw that and that was just weird. But it didn't mean that there's even anything to it because I even brought it through. Actually, we stopped even looking into it after.
Yeah.
When Summer went missing, Jose was in Puerto Rico.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that because his connection was terrible too. So, and they don't have after that hurricane, whatever, took out a lot of their. Well, they had lost like electricity and they lost. Internet and all of that, and they still haven't gotten it all back. So I remember his internet was terrible when he was down there.
So the age, can you help me? The only thing that I had a problem with was the age. How old was Jose? Was he 56 or 57?
No, I don't remember.
That's the only thing that was the thing that I couldn't find.
The girlfriend was like, or the wife or whatever she was, her name was Rebecca.
Yeah.
I remember that. So, and they were in North Carolina, but they had several addresses. There was several. It was like a couple different states, like Virginia, North Carolina, a couple different
Tennessee.
Places. Yeah.
Whoever took Summer was either on 110 Ben Hill Road or very close around it.
Well, Fred Hill said that the car where he saw the HHR was at Simpson Loop would be the right across the road from Ben Hill.
Yeah.
Right, but we can't take. I mean, with all due respect, we can't take Fred Hill's with everything he says as gospel either.
That's right.
Right.
Well, just like Jose, though, you can't take what Jose says as gospel.
Absolutely.
How's it different?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But you got to back it up with facts. You have to.
But how did you back it up with facts with Jose, though? You can't get you have to be.
Chris,
I know it's difficult because I know you can. I get defensive of Fred sometimes too. I understand.
I'm just saying. I mean, you can ask Chris. Chris even got Jose's social security number, got his hospital records, pulled everything. That's exactly the reason I gave it to Chris, because he can do more things than I can.
Right.
Right. I agree with that.
I remember somebody bringing up a white vehicle. I didn't know about an HHR though. I could swear it was like Dawn or somebody mentioned a white. I remember very, very, very early on, like at the beginning of the case, about a car sitting out there, and I'm trying to remember like.
Well, see, this is where
I didn't know it was Simpson though. I don't remember saying Simpson. I was thinking it was. I don't remember Simpson, but.
I'm going to try to pull up this.
Fred said Simpson.
So I have the Haber straw. Hold on a second. I think I found it right now. I just found what I was looking for. And I'll show. I got to be careful with this because I don't want to show anybody's info. It's not.
He very much did, Batgirl.
Okay. So this the Haverstraw, and it goes back to Haverstraw, New York, and all that. That was the one reason too. It was miles until last reported mileage until 2015, but the address of this Jose went back to New York is why I was thinking it might be something to do with it, and it just made me think about it just now when we were talking about the white HHR, because I was like, I remember telling Adrian, I think I even ran Chasing Truth by this too back then, and told her to look into it, but I didn't want to. That's the thing she talks about too. A lot of the stuff we look into, we don't ever talk about
Right.
here, because I want to make sure that there's something to it, and that's what I want to make sure too right here by saying this. That not no way, shape, or form saying that it is Jose's. I'm just saying that there. This is something we looked into, and it had it.
No, I didn't. I never really have. It's never even really crossed my mind that it's Jose.
I know Ziggy. I know that.
Right. Not mine either, but it was just a strange coincidence because I mean, really, white HHR, that you don't really see very many of those. That's why
Right. But I mean, Jose was broke.
Yeah.
It came back to a 55 Jose Antonio Roman.
Yeah, Jose. I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that Jose with. I think I see you and I pulled that before, but it had nothing to do with it, Jose.
Right. There's like 50,000 freaking Jose Romans.
Jose and Roman. I mean, that's about as
Mm-hmm.
As I guess it's Spanish or Puerto Rican as you get.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I just was saying that it's really easy to get because I understand too. It's extra sensitive because Jose is passed now, so it's easy to get I get like that about Fred. I feel like
did Jose lie about things? Of course he lied about things.
Oh, I don't even know if
did he stretch the truth sometimes? Absolutely. But Chris and I have heard that man gut cry.
Yeah, I don't think that
girl missing way harder than I have ever seen Don or Candace cry.
But I just wanted you to. I mean, we weren't at all accusing him at all.
No, that's why I came here. That's why I came here, because I just wanted to make sure. Because
I know,
but this is. I'm not saying this was you, Ziggy, or anything but it's people watching us right now, and then they're like, everybody goes and runs with it. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. And I wanted to make sure that that's what I'm saying, that this is just something all evidence be looked into.
Precisely.
We were looking into it, but therefore I am not saying anything is involving him whatsoever. We have not said about anybody, but we look into what records we have, because that's all we can do. Well, we have public record. We put it out, or we can say this ties, or we can say it doesn't tie to this. Even with all the stuff with Sherfy, all the people in Beach Creek, Jody Sue, nobody's saying her, but we're just bringing up things that they've said that does not add up, I guess I'm trying to say. But doesn't mean they're guilty of anything.
Well, motive means an opportunity.
Yeah.
Right. And I think and Kim and Allie and I even had talked about that night, was it a possibility that maybe if that was the same Jose, which now you said it isn't, so I would be more apt to believe you than what we thought at that point in time. This was well before Jose, and you had your interview with him. So this was back in, I want to say March. I think it was a while ago.
Yeah.
But we even talked about the possibility that if the girl or whatever that he went to be with, that grandma dropped him off to or whatever, if they had an HHR and they came back at one point for something else or whatever, and then left, and then Fred got that time frame, mixed up, oh yeah, there was this strange car, but he was thinking, it was not the same time frame, but in his mind it was, what I'm saying? Because everybody seems to get their, I call it Wells time, but everybody's on Beach Creek time there, so they get their times mixed up, their months. I mean, everything just seems to be all
I want to.
Discombobulated. So that we even talked about that being a possibility. But if it's not, like, I'm fully aware because I watched all of your interviews and stuff with him, and I knew that Chris verified who he was and
He's
had all this
really
information.
verified.
You know
Really
what I mean? So I never doubted. I doubted some of the things that he said, but like Jenny and I had talked extensively. Like, he was the only person that we've ever heard that actually spoke about summer. You know what I mean? And only had
Ziggy, I
emotion
put something
about
up there to
summer.
share.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to show. So this is the area that he said that he saw that white HHR was right here. He said this is where Fred said he saw that sitting.
Yeah.
Now,
Show him where Ben Hill is, like, or where
Okay.
110 is, and
here's 110 with the red.
oh,
with the
okay.
red flag right there. Here's Simpson Loop right here. This is the turn into Simpson Loop. So I was wrong too.
Okay,
Morrison Cemetery is right across, but right here would be the turn up to Simpson Loop where I put that little dot. Now,
Oh, wait. Okay. Simpson Loop is different than Simpson Road.
Simpson Road. So
Oh, okay. See, I was thinking, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so it is over Beach Creek. Okay.
And that would be right
Or
across
not,
the
or whatever
road.
that road is. Is that Beach Creek Road? Or
Yes,
what's that road called?
this is Beach Creek, and this is right across from where you turn into that shed at the bottom of the Wells property.
That sounds right.
That's the turn in to go up to that shed down there. This is where he said he saw that. But we also heard him say that he saw, so it's somebody else had told me that right here where Simpson Road would come out on Beach Creek, if it connected, which it does not.
It doesn't.
So that would have been wrong right there. They said that, but this is what they were meaning with Simpson Loop right here is where that white HHR is where he's saying he saw that being there. Which is weird because that's right across from the turn into the bottom to where this shed is, where that's the Wells shed, and then that little cutout that goes up to the Wells property that you don't even have to touch. Ben Hill Road is right in here at that power line cutout.
That's where that big power line cutout is, right?
Yeah. So that's the whole reason. Like, I mean, I was like, that the name of that car to be so specific on that.
Sure.
I was like, dude, that's to know that car, and that car is such a weird car. You don't see many people drive that car.
I don't even know what kind of car it is, but
yeah, it looks like it's almost like a van and a car mixed together. Yeah. It's weird.
It's like a knockoff PT Cruiser.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's an odd, and you know, Fred, I don't doubt that Fred saw a car like that. You know what I mean? Because he is a car guy. A lot of, like, he knows that's
Here,
what he does.
Here you go, Ziggy. I'll show a picture of a white HHR. Here's this, so y'all can see it.
Yeah, it's a strange looking. It's very specific. That's why whenever we were listening to Fred's interview again, and we had just been down the Jose rabbit hole a little bit before that, I was like, wait, what? You know, and we were like crazy into that for a little bit. But
the only thing with what Jose said that was over question with me was the 6 month thing, where he said he was there 6 months. I could never get that figured out. But then
6 month thing.
Neither could I.
Yeah, that was the whole
thing.
Him saying he was at the Wells house for
but
who was at the Wells house for 6 months?
But you know something, Andrew was saying that he was there in the spring as well.
Yeah.
Right.
And I was like, I thought there was, but
Fred
I
said that? You're saying
Okay.
Fred said that Juan was there for
No.
No.
Jose said that he stayed at the Wells property for 6 months, and Andrew said that they were back. That was in the spring as well. I shared that down there, Ziggy, if you want to.
Oh, yeah, there is okay.
That's a HHR right there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know what that is. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like the Chevrolet PT Cruiser.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off here, but I just wanted to come up and tell about what we were dug into. But thank you for having me up. I got to get off here and get my kids to bed. Bye.
See you later.
Yeah. Ziggy loves Fred. No, I just know how it can get, like, when you meet somebody and you hear like lies about them, like sometimes you can get, or like it's easy to get defensive of somebody, and I can see
Well,
myself. I see myself doing that with Fred sometimes because I'm like, man, but I try to remember like it's important to like consider everybody, even if that's Fred, just kind of how like CSI got with Andy, you know what I mean?
Well,
It's very easy to like do that, and
yes,
you
ma'am.
know, I come to his defense a lot. I try not to because I don't really know him, really, you know.
well, there
Right.
was something that Adrian. I wish Adrian wouldn't have hopped off here right then, but there was something else with even like we were told that Fred was one of the only people that they took his phone. That the LE took his phone. That was said early on. I didn't know if that's one thing I was going to
Oh,
ask.
did he say that, or did you?
We had
I could ask.
heard that he, like, out of all the people's phones they
I
took out of
think
this
that he
whole
would be
thing,
honest if I asked him, and
that would
I
be
just,
maybe a good question to
Yeah.
ask him.
Ziggy,
Because
that night, Summer went missing. How long did he say that Don was at his house?
gosh, I don't know if I got a time, but that's another good question to ask.
Like, that's a very important, I think, question.
Yeah, but I know he claims that his oldest son was with him, Don's oldest son, which is a new thing I didn't know.
that's when he's talking about that he came down there and already that Don had already said that he would see her in the resurrection. Then that was the first time they said that Fred said that Don had said that.
I do have a do talk to him on Messenger, but he like because of the connection, he like I might get a response like once every 24 hours, or you know what I mean. So I'll definitely ask. Okay, so you want me to ask how long what how long was Dawn at your house the night Summer went missing? And something else, like he's kind of that I just noticed, like kind of a discrepancy was the color of the hair of the girl. I would just now he's saying it's more like blackish, so that doesn't even match. Like he told me, I could have swore he told me like a sandy blonde or a dirty blonde. I
That's what
mean,
you said in the beginning. Yes, you said it was
yeah.
like a dirty sandy
So
blonde or
that's
something.
I don't know if see I don't know how I wouldn't be able to ever tell somebody's hair. I mean, I know that he's pretty detailed, but that is a little bit of that's a kind of a little bit of discrepancy there because he just mentioned that the car was silver. But but see, what's confusing me with that is that Andy's car was silver. So I re-asked him though. I said, so Andy's vehicle was a silver Kia that he was driving. Are you saying the girl was driving a silver car? Oh, I meant to put also. Because he just sent me a response around 9, and it was to something I was asking him earlier because I asked him if he knew who Andy's girlfriend was, and also what color was the car you saw the lady in that day that came in after the truck. I said, do you know anyone who was wanting a baby really bad that was friends with Candace that maybe she could have gave that baby to and Summer? I really need to know who Andy's girlfriend is. I feel there's a chance Andy and his girlfriend could have her and the baby that Candace had right before Summer went missing. Let's see. No.
That's a good question.
Somebody texted me and
Yeah.
said that Andy said that, or something about Fred coming in at 10. No. That's not. No, not 10. No. Andy was in, or Fred was in and out. No, Fred was in and out that whole day that Summer went missing. So when you hear like what time when he says he came in, it's you have to remember like he came in and out of there like a few times that day, not just once.
That's when he's go ahead.
No, sorry. Did you directly ask him what he thought happened to Summer?
Yeah. Trying to the first time I remember him, the first time he was saying that he felt like something happened at the swimming hole, like she drowned. But this time he was saying, I mean, he feels like the parents know. I mean that, and he does feel like Andy and Jody Sue know something.
He's
or-
been very adamant about that, and that's one
Yeah.
thing. And you know, him being Andy's second cousin, you know, he probably knows.
Right,
You're
but
here
they're not
through the
close.
family
I asked them
grapevine.
that. They've never been close. He said he's not really close with any of his
But
family.
family members talk. Family members, like through the family, the
They're
grapevine will
all
go. Yeah,
Yeah, but they're all like really like family members. I mean, kind of like
yeah.
how who was mentioning that the other or like yesterday how they're all like related when you think about it. Because like in Fred and Andy's family tree, there's Lights and Bernards and
Well, get what I'm saying. Like, so
and Warlocks, I think.
this family member over here might talk to this one, and that one talks to that one. So without them even saying it's going to go to this family member way over here, something, and things build too. Like, how when things go through one ear to the other,
Like
there'll
the
be a
game
little bit
telephone.
added. Yeah, like the telephone game, things will add. Things will be put because even Lexi Dykes, the girl that had the Amber Alert, after Summer went missing, that one that called into our live, we asked her what her family thought happened to
Her
some.
family lives on Beach Creek.
Yeah, her family is the Dykes that live on Beach Creek, and we said, so what have they said?
Really?
Yeah.
Wait. What? Well, wait. Okay, who's Leslie Dykes? Is it somebody that went missing?
Lexi Dykes was an Amber Alert, a little girl who had an Amber
When was
Alert.
that?
September. The first time. Now she's had 2 Amber Alerts out on her. The first one was in September.
September, the day, or a
The
couple months
3rd.
after Summer went missing
September 3rd.
of
She
2021.
She ran away
Yes.
from home.
Does she have any relation to Vicky Dykes?
She's related
Probably.
to all the Dykes down there. Like
Because that's right on Beach Creek.
Yeah,
Yeah.
her family is the Dykes on Beach Creek. So we asked her.
Okay, because did you hear Fred? Like he mentioned Vicky Dykes.
I did.
He said that Candace and them used to hang out with Vicky Dykes, which he said she used to live right at the first house when you turned on Beach Creek off of Ben Hill when you turned left. The first house on the left. And I looked it up and it is the first house on yeah. And her name's Vicky Dykes, and he's mentioned a Bill Benton. Said that they used to hang out down there because I was asking for names, like who should I talk to, and he mentioned like I go, who would know like if she was pregnant, like who would know like around that time. And he mentioned Vicky Dykes and a Bill Benton.
Well, see that's weird that he brought up that name, because Lexi, when we asked her, I have the screenshot of her saying that. She says, we said, so if from your family being down there, what have they said happened to Summer? She said if it wasn't the parents, it would have been somebody going and getting stuff from Fred Hill. Said his name specifically. And that's
like getting like drugs off of him.
Yeah. So that was back in September that was said, and I was like, wow.
Oh man.
Big deal. Like, and then she and her being an Amber Alert herself, and that's the whole. If anybody doesn't remember that, when we called Hawkins County and told them about her calling in, she called into our live while she was an active Amber Alert.
Yeah.
Wow.
Only come out that day, and we did a live about it to talk about it, and she called in
and said she was okay.
Yeah, said she was okay, and I started talking to her, and I talked to her until she turned herself into law enforcement. I talked to her for days after that.
Yeah, law enforcement said to call back Monday.
Billy? Oh shit!
Do what?
Billy. Somebody asked, isn't Grandis's boyfriend Billy?
Well, they said that's from Hunter. Said that Billy was the guy that used to stay on the property that was his wife.
Because Fred mentioned a Bill Benton, but I thought it was, but he's shown as living in the same house as Vicky when I look up their background. what was the other question you want me real quick before that you wanted me to ask Fred? It said, how long was Dawn at your house when the night Summer went missing? And then there was one other question that I was
did they take his phone? Did they?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, didn't law enforcement take also Dawn and Candace's phone, but they didn't take it like right away, did they?
Right. They took. So you go ahead with that, Allie.
Well, to our knowledge, they did take them right away. But then what caused the confusion was that later, whenever Chris did his interview with Candace, she was talking about the TikToks because she was talking about how Hunter said he didn't have a TikTok or something. And she said, that's a lie. He does have a TikTok. And she said, I've got them right here. And said something about going to turn them into law enforcement. And so the way that it was stated made it sound like she hadn't turned her phone into law enforcement yet.
Yeah, so she was saying that
she was going to show them the TikToks.
Yeah, TikToks can be on any phone because
Yeah.
you can log into your TikTok account from any phone. That's one
device
thing. Yeah,
you have.
I think that's what she was meaning by saying she was going to go turn in the TikTok and show law enforcement that of Hunter. Anyway, what you were saying about the phones though is they took their phones, and then we were told that they also took Fred's phone. And then that was the only people's phones that they took.
And Hunter's.
But yeah. So I don't know if that's been that would be a good thing to ask him if they did take his phone or not.
Okay.
It wasn't that about the TikTok thing. It wasn't that she was specifying that Hunter had a TikTok. It was that talking about how he made TikToks, that she had proof.
Yeah.
That he made TikToks.
Okay. Let's see. Hey, Justin, I was gonna is it okay if I put you on off panel because I was going to just talk to them. They're supposed to be my guests. You were my first guest, so. And I don't even think you're even there talking. It looks like, I think he walked away. Thank you, ICU, for becoming a member. And Fat Girl says, did the tree trimmers leave their vehicles at church, then take the company truck to the hill?
Really?
I think that's, where was that church wherever that garden was, or what wasn't garden, the memorial for Summer. That was
at Solomon's Temple.
Yeah.
Yeah. The tree trimmers came up there. That's how I met them, because we were up there looking at that memorial thing, and they came up there. So I don't know if that's like a common area where they leave their trucks, or I don't think that they were leaving them though.
They had trucks there, and they also had trucks sitting across from Lone Star down there.
Okay. All right. So, hey, Justin, were you gone when I was talking to you?
I guess, yeah.
I was about to drop you because I was going to talk with Cam and Allie, if that's
okay. Okay.
All right.
Talk to you later. I was gone. All right.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Bye-bye.
Okay. I don't mean to be rude. I hope that didn't sound rude, because I didn't mean it rude at all. But he was my first guest on, him and
Simpson Loop, yeah. Lady CG.
Oh my gosh, Lip Lock. How could I freaking forget? Plus, I don't want, it kind of made me nervous, to be honest. I don't want people to feel like, listen, I know, because I can be like that about Fred. I know you can get defensive when you know, you feel you know somebody and stuff. And so it kind of threw me off, to be honest, because I wasn't even really going that route with Jose. He just came up as, in conversation. So, it's actually, he's never even really crossed my mind as really a suspect, but I try to think of everything possible and all, and not discount things because I can be so sure about something and be wrong. So I try not to even discount or be defensive about Fred, because even though I feel like he's like a really nice guy and stuff and seems, still I don't know him, so I don't want people to be afraid about mentioning things about what they feel on Fred to me.
Well, it's even the same. I'm not implying anything on Jose. I'm just saying things we found before when it was to North Carolina. I was not saying that it just was
Right. We're
weird.
just talking. We were talking like a million miles an hour. We're just like, we're just like talking things, like that's kind of how my brain works. Like whatever's on my mind just comes out. And I do, huh?
I was just gonna say every avenue has to be looked at. I mean, I just feel like everything has to be looked into.
I just don't want. I mean, I really love Justin, and he's one of my good friends, and I just don't want, any bad feelings about, when it has to do with this case, because we're just, kind of talking and going with the flow, and I kind of felt that way also with, I just didn't want it to get that way. I know me and Justin will be fine, but I didn't want it to get that way. But I did feel like that with, what's her, CSI got really defensive about the things like Fred was saying about Andy. And thing is, like, when we build these friendships, I guess it's kind of like how you guys were, but not so much. But like you said, you had to be, I mean, you couldn't come on here and talk shit about like Dawn and, Candace and expect them to talk
speak to you. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It does kind of apply the same way though, because when we've heard things that people have said about Dawn and Candace that we know 100% are not true, we are quick to say, wait a second, that's not true. And it's not that we're defending them. We're just saying that is not a true thing to be.
Right. It's like, right. True. I mean, what is true is just true, and that's just how it is, whether we like it or not. I mean, it's really just how it is. But gosh, yeah, would I be disappointed and disgusted if I found out Fred was in any way involved and I sat there and talked to him for hours on end? Yeah, I would be freaking sick. I know I'm going to even feel that way if when it comes out about what Dawn and Candace knew or didn't know. If they did not know anything, if they're completely, which is so hard for me to believe that, especially Candace, then I will apologize. Like, oh my gosh, I'll feel like I owe them. Like, I'll probably be sending, trying to help them with their bills for months on end because I feel so bad, but.
That's true. Tiny Dancer said something there. Said Dudley is the one who mentioned Jose. 6/15/21. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it was him that said that. Wasn't it him that tried to say he was there, or Jose? Yeah, but I do understand what Justin's saying too, is that you don't even have to barely say something on, I mean, even just a passing thought, and people run with it, you know what I mean, and they take it as truth. So I do get that too. But it's just one of those things that, kind of like how we were talking earlier, it's like we just have to like get used to, because it's never going to stop. Stuff like that, like even me saying I pierced my dog's ears, like people run with that like as truth, and it's just crazy. So I do get that. I do see how it works, and I'm learning, like I said, as I go, for sure. But yeah, I think though, I'm really leaning, I don't know. Do you guys have I guess I really need to, can I go get a drink real quick? Can you answer I don't know, maybe answer some questions? It will just take me a second. Are you guys there? Oh, they're muted. Never mind. Maybe they got up for a second.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I was sitting here talking and didn't know I was muted.
Yeah, I need a drink like really bad. I have to have my Diet Coke.
Yeah, you're good.
And then we'll get on the Rick Crawford thing, because I know that was something that is interesting. I wanted to see what you've heard about that. So I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so let me see here. Let me see what people are talking about here. All right. No, I mean, I think it's good that we have open discussion, and that way we can talk about things that we forget on a live, on panels when we're talking about a certain subject. We are also involved in. I don't know if y'all paid attention to our last live we did. We're also talking about a case that's not even very far from there. That's potential that there's all these people they're being found in the same area with the same initial. All their names start with R, and they're found within so many yards of each other. Or people disappearing at different times, and that's only been an hour away. So there's some crazy things happening in this area. And if y'all didn't pay attention to that live we did, the last one we even did, it was insane. There is, I don't know what's going on around here. I don't want to, this is my feeling as far as people involved and people that were around Summer and all that. Everybody has to be looked into full. You're doing an injustice to Summer if you don't look into everything.
No, it's not in Hawkins County. It's actually in Virginia.
It's in
across the state line.
Across the state line, not even an hour
away. Where we live is kind of in between the two cases.
So what are you guys talking about? So, thanks for taking over.
No, I was telling them about our last live. I said we're also helping with a case that is not even an hour away, where they found multiple people that had disappeared, and that they found their bodies within, 200 yards from each other. All their names begin with R, and
holy crap.
Yeah, the police are saying that they're accidental deaths, but the family members, the family members are speaking out to us, telling no, there's no way that this accidental death.
Well, they're saying that what their autopsy says does not coincide with an accident at all, and they've told us what their autopsies have said, and it just doesn't seem.
And they're closing the cases.
Yeah, they're closing the cases and just acting like there's nothing nefarious going on.
And it's not even these young men. There's now also, I found there's a woman. Her name was Rebecca. So you got Richard, Ricky, Ray, and Rebecca, all found. And it's not even in the middle. It's not out in the middle of a rural area. It's in a small patch of woods right in the middle of a town called Richlands, Virginia. It's insane. So they're trying to close those cases. Law enforcement is, and they're getting mad that the families are speaking out to social media now. Then they're telling them that they just need to burn all of their family members' things and move on. That's what law enforcement is telling these family members, and then trying to play. They went to the wife of Richard Honaker. He's the main one that we covered, and went to his wife and said, "Oh, they were talking bad about you on this live." And she said, "No, they weren't. I listened to it." Like trying to play people against each other. It's weird. And this is, I don't want to take it off subject, but that's why we went into,
we don't have a subject.
Right. But, the law enforcement, I'm just saying, like, what's going on in these small towns that law enforcement aren't trying to look into these things in great detail?
Well, that's so crazy that you say something like that, because this is kind of like how I was just looking up an article about, and it's something that actually True Crime Commentary, aka Penny, aka Fizzle, talked about. She did a video or two about like kind of corruption in Hawkins County. And one of the things that Fred had mentioned was how his friend Jason Arnold was, I guess, one of his really good friends was he claims that the cops knew he was that he was deceased. He claims the cops knew he was deceased for I swear he said a year. I don't know. I could be wrong though, but it was a while, like either several months or a year or before they even told family or released it to the public. And he's like, I think that the cop or the police already know Summer's gone, but now all of a sudden, I don't know. Now I'm kind of thinking maybe she's not. Maybe she is maybe she was as somebody. Maybe she was kind of given away,
Well,
but
people are asking, they're like, why? So they're saying, is this in Virginia? So I want to make Bristol, Tennessee, Bristol, Virginia. Half of that state or that city is in Virginia, and half of it's in Tennessee.
The
That
state line literally
runs
goes
right through the middle.
Through the middle of the city.
That's how close Hawkins. Okay, so Hawkins County, Kingsport is the next town up from Bristol. So this is all happening. All these crazy cases and different people getting, these children going missing and stuff is happening within this very small circle, and
things like this
don't happen here.
Around here.
It's weird.
So it's just odd.
Andy Paul is a friend of Marlena's. Really?
That's what we heard.
That would make sense too. And he's supposedly a offender. He doesn't know, in Fred's opinion, he is, but I don't know if that means he's actually registered, because he said that he drugged Fred's daughter when she was 13, and while he was living over there on the Wells property in that camper. And he said the next day after Fred found out about it or whatever, he took off.
So they're saying that the Andy Paul's the one who lived in the camper at the bottom?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Wow.
That whoever Fred calls Andy Paul. Now, somebody mentioned his name could be Andrew Paul, which that would make sense. I asked him, I go, could his name be Anthony Paul? Because I thought I found an Anthony Paul, but Andrew Paul. Let me see if I can find Andrew Paul. So yeah, it's probably something like that, and that's why I can't find any Andy Pauls. Andrew Paul, Rogersville. This guy on the screen is who was Fred's good friend who went missing back in 2016. A skull was found just right behind his house.
2000.
Literally just right behind his house a year afterwards.
Well, and see, that's kind of the same thing with that case that we're covering with Richard. He was literally found right behind his house in an area that had already been searched by family members.
Because law enforcement didn't want to search.
Yeah, law enforcement never did a search the entire time for him.
Yeah, that's crazy. And see, all these people saying, oh, why are the people searching there again? People have already searched that area. Well, stuff like it seems like people are found in areas that are supposedly searched and have been searched before all the time, and so,
and they're not giving it the due diligence it deserves. When you come out and you say we don't want help from anybody, but yet another missing case in 2016 of Carly Trent, which by the grace of God she was found, they encouraged it. Then they knew who had taken her was a man, which was her uncle, that had could drive. They knew he had his vehicle, but how come they encouraged the public to search these properties out in Hawkins County? But he could have left the state. But they encouraged. They said, get out there. If it wasn't for the help of the public, we wouldn't have known what to do. But then when Summer goes missing in 2021, they say we don't want the help from anybody. Why? That's my problem.
Yeah, that sounds like some shadiness is going on, which, law enforcement is human just like anybody else, and, are shady just like anybody else. And,
right.
Doesn't automatically, just because they're law enforcement, mean that they're top-notch people and honest. And no, a lot of times they have agendas, maybe one of their family members is in trouble, and, they try to, it happens all the time.
Look how many RSOs were in Hawkins County were law enforcement. They're convicted. That there's 2 of them now that we know about. with one federally charged as an RSO. And then you say people, we had this question because we did one on just the statistics in the United States of how many law enforcement officers are get tied. The main crime that law enforcement officers get in trouble for, this is nationwide, is SA type charges with
Yep.
minors.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
with
their-
minors.
With
Wow.
minors and exploitation of like using child P.
Wow. See, I was
that-
thinking it would be some subtype of sexual crime, like they're amusing, because I think that certain type of offenders, like they purposely, in some ways, they they kind of get. They
And
know
that's-
from a young age that there's something wrong with them, and then they end up getting into these professions
Yes.
where they can hide what is,
And nobody's saying this is not like, this is one thing I want to make very clear when we talk about these things. It's not saying we don't back up law enforcement, and I don't want law enforcement. We fully stand behind it. But when you have to ask the questions why, when certain things go the way they are, why is there so many RSOs that have former law enforcement? Why is there why somebody asked the question in our chat, what was it? How come they were hired and not and not found, they didn't see
How
that.
did they pass a background?
How did they
check?
pass a
What was
background
this?
check? And then I'm like, because
They're obviously not convicted at that
Right.
point.
they're not
So-
convicted. People think that just because, I guess the people, when you don't, all you have to do to become a law enforcement officer is not have a background. That means not being caught for anything and being able to pass their test or whatnot. That doesn't mean that they can go in and see what your deepest, what your
Yeah.
darkest secrets are. They don't know. And that, like you said, they go into these professions because they know that they can hide it better that way. Nobody's going to ever think about them being one of those kind of people if they're a cop.
Yeah. Yep.
And then they find ways, not only do they know what to look for as an officer, but they also know how to hide what they're doing because they know all the tricks and everything in law enforcement.
I'm trying to find this whatever Trinity's saying here. I don't understand exactly her message, but I kind of get it, I think, and I'm really interested. I'm trying to find this person. You say a Brandy or Gray on Facebook.
Oh gosh.
In Candace Supply. I don't know what in Candace Supply, telling about giving girl up for adoption before summer on Facebook Live. Janet, where do I find this at? Man, I hate when when the mess, like when you're really interested in knowing what the person's talking about, but you can't, like, it's like a word or something. It didn't, there's like a grammar issue and you're like, dang it, I want to know what this is because I'm interested. But I'll watch for your message, or maybe you can email me a link of what you're talking about. At Ziggy333@mail.com, because I'm really, really interested in talking or hearing about this. Now I don't know who Brandy Gray.
Lip lock, that's the same with us too. I got attacked by that same person very early.
Who's Brandy Gray?
That's the one. She's attacked us too. But
Who
a
is it?
lot. I don't know. I'm gonna go to the store.
Oh, so is it a friend of? Is it something they attacked you about? Has a
Hold on.
YouTube channel?
I don't know, I guess.
Oh. Have y'all looked up Lexi Dyke's mom? She is the one who stole money from Churchill Rescue Squad. Oh, wow. Really?
Is that Lexi's mom?
Who's her mom?
Carla?
Carla?
Carly Dykes or Carla Dykes. Is that Lexi's mom? Holy crap.
I can find out probably.
Not have a very good relationship.
You know how to spell?
Well, see, she didn't. This was the main thing too. That's why she ran away, was because she couldn't get along with her mom.
She had lived with her grandfather for a long time, and her grandfather passed away, and she was having to live with her mom, and her mom were not getting along, and so she had ran away.
Carl, and if people aren't familiar with who that is, this is the woman, if they're talking about, that stole all the money out of the Churchill Rescue Squad.
Is it her name is Carla?
Carla or Carly, something like that.
Okay, Carla. I found her. Okay. I'm looking her up real quick to see if I got, I mean, her daughter would be a minor, so I wouldn't probably see her on her background. Let's see. Yep, she worked with Churchill Rescue Squad. Let's see here.
Marla Marie Dykes.
Marla Marie Dykes, yeah.
Yep. And
she said, yes, she is her mom and kin to the Brits too, and she ran away twice. That's right. That's her. If all that ties in, that would be the same one. The second Amber Alert that Lexi had was out of freaking Memphis.
Oh, looks like her last name was Britt at one time. Britt.
That's insane.
And then she probably married into the Dykes.
And then married into the Dykes. And the Brits, though, somebody told me at the vigil that the Brits also have a daughter that is missing.
Oh my God.
And that aunt named Anastasia or something. And I need to look into that. So why haven't we been told about that? You know, what is going on? That's the question what is going on over there that everything is so secretive. That goes when we first went into Hawkins, when we went and did, like, we were still recording videos, not even going live. We went into did the horse pond thing and everything at the very beginning, and we got a threat from somebody, and we've talked about this, quite a bit here lately. Somebody said, why do you think Hawkins or why do you think TBI and FBI left out of here so early? Everybody knows what happens around here. Don't let your kid be the next one that comes up missing. We got that threat by two separate people on our comment section. And people say, oh, don't look too deep in it. This is somebody trying to troll you. No, this is somebody, because this came from the same account that when we would go on searches and stuff and never tell anybody where we were at, what location, when we were going, would then comment and say, I saw you here. I know what you were doing here. Tell us play-by-plays of what we were doing. And we're like,
oh my God, that's scary.
It is scary. And that's what happened to us. People don't even know about this, because we were doing this and still continued to push forward, getting threats like that, and people watching our every move and threatening. It was scary, following us home. It's a scary situation, and I'm wondering, what is. And then we talked to I talked to Scott H the other day. I'm not going into detail about it, but me and him were talking, and we talked to somebody, and they, it was very clear what people do down there in Beach Creek. A lot of things that people wouldn't know, and I wonder if that's why law enforcement, they know that they're not going to get anything out of that area. Nobody's going to talk to them. Nobody's going to help them with anything. So what can they do? And I don't. It's scary. It's a very scary.
I know. That's why I was kind of worried about Fred about that kind of stuff too. Because I'm like, when I pulled up, the first thing I said to him, I was like, hey, because he was right. He pulled in right behind me. He got there right the same time I did. It was like really late, and it kind of freaked me out because he was like right on my ass. But I guess he was taking pictures of my license plate. He didn't know who I was. And anyways, I first thing I said to him, like, after he figured out it was me, I said, hey, do you have time to talk, or can you talk? And he's like, yeah, I guess, or something like that. I was like, what are you? I said, are you scared? Like, I didn't mean it like in a kind of, I said it, I was afraid that he had got a lot of shit the last time, He's like, no, I'm, because he said nobody's like really gave him any problems. He just, the stuff that people are saying on YouTube kind of pisses them off sometimes.
Would you give a guy a problem that would literally shot somebody in the neck? That's probably, like, they know probably if they mess with Fred that he'll take up.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they're
and I'm saying that
story too. That comes up in the audio. He talks about how he had, yeah, I mean, like, that's what people think is like he's crazy. He shot somebody in the neck. He said, I kept trying to tell that guy. I kept warning him, and he shot 10 rounds at me before I even shot at him.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not even saying it that way. I'm saying it as far as
No,
like,
I know, but that's what people think. Like,
Right.
you're right. Like, people
but the
think that.
community are going to be like, even people that live down there are like, yeah, well, I'm not going to go mess with Fred because Fred will take up for himself.
Yeah, that's probably why that guy, that Andy Paul that he speaks of, like, took off, because he knew that Fred would probably, yeah, they say themselves, him and his wife, like, basically if you don't mess with us, and there won't be any problems. Like, don't start no shit, there won't be no shit type thing.
Yeah,
it's what they were saying. And he's like, I don't bother anybody. But if they come out here, like, starting problems. Oh, another thing that happened, which I asked him exactly when that was. Somebody burnt down a bunch of his stuff, like, over there on Beach Creek.
That's what was kind of been told, like that's how they retaliate. They do stuff.
March 31st at approximately 2 p.m., which is, he said he's having a major issues with his neighbor, the Redmonds.
Holy crap.
He said,
did you see her, what she just said? The Redmonds? That's Andy Redmond. That's the name that I was saying, the other Andy in Beach Creek. His name.
Oh, another Andy?
Andy Redmond Jr. Yeah.
Yeah, he said that he thinks that, he keeps saying, like, he swears that, he mentioned it again, how he said that they are, that guy's in the witness protection or something. I don't know, supposedly. That's what Fred believes anyways. But he said, he told me if anything happens to him, like, it was crazy because he was serious as can be. If anything happens to me, it was him. That's what he says.
Well, he might be 100% serious, right?
Yeah, he was serious. He thinks that yeah.
Holy crap. That's crazy that you would say that. And then that's exactly what we were told right before coming on here. It was that there was another Andy. And that's who that is. So, wow.
Yeah, he said that, I'm not trying to ignore you. I've got a lot going on with my neighbor. The night you left from my driveway, he put cameras on property line pointing up my driveway, but he already been following anyone that comes to visit. The fire was March 31st, approximately 2 p.m. I'll try to get back to you later today if things calm down. I've got to figure out what I can do about the neighbor and the cameras and his provoking. But yeah. And he said that he doesn't know who Andy's girlfriend is. The car we've seen that day was silver and had out-of-state tag. But then he said black-haired girl. So I'm guessing just dark-haired. I don't know. He's mentioned two different. That's one. I haven't seen too many discrepancies from his last time, but that's a discrepancy. But then I think, like, well, we're talking about a year ago, and something like you wouldn't even be really paying attention to it is some kind of weird though to see a car come by there because he's so far down on Ben Hill Road. So
I'm gonna run get something to drink, Allie.
Okay. But
yeah, buddy. Yeah,
but he mentioned something about an out-of-state tag. I thought he was, so there is something, I don't know if he's talking about the truck. There was a truck that was right before her, but I don't know if one of them had out-of-state tag, if all of them did. I don't know.
Either way, that's weird.
Yeah.
I'll go get her.
I don't think it's gang related, Eden, but maybe. But I want to know about this Brandy Gray. Wait, where this? It says on Facebook. Do you mean on YouTube? Maybe I need to scroll back and see if anything.
Somebody sent it to me. It's a video that she made about Candace talking about another baby that she had.
Where's this
And
at?
It's on this Brandy R. Gray's Facebook, but it looks like it's a clip from Lips, maybe on YouTube.
Oh, can you send it to me by chance? Like, because I can't find her Facebook.
Yeah, give me.
Or you can play it, I guess, on your end. I don't know.
Well, it's on my phone, so I don't know how.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because I can't find it. I was looking up her trying to find her on Facebook.
Aussie girl Jen, that's exactly right.
What?
She said it takes a case like Summer Wells to uncover what corruption has been happening in these states. So very sad and disgusting.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see. A theft of that Carla. Oh, yeah. That would make sense. She had a theft of property in 2020.
Allie's emailing this to you.
Okay. Thank you. Wait, so that one that stole from Churchill was before Summer went missing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Is it Ziggy? Your email is Ziggy
333.
Okay.
At mail. MAIL. Not Gmail, but mail.
Okay.
I wish I would have made a Gmail now because everybody gets confused. But no, because I noticed on her background that Carla that she has a theft of property, $10,000 to $60,000, August 1st, 2020.
Brandy has her own YouTube channel, typing for the 10th time. Somebody said, sorry.
I know, but she said it's on her Facebook, though.
Yeah, Allie found it.
Well,
Somebody sent it to her.
Somebody might have, I didn't even.
Look, it's hard to keep up to see everything that's said in the chat. I promise.
I know, especially when you have somebody on panel, because I get distracted. I'm not ignoring anybody. I'm much better at answering people's questions and stuff when I don't have anybody on panel. And that's the thing. It's like I used to always have people on panel, and people thought that I was like. That's why people would say, "Oh, you have to pay money for her to even answer any questions." No, it's not that. It's that, like, well, I definitely don't want to, like, if somebody sends money, I don't want to, ignore it. I feel rude. But I'm not ignoring anybody. I just.
Well, it's hard whenever, like, even with us, we'll be talking about one thing and then you'll get questions about. Well, it's just hard when you're talking to see.
If you're on topic and somebody brings up something in the chat that's off topic, then it throws you completely off.
Well, even if it's on topic, it's just kind of hard. It's hard to read the chat when you're talking about something and trying to get it across.
True. But it's not. Yeah, it's not meant to be disrespectful to anybody.
I remember. Okay, I remember. Okay, this is different thing. This is before Summer went. Or this is like before Summer was born.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. So this is different, but we can watch it. I did hear about this, and I mean, it does seem like she did give up a baby before Summer was even born. That was a girl, and it was crazy because one of the things Fred said is that he feels like, or was it his wife? One of them said that they felt like she was giving up the girl babies because they had mentioned something about, Candace had mentioned something about saving them from the lifestyle or saving them in some way. And she goes, I think it was his wife that said, I always felt it was SA, or I also feel like it was Fred that said it. I can't remember if it was him or his wife. I keep going back and forth with that. But something about, I always felt it was because of the, saving the girls from the SA. So I thought that was really crazy that he said that, because that's what a lot of people believe. I guess we could listen to this real quick, even though it's kind of.
If it's
different than, huh?
Nothing. No, you're fine.
What?
No, nothing. I was just saying if it's beforehand, then it wouldn't.
Yeah, this was about that.
Yeah. I mean,
from her.
I mean, you're right. Okay, so this one's before. So yeah, if you guys, this is on Lip's channel, or you guys can go to, if you guys want to watch it. I agree. It's probably not anything that really is relevant with what we're talking about right now. It's kind of relevant in that it shows that she,
But if
is
she did it once, then maybe she would do it again.
yeah. And I think we already know that though, because she's lost. She gave up her first two, right? Or something like that, right? She signed them over or something.
She signed them over because of the abuse from her first husband, Andy.
Yeah.
Red Riding Hood 721 says, please Google 130 arrests made by TBI for human trap 2021. It says that motels, hotels, and families trafficking people out of their own homes. Okay.
Did you guys hear about? Did you guys watch that? Yeah, Trini, I got it, but it's this same thing, right? It's what's up on the screen that you heard. Did I go back to the Crawfords? No. Hold on. Did you hear that? Hold on. Sorry. Did you guys hear when I was on Scott's the other day about?
Maybe.
Okay, about how it got brought up in conversation. You remember that whole like drug bust in 2009 or 2010? The 32 indicted, like it was a bunch of Lawsons and Dykes and stuff. Here,
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
find the article.
Yeah.
I think it 32 arrested and drug bust. Anyways, did you hear how it's kind of
I'm gonna have to. I got one cigarette and I'm gonna have to go to the store, so I'm gonna have to. Or I have to go through this kind of fast.
You
I can leave and come back. Maybe.
Yeah, you can leave and come. You guys can, take a break if you want. Come back in half hour or something.
Yeah, we might.
Or if you want to, do you mind? I know it's already been a couple hours, so if you need to go, it's totally fine.
It's all good. I'm gonna.
I wanted to talk to you about Ricky Crawford and this like drug bust thing. When you guys get back, I can write it down.
Okay. Well, let me. What I'll do is I'll go to the store and we'll talk about Ricky Crawford when I get back.
Yeah. Take a break, and that's cool.
I appreciate y'all and thank y'all for being patient with us. I'm sorry that I have to do this.
No, it's totally cool. It's totally fine. Seriously, it's. Right. I get it.
This has been good though, and I appreciate it. This has been a good live, and it's a lot of stuff being discussed, and we'll continue it. I'll be back here in probably about 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. I'll see you guys a little bit.
All right. Bye.
Okay. So, yeah, that would be a good thing. I hope that hopefully he. I think that they'll come back because, he even was like, didn't forget about tonight when I had overslept over it or past it. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh no, he's probably can't do it now. But, so I think he'll come back because we really need to talk about the Rick Crawford thing and that whole, I can't believe he hasn't heard about what was said about the drug bust of the 32 indicted. I don't know if I want to get into it now because then I'll get tired of talking about it. So let me think of something else to talk about here. Let's see. Carla Dykes is the one in the scam and listed as wow. $41.38? Really? The relevance to that is because, wow, wait, let me look. That's where that, oh my God, that's crazy. Because Vicky is at 4151, I think. And that's the address that, And that's the name that Fred was mentioning was Vicky Dykes. Let's see here. Let me put in that address that you said. Beach Creek Road. Let me see who it. Kind of have a headache. I should have grabbed a. That's crazy. I looked up this address the other day, but I couldn't remember what it was about. What made me think of 41? I looked up this address. What was I looking up this address about? Now this is like freaking me out because I just put in the address and I noticed I already had looked up this address before. Maybe it was like, let me Google the address, and there's got to be a reason. Now that's going to, there might be something to that because I was looking into this address. Oh my God. Do you guys remember who got the 4138 address? Sweaty Lucille Ballsack. Yeah, I need to go get a Tylenol probably real quick. I don't see any connection to the I don't see any connection to the Carla Dykes to that address, but look at what address it is. You guys remember this address, right? That's 4138. What the hell? That's where this red truck was. What? This is right over by Ben Hill. What the heck? What made somebody say this address? You're saying that Carla Dykes lives here? Are you? That is really crazy if so, because this address has come up a lot in this case because of the red truck thing. And let's see, Carla. Let me see here. Oh my gosh, my daughter is kind of driving me crazy. Hold on. I'm looking, I'm Googling to see what, because I don't see on her background the 4138 address, but that doesn't mean anything because maybe if I searched. The neighbor would be I don't see Carla at that address, but that's yeah, this is Google Earth right here. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, people have I know I pulled it up on Google Earth or Maps, Google Maps. You guys, I have to get some Tylenol real quick. I am so sorry. I wish that that there was. I don't have something that or here. I know what I can do. I can play that video that was sent to me about that Trinity was talking about. Even though it might have something in it that would be interesting now with this whole like baby talk stuff, but I'll play that while I go get some Tylenol, so it's not just like. Let's see here. And this is, if the mods don't mind sharing Lips channel, because this came originally from Lips. I mean, it's on somebody, Brandy or Gray's Facebook or something, but it's actually Lips video. So you can share both of them, I guess. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's listen to this.
Like, how did that like play out? Yeah. Did you do it from the hospital, or did you already have somebody picked out, or?
I was pretending
Go to, like, family
I didn't
member?
know the courts.
No.
There's 100. Oh my God. Thank you guys for coming in.
Oh, okay. Did they just have somebody picked out, like waiting? Is that what they do? Hospitals do? Is it like first? No, they didn't. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't either. I just know that I couldn't have her when I was on the street.
I couldn't have her when I was out of state.
I wasn't gonna go through all that. I'd rather go.
She was in Arkansas, right? Like, I don't know what she was calling home at that time, because she said when I was out of state. I'll rewind a little bit again. I don't want to interrupt this one though.
You know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't either. I just know that I couldn't have her when I was on the street. Oh. So I wasn't gonna.
Maybe that's not what she said.
I'd rather go and I don't you know. Right. No, you made the right decision. Yeah, don't ever feel bad for that. Never. I don't care what anybody says. Don't never feel bad for that. You probably made somebody's whole life. You know what I mean? Like, you probably made her life. You did the right thing. I just didn't know how it worked. If, like, hospitals already have people, like, waiting for that to happen, or if adoption agencies had to come in, or I didn't know that worked.
I acted dumb, guys.
Yeah, I don't know how that works either.
Pink butterfly. I have it in my comment
Did she
section.
stay at the hospital until she was going or ready?
Pink butterfly. Put that back.
I don't even know because like after I signed her over, like you know, my record. Oh, okay. They just let me go home, go where I was going or whatever. Okay, yeah. They dealt with.
So when she's trying, because I'm acting dumb, she's trying to act like this was all her decision and that she did this or whatever. So I'm like trying to butter her up, you know. And I'm sure you guys understand. That's not what happened. They found out when, you know, she obviously didn't go to the doctor or anything like that. So when she showed up to the hospital, they freaking immediately, they took the baby and they sent her on her way, which is what she just kind of said.
After that, yeah, they must have did the regular thing and just put her in a foster home until the paperwork, or maybe even let them foster her until the paperwork went through. And that's how I've like watched it on YouTube and stuff, so, or anywhere.
I said that's where I get my information, like YouTube and stuff.
Well, cool. Yeah, never feel bad for that. Yeah.
Okay, so I went and got some Tylenol. It was at the motel that Don Candace used to frequent. That what, Randy? What was? Who was attacking Shay? People were just so you guys know, which I'm sure that if you were already around, Kim and Allie will be back here in about half hour or so. See, what's the Motel 6 thing? But that's interesting. I mean, this is kind of relevant because she's talking about. I feel like it wasn't at the hotel or at the, oh my god. Randy mentioning the hotel made me think hotel. I feel like it wasn't at the hospital. The way that Candace answered that question, it just seemed like she didn't want to answer it. You know what I mean? I really think that she had the baby at home. Wasn't the drunk that would sometimes stay at Don's when his wife kicked him out named Billy? Oh, you're right. It was Billy Disher. Okay, so it's a different Bill. But there is a woman named Billy also that I found. Or it came up as a... Wait, let me just check if that was possibly not a girl's Facebook, but maybe it was his, but he had his girlfriend out pictured. Because when I looked up, it said Billy. It was Billy also. Billy, I think it's IE. Bitten. Hate having a headache. It really throws me off here. Oh wait, I think I tried messaging the person, so I can probably go to my messages and see here. Oh, she did, or they did see my message because they made it so I couldn't message him anymore. So they obviously don't want to talk because I asked them. Wow. So there's no way I can look. I don't know. Maybe one of you guys can look. The name was Billy Joe Bitten. If one of you guys can look on her Facebook or his or hers. But I noticed that in her friends list that she did have connections to Donna Candace and stuff. So, which was weird because Fred mentioned a Bill, but it was a man. So I don't know if maybe possibly that profile was actually his, but yet the picture was his girlfriend. I don't know. Yeah, Roy Lee Crawford is at the 4138. Yeah, I looked that up. And wait, who else did it say? Let me check here. See, it also says I think Roy. Okay, that's not Rick. Roy. I wonder if Roy is like Rick's brother. Somebody sent me his obituary, so maybe I can check here. Or actually, I'll just search Rick E. Crawford. Obituary. Hold on. Unfortunately, this guy just passed away. But this is Marlena's father, from what I hear. And this is who supposedly Dawn had confided in and was all upset, and supposedly, I don't know, about some religious thing. And I think that's also, I don't want to get too much into this because Kim and Allie wanted to be here when we talk about this guy. So, whoa. Is Scott in here? Isn't that the church that Scott was talking about? All these freaking connections are freaking me out. Isn't the House of Prayer Church the one that Scott was talking about? Well, it makes sense why Ernie would be in the hospital. That's definitely a good thing. I hope that they actually help him. Yeah, this is the freaking church that is Scott in here. Let's see. You said Bree Tester. It was a Billy Anderson. Billy Anderson. I'll have to ask. I'll look that up later too. Billy Anderson. I keep forgetting that Bree Tester was an old friend of Candace's. And she's the one that. So it is the same church. Some people are saying no, it's not, and some are saying yes. Well, the revival is just something that just says it's a revival. It's not, the revival isn't the name of the church. The revival is just an event. That's Frank Light's Alibi Church. Okay. Wow. Actually, that's not Ziggy. That's Boo Boo. Oh, you were saying no to Scott being in here. That's great. Usually Scott is. Okay, yeah. So let's see. I'll go ahead and read his obituary, even though I don't want to get too much into this because I'll get bored of talking about it. And I want to try to wait till Kim and Allie get here. Ricky D. Crawford, Sr., 63 of Limestone, went to be with the Lord on Wednesday, March 9th of 2022. At his home, he was a lifelong resident of the area and had retired from general paint service. Well, that makes sense, too, because Fred mentioned something about him and Dawn working together at one point. Ricky was a member of the House of Prayer Church. He was preceded in death by his parents, Ralph and Orpha Crawford, his brother, Ray Crawford. Oh, and his brother, Ray Crawford. Ricky is survived by his wife of 41 years, Liz. Wait. Okay, that's very interesting because who is Roy then? Let's see. Because there's a Liz at that address, that 4138. And that would be very weird if that's Marlena's parents' house. That would be okay. He was preceded in death by his parents, Ralph and Orpha Crawford, and his brother, Ray Crawford. Ricky is survived by his wife of 41 years, Liz Crawford. 2 daughters, Frances Dykes and Marlena Crawford. 2 sons, Lonnie Dykes and Ricky Crawford Jr. 6 grandchildren, several great-grandchildren, and 3 sisters, 2 brothers, and several nieces and nephews. The family will receive friends from 5 to 7 p.m. on Saturday, March 12th at the House of Prayer Church. The funeral service will follow at 7 p.m. with Reverend Rex McMurray. Look at these names. Reverend Rex McMurray and Pastor Clifford Cole officiating. Those are so it is the right church. Graveside services will be at 2 p.m. on Sunday, March 13th, 2022 at Light Cemetery. Pallbearers will be the family and friends. Wow. Okay, let me look into something real quick. Stop this cat, man. Okay. Let me see something here. Let's see, if they were married for 41 years, I don't think that this could be his wife unless his wife was way younger. Wait, hold on. Wait, he was 63. No, so, wow, he was married for 41 years. So, actually, could very possibly be his wife. Everybody has all the same names there, though, so that's what makes it difficult to. Let's see. Let me look him up real quick. He was 63. Ricky Crawford. His real name would probably be Richard, right? Let's see. Ricky D. I don't know what. Let me see. Hold on. I'm having a hard time finding. Maybe I could find him through. Let's see. He was 63. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find him here and see if on his background and see if what addresses come back to him. Maybe if I look up his wife. Well, actually, I don't know how old his wife is, though. Unless I can, let me look up, see if he had a Facebook, Ricky. I don't think he had a, here's his son, I think. And okay, there's well, she looks if that's his wife. Sorry, she looks much older than 63. Yeah, there's a picture of him. Sorry, guys. I'm trying not to dox anybody, but I'm trying to find, like, she looks older than, to me, than 63. Here, I'll put a picture up, but I'll just put one up of her and him. And I can't see your guys' comments, so. Let's see here. So this is him. And which I guess, like, I guess I would have guessed him older than 63 too. So doesn't she look like she'd be a little bit older than 63? Or around that age? I feel like that. I feel like that's can't be. I don't. I don't know. He looks older to me. I don't know. Oh, here, let me okay. Crawford. Oh, they added. Wait. No, they didn't. I was about to say that he wasn't 63. That's wrong. They have his freaking age wrong. Why would they have his age wrong? That's odd. Let me see if I pull up a different. That's so weird. Passed away. She was a member of the Rochester. Oni, Carrie Smith, her biological mother, Grace Dykes. She's survived by her daughter, Rita. Yeah, they didn't have his age correctly right. It was like he would have either been 64 or 65 if he was born in 57. Okay, so actually here it shows 64. Okay, so that might be why I couldn't find him. Let me look here. He would have been 64. 64 or 65. See, I have such a hard time finding some of these people when I look at their backgrounds and I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, I'm still having a hard time finding him, so I don't know. I've never seen somebody I never seen somebody's age be wrong on their obituary. I mean, I'm sure it happens, but that's just odd. Let's see if it. Oh my gosh, my daughter is okay. Now it's not here. Offsite search Crawford Ricky. Yeah, I'm not having much luck here, so never mind. Screw it. I'll wait till he gets back to talk about Rick because, oh, here he is. Actually, I just found him on his background. And I'm trying to see, his locations is what I was really interested in to see if he lived on. He lived on Light Cemetery Road at one time. I don't see anything about him living on Beach Creek. But it's odd though. Hold on, let me look at his wife's locations. I think they lived in Limestone. Because there's somebody with his wife's name that lives right there at that 4138. So that's what was like freaking me out. But no, I don't think it's the same one. Anyways, okay. It was a wild recording. Light Cemetery Road. See if he has a record. No, he actually doesn't. Not on here, really. So that doesn't mean it's not. It doesn't mean that he doesn't for sure, because a lot of times these aren't exactly correct, these paid background sites, but it doesn't look like he was like, somebody got in trouble a lot, because at least something would show up. But that is interesting, though, that and Marlena's name is actually not really Marlena. That was also very difficult to find anything about her, because her name, is not Marlena. I think it's her middle name from what I found. So, there was issues finding anything on her, too. Which, let me see. Who knows? I remember having a really hard time finding her. So, I might not be able to find her again. I know her last name, like she's married, and it was in that obituary. Let's see. Okay, let me look up her maiden name. Nope. Oh. Yeah, she was like a pain to find. And I swear these people somehow do this on purpose, like so that kind of like how Fred said about, yeah, I'm not finding her, but anyways. Sorry, I get like, somebody mentioned that 4138, and when I saw which house it was, that kind of, that really freaked me out. But anyways, hey Tabby, is there a Marlene connected to David Britt? A Marlene? Who's the Brit name? Oh, the Brit name you said was, or Brit, whose name is, we were just talking about the name Brit. Oh, the Carla Britt. So David Britt. I found him. You said what name? What name was that? Yeah, I couldn't find that name, Connie, but that's okay. Who was? Okay, Marlene connected to David Britt. I'm not seeing it right offhand, but let me. Like a Marlene or Marlena, is what you're saying? Are you talking about Marlena? I do see a I don't think so. Not on the background I'm looking on. There isn't, but that doesn't mean anything at all. There's a Lori. Anyways, guys. Okay. Is David Britt the one that lived in Florida? Yeah. I think so. Yes, he did. But he's right there too on he's right there by that address that we had up on the screen earlier. Seems like a lot of people live over there by that. He's further down. But yeah. Looks like he lives on Beach Creek also. I know all the names and stuff, like I can't keep them straight. And I'm losing people here because I'm just going, which is okay, whatever. They'll come back. Let's see. A former East Tennessee deputy is facing theft charges as a result of an investigation that began in March. Wow. You guys, that's kind of just like what we were just talking about. What we were talking about with Cam and Allie about how, the number one crime is sex offenses, usually with children, he said, with law enforcement. But this is like similar to what we were talking about, is you never can, just because somebody's a law enforcement, they're human just like anybody else, So it says here, former Sullivan County deputy indicted accused of theft. An investigation by special agents with the TBI has resulted in the indictment of a former Sullivan County deputy. In March, at the request of Second Judicial District Attorney General Barry Stabus and the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, TBI agents began investigating allegations of theft against Cody Cookenor. During the investigations, agents determined that between April 2021 and March 2022, while employed by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, Cookenor falsified timesheets on several different occasions, reporting hours that he did not work. He is no longer employed by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. On June 8th, the Sullivan County grand jury returned an indictment charging Cookenor with one count of theft over $1,000. This afternoon, he turned himself in and was booked into the Sullivan County jail on a $7,500. Wow, they gave him a really high bond. That may not seem like too much, but that's a very high bond for something that would be his first charge. I wonder if it's because he was an officer, if he was held to a higher standard. Because $7,500 bond for something like that might be a D felony, but I'm guessing it's probably a D felony, but still, like, for his first charge, like, that's a pretty high bond. It couldn't have been over the lowest felony. Now that the fact that he was a sheriff, though, that might raise the charges, because it might make him aggravated charges because of who he is. The theft charge in Tennessee becomes a felony when the value of the stolen property goes above $1,000. There are different levels ranging from Class E, the least severe, to the most severe, Class A. Under Tennessee law, it is permissible to aggregate the value of goods stolen from different owners. Wow. So, but I'm wondering, though, if it can be aggregated, if it is, since he's a officer, how much theft is a felony? Okay, so a Class A misdemeanor of theft is valued at $500 or less. A Class E felony of theft more than $500 less. Okay, so these are that's a discrepancy. We need an official site like a .gov or something, because it just said 1,000 or above is a felony. And now that's saying 500 to 1,000. Right here is another one that said theft rolled over 1,000 is a felony. Theft becomes a Class D felony when the stolen goods or services are worth between 1,000 and 10,000. This is probably a more reliable site here. A Class E felony. So this is Tennessee code. They have Class E in Tennessee? Wow, they have A, B, C, D, and E in Tennessee. Here in Indiana, there's only A, B, C, and D. So they have 5 classes of felonies in Tennessee, and it's a class E felony if the value of property or services obtained is more than $1,000 but less than $2,500. So yeah, he did get charged with a felony. But I'm curious, though, like I said, about the other thing, if it could be a higher charge because of his position. Because that's just like a lot of charges can be considered higher if you are in a position of trust. If the victim is if they're like, disabled, sometimes it just matters the crime. Tiffers oatmeal baths. She does oatmeal baths. Let's see. Looking at your comments. I'll be back. The fun police is here. Uh-oh. Who's the fun police? Cam and Allie will be back shortly. Yeah. I haven't got a text saying differently, so let me see here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. But you're right. Somebody, okay, so reap what you sow, is the one that mentioned the 4138 that is interesting. That comes back to Vicky. That is true. That does come, that house that we had up earlier on Beach Creek, the one with the red truck, that was, yeah, that is very true. It does come up back to her, but her address also comes up as a different address. So at first I was like, but yes. Here, let me show you guys this again, because this is important, I feel like. And I don't know if, here, let me, this address right here that we saw very early on when Summer went missing is basically really close to Ben Hill Road. I think if you keep going down here, let me see. I think it's I think it's the first road on the right. Let's see if we can find it. I think. I might be going the wrong way. Let's see. Is that Ben Hill? That's not Ben Hill. Oh, it won't let me. That's like a driveway or something. I might be going the totally wrong way. I'm going to go down there to that road, and then I'm going to turn around because, yeah, I think I'm going the wrong way. Let's go driving back this way. We're turning around. We're doing a U-E. Oh, I should use my Google Earth Studio. That Google Earth Studio is so cool. They should freaking totally what is it when you sponsor. How do I log in here? If I go to try, I think if I go there, continue. Okay. Here, let me show you guys. This is so cool. This is how I made my video on the day Summer went missing, which I should play again because I was really proud of that. But really, it was it does make you kind of dizzy, but you know, for a first time, it's good. Let's go to a blank project. Okay, so you go to 4138 right here. Okay. What road is that? Trying to see how close. Oops, wrong way. Go like this. There's Simpson Loop. So is it right down here? There's Ben Hill right here. Holy shit. There's freaking 110. Okay. So that's exactly where Fred was saying she lived. Wait, no, I thought he said go left down here. Well, she lives over here now. But she is tied to that. He said the first house, I think right here. Let's look at the mailbox because we're nosy like that. We're nosy neighbors like the mayor. On Google Earth, I could see the mailbox. Probably if I might be able to change the view. But right here was where 4151 was. Because it came up, it was exactly, which Fred was exactly right. He said the first house on the left, he said she used to live on the first house on the left when you turn on Beach Creek off Ben Hill. And I looked it up and he was exactly right because it was, the address came up on her background. And when you put in the address on Google Earth, regular Google Earth, you can see the mailbox and it says Dykes right on it. But the person that was mentioning, that is exactly why I had 4138 up the other day, because down here, I had noticed when looking into this Vicky Dykes that she also, that address of right over here was coming up. That 4151 right here. So that's weird. They used to be the first. So they have connections to this first house. That's weird. It's also this one, because this one's on the first house on the left when you turn right, and the other one's the first house on the left when you turn left. So that's very strange. Because there's Ben Hill right there. Very weird. Very interesting. At least to me. I mean, I'm kind of a dork like that. The weirdest things interest me. Let me see here. What are you confused about, Liplock? Okay, so I'll explain it one more time. Okay. The address. Okay. Very early on. Here, do I still have that picture? Here it is. Very early on in the case, people were looking, really looking into the whole red truck thing. And on Google Earth, somebody had found this. Because there's that red truck. People were talking about. This came up, and the blue van and the red truck. I can't tell if that's her or not, because they blur the faces. But people brought up this address, and what's very weird about this address is that it is a Vicky Dykes, who Fred Hill mentioned, that Candace, because I asked him who would know if Candace was pregnant around that time that he was saying that she was pregnant. He mentioned Vicky Dykes and a Bill Benton, which I guess Bill Benton was her boyfriend or husband or whatever at the time. And when I looked up her name and address, her house was just, okay, so this one's the first one on the left. So it's down this way is Ben Hill. Ben Hill should be right here on the right up here. When I looked up her address, it came back to that address I just had on the screen. Not the red truck one, but up here. Oh no, well, come on, go. Why? Come on, move faster. Move faster. Wait, I'm going the wrong way somehow. Somehow I got turned around. I'm driving all crazy. Well, because this is the wait. Where the hell is it? He told me the first house on the left after you turn on Beach Creek. Anyways, let me go back to that. Let me go to. So the first house, I'm all freaking turned around. First house on the left. Well, it would be this way. And it would be up here on the right. I was going the right way. Anyways, when I looked up her address, it came to that address that was I just had up on Google Earth Studio, which was the first house on the left when you turned right on Beach Creek off Ben Hill. Then I found that she was also then I found her address listed as the one that was just up on this screen. She has connections to, and which is weird because that's the house that everybody was, talking about the red truck. I don't know. I'm all lost. That's not Ben Hill. Is it? Anyways, let's go back to Google Earth Studio because I'm having a hard time maneuvering. Even if she would have been pregnant, what? Oh, it matters a big time, Dazed and Confused. It matters big time. Are you serious? It matters big time because it helps us determine what happened to Summer. It's where did the baby go? What do you mean? Why does it matter? Where is the baby? That's what matters. Now, if she just gave it up for adoption the right way at a hospital or something, that's completely different. But what some people, and I'm starting to think, especially after watching that reading, even though it's a psychic reading, I don't usually, I mean, but it seems so like it just lined up about the fact that there was a baby before Summer went missing. First of all, where's that baby? Secondly, what if somebody, maybe Summer, the reading that we were watching last night made it seem like there was a baby or another kid given up with Summer to somebody who could not have kids, who wanted a baby really desperately. That's what the reading said. And it just makes sense. Like, I mean, you'd have to watch it to know what I'm talking about. But the baby before Summer, a month or two before Summer went missing, is very, very, very important. And also, it would also, if they know that Summer is okay, that would also make sense with the lack of empathy. I mean, I don't think that there are very empathetic people as is, but you know, if she was already wanting to, because we've heard even Dawn say that they weren't wanting any kids and they ended up with 4. So if she wasn't even wanting Summer anyways, which is horrible to say, but we're having to think by the viewpoint of her, then it's very possible she wouldn't have very much, like, she wouldn't be very emotional about Summer being or going to a different home, especially if she knew that she was okay. But it would be extremely crazy to find out that that there's another baby. But this is there's Spin Hill right there, okay? And then we go, okay, so there, okay, I guess this wouldn't be really technically the first house, because that doesn't even look like, that's Dawn's property. Okay, right? Okay, so it would be the next one after that. Oh, shit. Come on. There's something on my screen that I won't come off. Why risk going to prison? Well, I don't know. Why does anybody risk going to prison? It's crazy. You know? Why is there... Okay, there. So the next one on the left would be... right here. What's that way? What is that? 4155? Or did I pass it? That's Fields Road. What's here? Oh, that's considered Fields Road. So once again, I went too far. But anyways, so I just got a text from Cam. He just wanted to. He just letting me know that he's on his way back from the store. So that, and just apologizing for being a little bit taken, which is totally fine. I understand. I figured it could easily take longer than I thought, or than 30 minutes. I'm trying to find that 4155, but anyways, I don't think that is that a road. What is? Let's see. What's here? That's Dykes Mill, Tennessee. It says Dykes. Also, it says Dykes Mill. I don't know. Mount Carmel. What's here? That's 3,500 to 3,698. Wonder if we can go back to 4155. Or wait, was it 4151 each? There's that house. Let's see, is it this one? So this one's it. 4151. Okay. Okay, it's coming up. That one's 4155, which is the one that has the red truck, which that we just had on Google Earth, which is right near Ben Hill Road. Look, it's right there. There's Ben Hill Road, or there's Dawn and Candace's right over here. And then that house is right here with the red truck in the blue van. And also, I'm wondering, yeah, so anyways, that Vicky Dykes is connected to both properties. Ah, I hate dropping shit on my toes, my big toe. Oh, is Scott here? I don't think Allie would have known, Rennie. Because Allie and them stopped being friends around October or September of last year, and she wouldn't have been showing. Allie might not have known.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. You can wait till you get home. I can tell you're driving. It's totally fine.
Okay. It's whatever. I mean, this gives me something to do.
You can mute till okay. I was gonna say you can mute till you get home or whatever. It's up to you. Yeah, I did want you to come back if you didn't mind, but I didn't care if you took longer. It's totally fine.
I got caught up talking to somebody, and I said,
I know.
Yeah.
How it goes. I just appreciate you coming back because I did want to talk to you about the Ricky Crawford, but some of it I wanted you wouldn't be able to look at the screen because you're driving, but
No, tell me. So, does it sound okay? Is the sound okay, or is it?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. What I wanted to mention. I'll tell you real quick about what I was about to say about that 2009-2010 drug raid. It's something that Fred mentioned that was really interesting, and something I think it was Scott that first brought it up. This 32 convicted in a federal drug trafficking probe. This here says a series of federal drug indictments and arrests in July 2012, but it had started, and it says the investigation began in 2009. So,
well, that Richard Chandler, that other cop that got in trouble out of Kingsport, he transferred from Hawkins County around 2009, 2010. That's when because he didn't get in trouble till 2011.
Wait, what did he get in trouble for again?
He was the cop that got federally charged. There was a sting involving him along with a bunch of others for our, he was on a message board and showing child pee for,
Oh wow.
bad pee. He even going as far as like they said to that he was brutally or violently having relations with infants.
Ew.
Yes.
And this is and he's still employed? Is that what you said?
No, he's locked up,
okay.
but
I was gonna say
he got 20 to 30 years, but he's scheduled to get out 2032, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a whole thing in the Times News, Kingsport Times thing about him, and they just updated it in 2020. But I mean, it was a big deal. And these people, like, it went as far as to say that these people that he was involved with and him himself said that there should not be criminal, like they shouldn't get in trouble for what they do. They felt like they were strongly.
My God, no, there should not be any type of what's the word when like when somebody like like they do that for presidents and stuff, like they don't get in trouble. I can't even think what the word is, where they get some type of special treatment and don't get indicted on, which is totally bullshit. I think
What are you talking about? Like when they plea bargain out, or
no, when they get out of certain crimes because they were in office at the time, or because it's kind of like a
no process.
It's like a pardon. No, it's not.
Pardon. I got what you're saying.
It's not called pardon. I think it's immunity. Immunity might be the word I'm thinking of, but I was thinking that might not even be the right word, but immunity. That's what I'm talking about, is that they get some type of immunity. Amnesty. I think it's amnesty.
Right.
Meaning, like, which is bullshit. Like, I guess certain crimes that people, it came up when Trump was in office, and certain crimes, and I guess because he was in
despite
office,
how people feel about Trump and all that, that's nothing to do. But Trump was fighting against. Yeah, he was actually going to be fighting against a lot of this, because he found that there was these people that did these things against minors that were holding high.
It's crazy. It happens. It's really,
into the highest parts of government and into, I mean, just sickening. And he was going to go after those people. And I felt like that you could actually see a change, because I felt like that's why they were wanting him out a lot, because they didn't know how to deal with that. Like, he was speaking out against them. And
Gypsy, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm asking at all. That's why I asked, because I like to learn. And that's how you learn, is learning off others. And, but I'm sure you know everything, right? But no, I don't. Oh, somebody was saying, do you even know what you're talking about? No, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm asking what it was.
But there's clemency, there's immunity, there's all sorts of things that.
But
like that. These people sometimes don't even get their case. Like these cops and stuff. A lot of the times, that was what we showed on our last live we did. That there's the reason there's no data to go on how many of these like cops and people like that get in trouble, because they don't share that data for a database to talk about the actual statistics. And sometimes these people's cases go, they get tried, and they're in a private, like a secret court, where people don't ever hear about them. I'm trying to think the name of it, but that's what the problem is here. And I don't know.
Is it qualified immunity? Somebody's saying it's qualified immunity is what cops have, but I don't know. We're not getting into politics, guys. This has nothing to do with politics at all.
That had nothing to do. I was just speaking of fact.
No, I knew that people were going to say that when I said Trump. No, it has nothing to do with politics. This is just, like what he's talking about, immunity that certain people in certain positions have, which is total bullshit. Like, I think when judges or officers or even the president of the United States, I don't care who you are, you have to, you do the crime, you do the time. That's how it is. That's total bullshit. And I don't even understand why any of that would ever be, there's probably certain immunity that maybe like the president would have to have, or, I mean, I don't know, maybe certain crimes that you commit, like when you're undercover as a cop, buying drugs or whatever. I mean, that makes sense. But as far as if you are out there committing, SA or whatever, there is no like,
Yeah, these people are going into offices, not just law enforcement, it's pastors, preachers, all that. They go into these offices because they can hide there. There was not even a couple months ago in my area, a pastor that had gotten charged and it went back. He had been doing things against children almost 45 years until it finally came to light. How come nobody spoke about that? Like, kids were scared to speak. They go into these offices because they know that, one, people won't believe when the rumors come out against them. They can easily dismiss them and say, yeah, that's not true. And most of the time it gets swept under the rug. Has nothing yet. I saw the chat just now because I'm parked right here and I seen that it has nothing to do with politics. I'm just saying when he was in office, that's when these things were brought up as being something they were fighting against. Now, I don't care who's in office. I don't care what side, whatever politics. I just wish somebody would come into office that would buckle down on this, and regardless of who likes it or not. It goes into the Department of Justice, FBI, even people that sit on the Senate and stuff. They had ties to even the Jeffrey Epstein thing. There was people of high power that's the reason that he was taken out the way he was, I believe.
Yeah.
That's not, he had information on people that was very detrimental.
Yeah.
And it's scary, man. It's a big problem.
Yeah, it is a problem. And it has nothing to do with at all with it does in a way have to do with politics, but that's not what we're talking about. We're not getting, we're not talking about actually, well, I'm not even going to get into my preferences politically. So, but we were just, we're just.
What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was just about to say. The exact time. What is true? It's just the truth. If it's, and it has nothing to do with preferences and politically or anything like that right now. But it happens in all. Oh, Caitlin, what are you spraying? Oh my gosh, she sprayed too much of whatever that is. She always does that. It's like a strong perfume. It stinks. Ugh.
I'm gonna mute real quick. I'm gonna run in here. I had to stop one place, and I'll be right back.
Okay. I know, Evil Twin. I know some of the most intelligent people didn't graduate. Actually, wasn't it? Einstein, Albert Einstein, he didn't make it past 8th grade. Wasn't it him that only had an 8th grade education? Education is something that's just mandated by our government now. A lot of times, people who are highly intelligent, like school, will bore them. Everybody's intelligent, and not everybody, but everybody has their, gifts. And some people, and as far as intelligence, there's just certain things everybody is more intelligent on. You're more gifted on, more about, you could speak on, more than somebody else could. And it doesn't really have anything to do with your education level, usually. I've always been a math person, so I don't know anything when it comes to politics. I definitely am not one that knows much about it, and it doesn't interest me. That's, it doesn't interest me really. I don't really care. I mean, I do care, but I don't, you know what I mean? Was he a PhD? Who was it that was only had an 8th grade education? Hold on. I know it was one. You sure he had a PhD? Oh, you're right. He did have he went to high school and graduated in 1896. Okay, so who was it that was who? Let's see here. So it wasn't Einstein. Okay. Is with no somebody. Let's see. Oh, maybe it was Thomas Edison, who I'm thinking. No, or Benjamin Franklin. It says Albert Einstein. It does say Albert Einstein. But I also see where it shows he graduated. Hold on, let me see. Although he was named Time Magazine Man of the Century, Albert Einstein was not an Einstein in school. The Nobel Prize-winning physicist, famous for his theory of relativity and contributions to quantum theory and statistical mechanics, dropped out of high school at age 15. Decided to continue his education a year later. Einstein took the entrance exam to the prestigious Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, but failed. He returned to high school, got his diploma, and then passed the university's entrance exam on his second attempt. Holy moly. Wow. Okay, so we're both kind of right. He did drop out, but he went back. Wow.
Okay, I'm back.
So, but Bill Gates, maybe Bill Gates was, okay, it says Bill Gates is a co-founder of the software giant Microsoft and has been ranked the richest person in the world for a number of years. Gates dropped out of Harvard in his junior year after reading an article about the Altair microcomputer. Well, that's dropping out of freaking Harvard. If he made it in Harvard, he's already a freaking genius, so that doesn't count. I'm talking
Bill
about
Gates. You don't want to get into stuff.
Huh?
I said you gotta be careful with Bill Gates. There's a lot of conspiracy on that man.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm talking about people who have like really intelligent people who have, didn't make it past like 8th grade or dropped out of high school and stuff. Because somebody had mentioned something about,
Bill Gates is also on the spectrum. He's autistic. And there's
people are freaking highly intelligent, especially with computers and math.
Yeah.
Yeah, like freaking crazy. And also another weird thing that I had mentioned, have you noticed, which is also, it seems to be I don't want to say for sure. I think it is though statistically proven. I think. I don't know if I should say that without.
Well, no, I mean autistic people are very intelligent, and that is that what you're getting at?
No, I was gonna say people with very high IQs, like there's a lot of like people who are considered genius who have done really what's the word, are criminals, like they it seemed like some of like the serial killers and stuff like that were actually geniuses. Yeah. And they get away with it because of their intelligence.
Ted Bundy.
Huh?
Well, some people want to say Ted Bundy wasn't that intelligent.
Yeah,
Ted
Bundy was a genius. I think.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah.
There's different kinds of intelligence too. People don't.
Right. That's what I was just saying.
Right. Just because you're not strong in one field doesn't mean that you're not highly intelligent in another field. Like you could be terrible at math, but yet, I guess the point I'm trying to get at, there's people that have book smarts, and then there's people that have street smarts. There's some people that are very intelligent as far as academics that have no real world common sense. Okay?
Yeah.
And then there's some people that are vice versa, that are so intelligent with, like, even to the fact of being able to manipulate people and get what they want, and they know how they see things in a different
Yeah. They use your
perspective.
intelligence for bad, you know,
Yes.
instead. I've known, yeah, I mentioned that before. I had back in my partying days, yeah, one of my it's bad. He was one of my really good friends at the time, but, you know, he wasn't really the greatest person. He was a part of Mensa, and he highly intelligent when it came to computers. But he also was an addict, but I learned soon after that guy is really screwed up. Like, oh my God. I think he said I found out that he was not narcissist. What's that one? Sociopath, which is
Yeah.
that's like one of the worst. Like, a lot of sociopaths are like super intelligent.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
this is one thing they teach you, and I don't know if people are familiar. And I want you to get into the Ricky Crawford stuff, but this is the last thing I'll say. So, in a lot of these classes that you get put into, even with substance abuse classes that the court system will ask you to go into, they teach you, one of the main things they teach you is that when you are born, people's first thing that they learn as an infant is how to manipulate people, their parents. So when a child cries, when a child cries, they know that when they cry and they keep crying, that they will get what they want.
Yep.
They will get, yeah. So
I've researched into this too. That's funny. I've watched. I saw the same exact thing. I watched something on it. Actually, sounds like we watched the same thing.
Well, I went through these classes where they taught that, and that's like what they drill in your head.
Yeah, psychology type thing.
The
reason why I haven't gone into Ricky Crawford, guys, is because he was driving, and that's it's like kind of a more serious talk. I was going to talk.
I'm pulling in my driveway right now.
I was going to mention to him what I was going to say about Kenneth. I do have Ricky Crawford wrote down, and we definitely are going to get there as soon as he gets settled. But Kenneth Lawson, okay, the reason why I brought him up, it was part of this. I think it was Scott that mentioned something about, wondering if this drug bust back in 2009 or 2010 had anything to do with Jody Sue, because Jody Sue also got arrested, which she had around that time too. If you look at her charge, she went to prison around that time for something to do with drugs. Okay, her charge was something about, I don't know, it was drug related. There was she had several charges, but somehow, conveniently, many of them were dropped. Because if you look at her original charges, some of them were really bad. And from what I hear, also Andy, but I haven't been able to find his, I don't think, from around that time, or maybe I have. I don't know. Anyways, the point is, somebody brought up something about possible snitching. Okay, now this is kind of dangerous territory when you get into this, talking about this stuff, but it was something very, very, it's hard to not talk about, because I had asked Fred and his wife at several occasions about if Jody Sue, had done that or had whatever. And
I got something to add to that.
Yeah, they mentioned the name Kenneth Lawson.
Well,
and I looked back at the article and look. Sorry, this is Kenneth Lawson was right here on this list. So yeah, go ahead.
No, first thing Jody Sue said to us, and the first time she ever messaged us on Messenger was, everybody wants to say I'm a confidential informant, but I'm not. That's the first time I'd heard about it, was from her. And nobody was saying that at that time. And
well, he's about to get out of prison here in 3 months. So she, according to Fred, he said that and I looked this guy up. Oh my God, he is a scary dude. Wow. He has 65 charges came up on his on this background site that I pulled him up. That's definitely the highest I've ever had come up. But the thing is too, on those free background sites, like, or it's not free, it's on those paid background sites. Like when I search my name, it comes up like they repeat charges like 2 or 3 times on each one. So you have to pay attention to see if it's one is, you know what I mean? So it's, I mean, 60, this guy should be in prison the rest of his life. I can't even believe he's getting out. But yeah, Fred's like, man, he's getting, if he's getting out soon, like he said, he goes, Kenny or Kenneth, I don't know if you call him Kenny. He said that he's not one that you want to mess around with like that. He will do something like.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of people. You put somebody away for years of their life, and it just depending on how they deal with their time. If you put somebody away for years of their life and you're doing the same thing they're doing, they're going to sit and they dwell on that for years. They dwell on what that person did to them, especially if it gets into like somebody, say they were really good friends and somebody, snitches on a friend to get out of something that they were doing just as bad. And that the person, he doesn't get to tell his side in court. He gets to face charges, and he goes, say Jody Sue, just for example, say Jody Sue and one of them were very good friends. Jody Sue gets hemmed up in something and then snitches on one of her best friends. Well, that best friend goes to prison for years and years. He sits and dwells on that. A lot of this happens all the time. People, that's all they care about. They're like, half of my life was taken away. So when they get out, they're getting out to get their revenge. They don't care if they go back because their life's already been taken away from them.
Yeah, this guy is definitely not. Oh, I would be. He's getting out. Somebody asked when he gets out. He gets out in just almost exactly 3 months. September 22nd. He's been in there. Yeah. I'm
sure that. I don't think it's just Jody Sue wasn't the only one that was a CI.
Yeah, they said him and her and Andy, but I don't know. And
yeah,
I don't know. Why did you? Who else did you hear? Fred was or something?
No, that's all I heard was Andy and her. But
no, I didn't hear Fred was, but I do know he's. I know that he's been really, helpful with the Summer Wells case, but.
I'm home, so you can go.
To me, it's different when it comes to a missing child. Like,
yes,
and I told him that, because I could tell, like, he acted like he felt kind of bad. And I'm just like, dude, when it comes to a missing child, I just let him know, like, that's way different. That's not snitching. That's a whole different thing. That's
way different than just your that person selling drugs, and that's a child.
Yeah.
That's a whole different ball game, and that's a whole different set of. That's not considered snitching. That's considered doing the right freaking thing. But yeah, I'm home now. I'm home, so you can go over with whatever.
Okay, so
you want.
Ricky Crawford, something that he mentioned. I don't think if I played it yet, or no, I did play it. It was in the first audio of. I wish I knew the timestamp because we would listen to it. I would pull it up and so you could listen to it and what he says, which it gave me goosebumps because it was really creepy. But I don't know. I really don't feel like that's what happened, but now, but he's saying supposedly Dawn had worked with this Ricky Crawford at one point in their lives, and I don't know, like it, I guess I don't know if they were hanging out or how this happened, how Don ended up over there, but come to find out he's Marlena's father. So it makes sense why, hearing that Marlena was hanging out over at Candace's, pretty much they said living there for like a month. I don't know. That's what Fred or it seemed like they were or something, but I do know that they were there, right? Marlena was definitely there because we saw
there's pictures.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
not
so-
of her, but there's pictures of
Right, right.
of the little
Daughter.
girl. Yeah.
I thought it was just, I didn't know it was Marlena though. I thought it was her ex or her husband or her ex-husband and her daughter's dad. I thought, I didn't know the, mom was there when I first heard the story, and I didn't realize at the time it was Marlena, but yeah, I guess that's who it was. And
I thought it was weird how long it took for that information about Marlena to get out there that she was
Right.
even there.
Right. Exactly. When Fred mentioned her name, I had never heard of her before. That was in January.
I had heard of her before that, but it took
I
a
didn't
while.
hear her name. I didn't know her name. I did hear about the swimming incident and stuff. I remember hearing that early on, but I didn't know the person's
Yeah.
Anyway.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead if you have some to add.
No, I just because I've tried to reach out to her multiple times, and there's no, they're not. She doesn't get back to people. And the last thing she said was on her social media, on her Facebook, was that I will not talk about Summerwell's case. I have bigger and better things to worry about.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. And what was weird is I had just messaged her right before that. So I'm like, oh, is she talking about me? I think
Same here.
Yeah. Rainy Cat, I was that thought did cross my mind. It did cross my mind. Yesterday for the first time when you guys brought up Brianna Tester.
Oh, see, I did a whole thing on her. I got attacked.
Yeah.
I got attacked, and I wasn't even talking bad about Brianna. I said that I was trying to keep her case out there. I wanted to her to get justice, and actually commended her because she had taken a child out of a woman's custody and taken that child to a better family member, and she had gotten charged by. This is what she said. Now I couldn't find record of her being charged with it. Brianna.
I think they were dropped. It was dropped from what I hear.
Yeah, but I commended her on doing the right thing. I said no, and she was ready to take. She was like, "I'll take those charges. I'll go to jail because I know I did the right thing by moving that infant from that mother's care."
Yeah. So
yeah.
Somebody, let's see. Yeah, so somebody was asking, is it anyone think the young girl Fred saw was Brianna? And it came up. I thought about it because when we were talking about possibly this other baby that Candace had, and then talking about the fact that, or the theory or possibility that maybe Summer and the baby were given up at the same time together, or given to the same person. It wouldn't be together, I wouldn't think, because unless she hid a baby for like a month or two. But I started thinking about that time that Brianna, when I pulled up your video for a second and watched it, I was like, oh, that's who Brianna Tester is. It's, was one of Candace's friends at one time. And I started thinking how she took, that baby and got in trouble for that.
She was Brianna Tester. This is the thing, though. Now it could just because it's a small area. It could be whatever, but Brianna Tester was friends on her Facebook with a lot of people from Beach Creek. She was friends with Lexi Dykes, the Crawford. She was friends with Candace. She was friends with the Brits. I think I said that already, but the Brits she was friends with them. I did a whole thing on that, and I'm just saying, look, yes, it might be a small area, but I wasn't friends on Facebook with Candace before this. I wasn't friends with, Lexi Dyke. She was friends with her. I just questioned. I said, did you know these people did you become friends because a lot of people, when this case happened with Summer, a lot of people tried to friend request Candace and people in the area. So I didn't know if it was that. I just asked questions, and the family came out and said, how dare you speak? I said nothing bad about her. I just asked, if she knew these people or whatnot. It wasn't anything like that. But, yeah. Anyway. So
I'm glad that Heels in the Air, type this out, because I didn't really want to say. It's hard for me to even say, what Fred had said that Dawn had told Ricky, but it's exactly what is here on the screen. If you can see it, Don sacrificed Summer to wash away his sins, and then they sold her organs for extra money. I hope that's not true, but that's supposedly what Ricky told Fred.
Allie, if you're listening, go ahead and sign in from the computer inside so I can sign off from here. Please. She's sending me text and it took to the Bluetooth of the car, and I don't want it to mess up.
Yeah, you can always come back if that happens, though.
Yeah, I'm going to run inside. I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah, that's what Fred had said that Ricky Crawford had mentioned or supposedly claimed, but he's passed away now, which he passed away in March. But oh yeah, I've watched some of the Breonna Tester videos for sure. I watched them yesterday after you mentioned them, or the one, but I've watched them before. I just didn't recognize the name at the time when you were mentioning her. It didn't ring a bell at the time because I haven't looked too much into her. There was a YouTube family that tried to rehome their kid. It came up there on Facebook groups to do adoptions and hand over your child you don't want to other Huh? Brandy F shows to be a resident of North Carolina. Is she a friend of Candace? Yeah, I'm just not Wait, what? It's that family? The one that adopted the boy from Wait, what are you guys I didn't know that that's who they were talking who Karma was talking about. There's YouTube. It came up. Huh? I'm confused. The last sentence or the last few words of your post doesn't make sense, but I didn't know that's who you're saying that they were in a Facebook group trying to give up their kid? Oh, you said there are Facebook groups that do adoptions and hand over your child you don't want to other families. Oh. She picked a cute kid to exploit him on YouTube and then gave him away because he was too much work. Yep. I saw that story. She got a lot of freaking backlash on that. As she should, though. As soon as Cam gets back, I have to go. I need to, or maybe I'll do that right now while he's away too. 1 second. Just 1 minute. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Oh, look, Kim got here at the exact same time.
Well,
No, I went to go grab something to eat because I haven't ate all day and I'm feeling kind of lightheaded. And I go out there and everything. What I was wanting was all gone. I'm like, dang it, are you serious?
Oh, that happens at our house all the time.
Yes, I did leave you guys. Well, I don't know if I left you guys hanging. I mean, I mentioned didn't Cam have something to add about the Ricky Crawford guy or the Rick Crawford situation?
What now?
He's coming. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Or I don't even know.
What now? What would you ask?
Didn't you have something to add about the Rick Crawford thing? Ricky Crawford?
All I had to add was talking about how Marlena and let's see. No, I didn't have anything to add. I wanted to hear what you had.
Oh, okay. Did you hear what I said?
No.
Oh man. I hate repeat. I had it up on the screen. Somebody else typed out. I hate saying it because it's so like bad. So Fred said that Ricky Crawford told him that Dawn told him or told Ricky. I don't know how it would have even came up, or that supposedly Dawn was feeling really remorseful and regretful, supposedly, and mentioned to Ricky that he had given it was like a religious type thing, something about sacrifice, and that it was
Oh, yeah, I heard that just a minute ago.
Yeah, that it was supposed to get it was supposed to be like something that would wash away all his sins, and or something about bring him like a lot of luck, or I don't even know, but I guess he was all regretful, and I don't know. I don't know if I believe that though.
Ziggy said it perfect. She said, "Sure, I'm regretful of something, so I'm gonna do something else way worse."
I know. I did believe something like that early on, like not sacrifice, but but now I'm more, I don't know. I did have the whole theory. I was so sure of my theory about like like she got into something and it was an overdose that they're having to cover up or something. I was so sure about that because I just felt like possibly it was something that they got off of Jody Sue, and that's why Jody Sue is all like suspect and nervous because she's the one that, that was just my theory. I was like set on it. It came up I think the last time you were on my panel actually.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, wow, I just feel like that's what happened. But now I do feel like there's Candace just gave her away. And the whole other baby thing, I don't know. I saw somebody mention Donna Serafina. I haven't watched hers. Like, I don't know. The stuff that Donna Serafina, I did believe, I did see, but now I don't really so much.
Put that comment from Little Dove up there real quick.
Little Dove.
Okay. So this will answer this question for you. We have that you were on the right one. Yeah. Okay. So we've never turned against anybody. We have never took sides on anybody, and we've never said anybody was 100% innocent.
We clearly stated that from the beginning.
Now, do we agree with everything the Wells have done? Absolutely not. Do we feel like some things that we asked the Wells, and Don especially, that he was being truthful? I have to say yes. Some of the things I've asked him, I felt like he was being very truthful about to me. Does that mean that I 100% flowed their way? No, and I've not turned on anybody. I've never once said that they were guilty or this person's guilty or anybody's guilty, because that's not my place to say that. There's no evidence that points at anybody at this point in time. That's the reason we're in the place we are in right now.
I've heard you guys say this like a million times.
Right, and that's why it's so hard that people.
I know. I repeat the same type of stuff all. People, it's hard to understand until you are in your position. I used to give
Right.
Cher a really hard time about talking to Dawn, and it just seemed like she was trying to, I don't know, help him like hide certain things or be, I don't know.
Well, there was things that they didn't like. Even with Cher, I heard that I think Scotty Skulls actually went on there and made them clear up something that was put out that was very, very confusing to people. Don Wells was talking about a red truck that wrecked at the hill. This was in August that happened, and they never, the way the question was asked, and I don't think, I'm not blaming Cher or any of them for this. I just think the way the question was asked, it was very confusing to people, because there's still people out there that think that Don was talking about the red truck that the TBI are looking for. No, he left for work one morning and he went down the bottom of this hill, and Hawkins County was out there. There was a red truck that had wrecked, and a four-wheeler had fell out of the back of that truck. There was a crazy woman in the passenger seat of the truck that looked all under the influence from Dawn's recollection. Those are the things that like, now those things should have been cleared up way early on.
Well, to give Cher credit, she tried to clear that up early on.
Did she?
She did. Didn't
Okay.
She talked about it later. Like
Well, they actually finally did a video just when Scotty Skulls was on there.
But I'm pretty sure that she tried to, not long after that happened, she tried to clear it up.
I mean, I go back and forth on how I feel about, like, at first I was really like suspicious about her friendship with Dawn or whatever it was. And then when I became a creator and I saw, like, well, if you want to get information or if you want to talk to somebody, you have to be, treat them with respect, just like what you were saying.
Yeah.
But then I we'll hear like, oh, she, gave him a book about Trent, or something like that, or gave him information about Carly Trent case, and like, which is odd.
Say that again.
Huh?
Say what you just said again.
Something about Carly Trent.
Well,
like she gave him something on, like, a book or something to help him out with his case. I don't know. It just seems kind of
there
weird.
was something crazy too about, like, we were up at the Wells house, and this was in November. Yeah, November, and we brought up Carly Trent case, sitting there talking, and Candace says, "Dawn, isn't that the little girl you went and looked for?" And I said, "What?" And they said,
wow.
yeah, Dawn was.
I remember you saying something like that, I think.
And I was like, "Excuse who?" I said, "Dawn went and looked for who?" She said, "Yeah, Dawn, didn't he go out? Did he have a motorcycle?" They said, "What was something about him being out on a motorcycle?"
That's crazy, because when I brought up her, he first tried to act like he didn't know who she was. Carly Trent. Like,
yeah.
He's like, but then later on, I heard he said and mentioned something like how people were trying to call, compare Candace to that mother or something.
Well,
right? Wasn't the mother? I don't know much about that or the
Carly Trent case.
Yeah, it's her.
You need to look into it. Like there's a lot that
I do know about the Lawson ties, right?
See, I've tried to. Now, Donnie Lawson was the guy's name who found Carly Trent, was one of the guys.
Mm-hmm.
There was rumor that was Ronnie Lawson's brother. Now, I've tried to tie those together, and I've never been able to find. I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm just saying that I couldn't find anything that linked those two people together. But
what was his name again?
Donnie Lawson.
Donnie, okay.
So I tried to tie those things together. It was actually on Donnie Lawson's property that she was found, I believe. There was him, and see, this is where it gets weird too. There's
I know,
different papers where they say that different people were the ones who did different things when they found her. There's one paper will say that this pastor found her, and then the other one will say Donnie found her, and then it's strange.
Yeah.
What Anonymous said, well, I'm pretty sure that Dawn was talking about Evelyn Boswell's mother, Megan. People comparing Candace to Megan Boswell.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so it's okay. That's the Boswell case. Okay, see, yeah, I got confused. Okay.
There's so much weirdness with that too. Like, Sherfy Jr. lives on Muddy Creek Road, and then Sherfy Sr. stays right there around the corner from Summer, two of the biggest cases that, high profile cases. And then Megan Boswell and Sherfy Jr. have the same court date. Sherfy Sr. says, those two cases are going to get continued. Like, I can understand you speaking on your son's case, but how can you speak on Megan's? And by God, it did not get continued. It did. They were going the same docket time, same judge, everything. He spoke on it before it happened, and it happened that way. And
wow.
Yeah, just so much weird stuff.
Yeah, that's like how Fred said there's so much, and kind of like what we were saying earlier, so much like corruption in Hawkins County, or it seems to be. I mean, according to Fred, there is, and
Evelyn's case would be in Sullivan County, which
and Sullivan, really.
Yeah, Sullivan and Hawkins, which pretty much, I mean, to be honest with you, the Wells house is pretty much is Sullivan County.
Close to Sullivan
it's
County.
real close.
To answer Terry M, no, we never seen any secret room or fake walls in the basement of the Wells house.
Now, there was a shed that has a cellar.
Yes.
That you can't really, that you wouldn't know is there unless somebody shows you that's there. And that's the shed up there with the gray siding on it. But yeah, that's both was Sullivan.
Yeah, it's like Sullivan County is only like what, half mile away from Dawn. It's in Candace's house.
Here, I'll show you right here. I'll share
definitely
it
within a mile.
Here you go. Share this real quick.
Okay.
I'll show you.
Okay.
Here's the Wells property. Right there. Here's Beef Creek. Here is this is like the Sullivan County line, somewhere around here.
Yep.
So you're right in between.
Yep.
So that's how far it is. I mean, it's so close.
Yeah.
That's why
you always pass the sign. Like I always pass the sign, like entering Sullivan County.
Yeah, and see, that's why it takes the police so long to get out here to the Wells property. It takes them 45 minutes if they're not like rushing to get out to that property, because it is so far from Rogersville.
Yep, it is. I'm glad that I talked to Jennifer before I went down there. Otherwise, I would have. It's. You think that their house is really not technically Rogersville. According to what Jennifer said, it's like 20 or 30 minutes away.
Yeah. It's why they had such a problem. That's where you have all these jurisdictions butting heads.
Yeah, and also like all the curvy roads out there is horrible. Like you have to, the roads are so curvy. Oh, I hate it. Makes me.
Oh, Chasing Truth was out there driving. She said, "Oh my gosh!" She said, "These curves, they're up on top of you before you know it." And easily, if you're not paying attention,
or you're not used to driving roads like that, then it can be scary.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That day, she told Allie that she searched for 20 minutes down in the basement for cellar. I didn't think it was that big down there. What can't I say? When she was looking for Summer that day, she told Allie that she searched for 20 minutes down in the basement. Now, did she say that? Did she say she searched her basement for 20 minutes? You don't remember?
I don't remember that.
I don't remember either.
I know that she said she went down there and then she went down. So this is the question we brought up too. Why would, and this goes back to the map. When they said she went down the road to look for Summer. If she would have came off Ben Hill Road, this is strange too. She made a left instead of going up towards Solomon's Temple. She made a left and went down to Mount Carmel Baptist Church.
That's right by Vicky Dykes. That's right across the street from Vicky Dykes.
She went
That,
right.
that Fred
here.
mentioned.
Yeah, and that's right across from Fields Road, right there. And
Wow.
so, yeah. Why go that way? And that's because that was the thing, because we found out that Jody Sue went to the Wells property on the 14th. That claims, and that's what was told her. Now go ahead and explain that. That was your thing.
So basically, she claims that she's told two different stories as far as when she saw Summer in the shower with Dawn. At first, she said it was 2 days before Summer went missing, so that would have been the 13th. Then she claims that it was the 14th, the day before Summer went missing. So if she was there on the 14th, this is the same day that all that happened, the altercation with Jackie Dobbs. And Jody Sue says in one of her first videos right after Summer went missing, she kind of changes her story a couple of times in the middle of telling this. She starts talking about how they went down to Fields Road. And at first she says that they went down there looking for Summer, like searching for Summer. Then she stops and she says, oh no, that was the night before. We went down there looking for Dobbs to see if he had parked down there, because that's the weird vibes that he had gave to me.
Yeah. So basically saying that. Now let me show you this. I'll put this in a
Fields
visual.
Road, that's also where
That's where
Fred
That's
said
where-
that
Polly owns property there.
oh really? Because that's where also Haskell
Yeah.
hangs out.
So Jody
Parks
Sue,
his truck and sleeps.
let me put this in a visual perspective for y'all. So Jody Sue's property's here. Okay. Right there. That's where she was staying at the time. It's not her property. It's Polly's
property that they were living on.
They have
Jackie.
property on Fields Road too.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting. This is what I'm getting at. So Jackie Dobbs' property he bought was right here, right beside of Polly's, or where Jody Sue was saying. She says when they run him off on the 14th, when they ran Jackie Dobbs on the police, or when he left, that she had a bad vibe. So she had to go all the way down here to Fields Road and check this property, which this is where the picture was taken of the third search. I don't want to put too much on people, but this area right here is where that picture was taken.
And that's where Fred said that they're focusing on Fields Road.
Yeah.
He said that law enforcement is really something up with Fields Road. So you're right.
Law enforcement are heading in diagonal in that picture. This is Polly's property.
Right right in the direction that they were heading in that picture.
This is
that TBI posted of that third search that they did of Fields Road.
This is Polly's property right here. So that if they're all like, that's another thing there. Why are they down here? But let me get back on track. So she goes and says that she has a feeling that Jody Sue says she needs to come down here on the 14th and check these properties to make sure Jackie Dobbs didn't come down here and park or stay. Why would he know or even think to go anywhere near these areas?
How would he know that your family owns property down there too?
Yeah.
Isn't that over by that church, that Fields Road? Isn't that right by?
That's Mount Carmel right there.
No, about the other church that Scott was talking about.
No.
Where's that at?
Are you talking about the church the House of Prayer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is where we kind of brought this to Scott's attention. I want to talk about this.
He was talking to you guys about it.
Yeah, I want to clear that up too, because we haven't got to speak on that. And so this is where we brought it to maybe their attention that he said Frank Light said he might have been clearing brush behind the church. This is the
Oh,
house
pretty
of
much.
prayer right here.
That's crazy because Don mentioned something to me about, I mean, there was something really weird.
That's
And of
Light
course, it's
Hollow
one of the
Road.
recordings that didn't record, but he was over there. He mentioned something about Light Cemetery, or not, he didn't say Light Cemetery, but he was saying, yeah, he was over by there, said he saw a red truck and started following him to some old building at the cemetery. And I asked him what roads it was, and he said, I don't remember, but I was talking to somebody and that is very familiar with the area, and they said that I was talking about Light Cemetery.
I'm gonna talk about this first time we brought this up, and I'm gonna talk about this.
Should we finish what we were saying about Fields Road though, and Candace leaving on the day someone went missing?
Yeah.
Before we get into that,
Yeah.
basically, what we were thinking the other day, what I was thinking, and we did a live about this, but if Jody Sue was up there on June 14th, the day that Jackie Dobbs left, and they went down there to search to see if he was sitting there on Fields Road, and she talks about how Jackie Dobbs gave her this awful feeling. What if the reason that Candace went in that direction towards Fields Road and towards Mount Carmel is because of what Jody Sue said the night before about this creepy guy being there?
Yes.
And we ran him off, and
That might have been where her ideas came from
Right,
to
she
even
might
go
have been-
look that direction.
she might have been thinking, well, there was this weird guy, and Jody Sue said they were going to go check down there, so maybe I should go check down there and see.
Because it's weird that that Jody Sue and Andy made it a point to go out of their way to pull up to the Wells house on the 14th of June and tell them about all this. Right? So she doesn't have she's not close to Candace and them, as she says. She doesn't know them. But yet she's going to go up to their house on the 14th of June, the day before Summer goes missing, and tell them about Jackie Dobbs and all that. So why? Okay.
Yeah.
That's we found that to be kind of a very big deal.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you
she
think?
knows something. I
feel that too. I can say this in my own opinion. Let me make sure we put that in our opinion. Yeah, in both mine and my wife and Ziggy's opinion, we feel that there's something that has to be known there to be doing. That's just too much going out of the way.
Yeah.
To go do, it's too much, and that's just one of the reasons that we all feel this way, because there's total, hundreds of things she's said that are like very eyebrow raising. Anyway, so okay, this is the first time we've talked about this. So it was said that when Frank lied his alibi, that he was clearing fence row out near a church. Okay, that was his alibi of the day. This is the reason we know about this area. This is Light Hollow Road. This is on the Sullivan County side.
Here's Light Cemetery right across. Sorry, because that's the road that Dawn was mentioning.
So we were able to point when Nita Diver came and got involved with helping. They searched this pond here. They searched ponds back in here that you cannot see from Google. You can see that you can't see anything back in here. That there's ponds back there.
Right.
We got them turned on to that area to get them to go back there and search those and clear those. This right here is the House of Prayer. It's a tiny little church back here. When Nita Diver went out here,
that's where Rick Crawford also where his services were held. Was on his we were just reading his obituary where you were gone.
That's where it was it the House of Prayer?
And and it mentioned also how, let's see, do I still have it up? I'll bring it up here. Yeah, it mentioned also who officiated it was those two people, that Clifford Cole and the other one. What was it, Raymond, or I don't know who the other. Yeah. And so when I saw House of Prayer, I'm like, oh my God, that's what Scott was talking to me about in that area. And Clifford Cole, I swear, I need to go through my old videos, and I need to separate them into little
The
Flip.
reason we asked
Interview with him.
though, if this is the church that maybe was part of his alibi, is because when Nita Diver went out there, guess who's back here at this house right here?
He said, he said Frank Light.
Frank Light was back here, and he starts cussing. They said he was highly intoxicated and started cussing the divers and telling them to get the hell out of there, and that they, just trying to run them off and scare them. Well, they didn't know that one of the guys from Nita Divers, former law enforcement, he said, I'm not scared of him. And he went ahead and did his, they went back here and did what they had to do and cleared that pond.
But the guy from Nita Diver called us that night, and he said, you will never guess who was out there at that house.
Oh my God.
And we were like, oh my gosh, because we didn't know that he would be out there for any reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when Scott was talking about this, I immediately got goosebumps because I remembered early, it would have been November. Don was telling me something about how of course the call was not, it was when I was still trying to find an app that would record calls, and sometimes they wouldn't, sometimes it wouldn't work. And of course it didn't work at that time. It was one of the most important calls that would have been, I've had, because he mentioned about how he was out by a cemetery. He was out by a cemetery. He saw a red truck and he started following it, because I guess supposedly the whole red truck thing. And then he followed it back to, he said a cemetery with the old building or something. And so it's right over there where you were just at. So I'm wondering if is the House of Prayer have a cemetery, or does it have a cemetery?
No, this is there. You would never know that's a church there. And
There's no cemetery there at all.
No, what I got distance wise here, that's Ben Hill over here. If you see that line, this is the end of Light Hollow. That's the House of Prayer right there in that little white building. But this is that where I have that blue marker is where one of some are sent, where the dog's alerted and laid down on Ben Hill. That's that through those woods right there. That's 2,199 feet. That's how close Light Hollow Road is to Ben Hill.
Wow. And then, okay, so let me put in that address again. Okay, so I'm also looking on a map here, right around. Okay, so I see that. Okay. Now when you go on Light Hollow and you go out to, okay, hold on. No, there. I'm trying to find where that Light Cemetery on this Light Cemetery Road is on my little map I have up here. Okay, there it is. I guess at the end of Light Cemetery Road, is there a cemetery?
You want me to show it? Yeah.
Because I can't see the cemetery. I'm looking on a map.
So you go up here.
That's where he was talking
here's
about.
Your cemetery right here.
Yeah.
That's the cemetery on Light Cemetery.
Oh. How come I can't see it on my map?
There's a dump close to that too. There, if y'all heard,
that's where I had a really freaking weird call with Dawn one time. He actually called me, which was the strangest thing, because he didn't call me unless it was at night when he was drunk and I was live, that's when he would call. He never called me to just bullshit, you know what I mean? And that day he called me randomly during the day at I don't know, 11 a.m. or something. It was just weird. Just to tell me about a red truck he just passed, which I was never there was so many other people it was just weird that he called me of everybody. Then I thought, well, is he just screwing with me because he does that?
I think a lot of people don't understand Don's sense of humor, and it's got him in so much crap on this. He will say something sarcastically, and people took it as truth. There were some things I heard him say that I was like, he's straight messing with these people, and they were like, people were thinking he was 100 about it, and I would sit back and watch, and I was like, oh my gosh. One thing was like, what was it? One thing that he did to somebody that we saw. He's done a lot of things, and I'm like, Don, and we would tell him, we're like, you can't do that, Don. You can't be sarcastic and when they're asking you these things, because they will take it as gospel. It was something about his a debt to the to the cartel thing that he tried to be sarcastic one time with that, and I was like, dude, is it? Because he had me fooled. He had me fooled at one point about something, and he was like, no, I was being sarcastic. And after the first time we met him, I was like, dude, you can't do that. And I mean, as much as you think it's how goofy something is, it might be goofy to you, but it's not. It's valid questions that people are trying to ask you. If that makes sense. I don't know. I mean, it's not like people weren't trying to get, trying to tell you. This is one thing people don't realize too. You can tell Don to do something 1,000 times, but Don isn't going to do anything unless Don wants to do it. And Don isn't going to stop doing something unless Don doesn't want to stop doing it. You can be the best advice giver to him ever, and he's not going to listen to you. So
somebody just sent me something really interesting. Well, I thought they did. They sent me, Brittany, what you sent me, the one list that you sent me, what was that about? Where those that lived at 4138, I don't see that person that you're saying lived there. So 4138, if you pull that up on your Google Earth, were you here when we did that? Pulled up 4138 Beach Creek.
I can pull it up if you want.
It's because Fred mentioned a Vicky Dykes, that name, and I looked her up, and then she was right. She has connection, like has lived at that 14838. The 4138, like that house. Oh, can you do a road? Can you do one where you're on the road and you can see?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a way to do that. Is that Google Earth Studio also?
I got you. Hold on a second. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's this is Google, just regular Google Maps. You can do it from there. There you go.
Okay, now turn so you're right there. Look which house it is.
Yeah.
Go up. That's where that red truck and that blue van that people were all. If you go down a little bit further, but more closer to the blue van, it's kind of back in. Well, nah.
There's people.
There's those people. So, have you seen this address before?
Yeah.
When people used to bring it up, that's Vicky Dykes has lived there at that, or it shows her address as this one or 4151.
This picture was in 2000, the one we're looking at. So here's 2009. Here's a red truck and a blue van.
You can change the dates. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can change the date of when Google is taking pictures of. Here's July of 2009. Here is. So this in October of 2012. There's still that red Sunfire sitting there. And let's see what else there is.
Wait, but Brittany, you put that person was listed on 4138 address that you sent me. And I don't see them.
They blurred their faces.
How did you tie that person to the 4138 address? Because I don't see them on the list.
That right there would be Blue Roof Dawn's house.
Where?
I think the next house down here. I think. No.
Because
it's the house before. There's Blue Roof Dawn's.
That's something me and Fred talked about that too. He mentioned talked about all the Dons that lived in the area.
There's Blue Roof Dawn's right there. So that's in 2013. Let's see what this looks like in different years. So That's 2012. There's white. Why they got that blurred out right there? I wonder.
Yeah, can you after you get done with that, somebody mentioned can you go back in years and do Ben Hill? But that one property where that camper was.
Yeah, I got you. That's what I've been. This is a big deal right here for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one was the one I've been questioning because I could never get an answer of who owned this or who was staying here. Okay, so this is.
Well, Don used to live down there with his ex, but
this would have been in 2012 right here.
That's where the supposed yeah, can you go back? That's where Fred was saying that prostitution ring or thing was going on. Okay, so nothing was there then. Okay, go
2009. Check this out though. This is something I noticed that shed was not even there.
Yeah,
in 2009. Look how dilapidated it. So in July of 2009, they start building it.
Okay. Okay. So that's probably when he started to move in there.
I thought Don. See, I haven't ever heard that he lived here with his ex-wife.
You can't. There's nothing before then that you can look at.
No, it only goes back to 2000.
No, I mean before. Between 2009 and 2000.
See, there's a big gap. No.
Oh, it's only at the dots you can look at.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this right here, like, and it changes.
That's in 2012. That camper right there, I guess. Yeah. I wonder if that's.
I had never heard that he lived here with his ex-wife. Like, I heard that rumor, but that was never verified. I never heard that from them.
But see, I don't know if that would be true. That couldn't be true.
Because I asked Don. I said, I asked Don.
Maybe with his current wife,
Candace. I said, I said, who lived here? I asked them multiple times who lived here, and they would not ever give me an answer.
Yeah, I think this is where the prostitution ring that Fred talks about was supposedly. But yeah, so no, it wouldn't have been his ex-wife. It would have to have been Candace. Because
they didn't move here till 2011, right? Is that when they moved to Tennessee?
I think.
Yeah, it would have been around.
And people tried to say that was the same camper as Grandma's. No, absolutely not. This thing is way older. Grandma's camper was way new. It was a newer year model. So this is one thing that got me too right here, that this thing had a gate here. Like they had this gated, so nobody in, nobody out. And I thought that was strange. There's a dog lot here. That's not even there anymore. That's strange. I wonder who. Oh yeah, this too. By the way, this will make y'all. This is crazy right here. Let me go back up to aerial view and let me show you where the address comes to be. Okay. Gosh, I hate when it does this. I'm sorry, guys.
No, I know. It's hard to control. I know.
It gives motion sickness so bad. Okay, yeah, this is 120 Ben Hill Road right here. That's where that address. This is, if you can't tell, this is strange. Mm-hmm. So that's 120 Ben Hill. That's part of Don's property.
That's where that camper and stuff is at. We're at 120.
No, 120 marks right here. This is where the camper and stuff is at.
Okay.
And then 110 doesn't list it to be right here, where the gray shed is with the basement under it. That's where 110 comes. When it.
And you put it. It lets you type in things like you typed in Summer's house.
I've named it that. Like I went in and.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you could do that.
And
yeah, you can add like little flags to places.
Yeah, I put my own flags on things. That's why I have like where the footprints are and everything.
We added those on there.
Oh, people wanted you to go back in time on the 110 address when you get a chance. Like
you can't look that thing. You can't go to Street View on 110. address.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can't
'cause you can't go back on one. You can't go back on Ben Hill Road, can you?
look. It only see where it's blue right there. That's the only places that you're allowed to go to Street View. So if I try to drop the little
Oh,
guy
but
right
let me
here,
see
it
if
won't
I.
let you look at it. The Google vehicle that drives around and maps these and takes pictures, it doesn't turn down certain roads, so you can't get a view. But you
Right.
can go like right here and see what it looked like differently. That's Ben Hill right there. That's about so we can see what it looked like 2009. You can see up on the hill there in 2009. You can see the back side of the house kind of. That's April 2009 too. Look how that's before all the foliage starts coming back in April, but big difference from then to now. Let's see what the next one is, what it looks like. This is July 2009. Yeah, look how much the foliage came in just in from April to July. You can't see nothing up there. And then October 2012. Let's see if you can see up there. Nothing. And then the last one, June 2013. Yes, the foliage is still really thick. You can see something right there, kind of white in the trees, but I don't know. That's see if there is that somebody. No, I don't know.
Cool. I never knew how to do that whole. I have a Google Maps pulled up, and I'm trying. Oh, you can change. I didn't know you can do all the changing the date. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you can. There's a lot. This has helped me through a lot of research. A whole lot.
Yeah, because that helps to know when. When Dawn moved in. Okay, so you can only go to the dots. All right, so October 2012. That's interesting.
Let's see if we can see up there from another point of view. From the back side, we'll go all the way back to. There we go. Let's see what it looks like. April 2009. Wow, that thing. Oh God, that about made me sick. That's 2009. Can't see nothing. Yeah, I don't know. That's the first time I've tried to look at it from the different years from the street there from down here. But I figured maybe if they would have. I wonder how often it is that Google drives around through there and does that. Because
Is that how they do it? Is they drive by?
Yeah, they have the Google.
That's crazy.
What's it called? The Google. They call it something. So they go and it has the big old thing on top of the car, and it's mapping all the areas.
Takes a 360-degree view.
Yeah,
maybe it's only like in places like around Ben Hill where it's harder to get to and stuff. Maybe it's not as often because I noticed that it only goes up to 2013, right? Or does it go? No, does it go to any other year?
The satellite imagery from aerial is very current. Like it's last time.
Oh, okay.
This will be like 2022. I think the last time they came through and took a satellite image of this was, let me see. It usually has the date down here, but it says 2022, and let me see.
Yeah, so they probably have somebody at like one of the government offices, like in each town, like do that every so often.
I'll tell you this too. So like if you have dispatch, this is crazy. So dispatch, when law enforcement is called, they have an even better point of view. Like they have satellite imagery of your house when that call is called 911. They can see your home from the dispatch office. They can see what's going on, like current. And because I had to do back in the day. I had to do community service at dispatch
Uh-huh.
office, and they let me see that stuff, and that was years ago. So they can look at your home like from satellite imaging, anytime.
165 is actually Fred's mother's house.
All right, so people
I
don't
don't know
know
if
where
it
Fred lives. I'm trying to show them where Fred's.
yeah.
That's Fred's,
Let's look
right?
for the junk.
Right there. Ain't that right?
Yeah, wait, where's the Redmond house? Is it right past that? If it is, and then yeah. Yep. That's
Yeah,
Fred's, yeah.
that's Fred's right there.
See, and that's like goes by, I know this is, and it does, the road just ends right there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it turns into a dirt road. This is one thing that Scotty Skulls and us were trying to do was it would
You
be
can
good.
go back there?
It goes into a dirt road. Now, if you want to go back there past that gate and see what happens.
See, that's what the psychic was. I wish, hey, I know this is crazy, but can I play that? I really want you guys to see what this, I know it's a psychic, but I want you guys to hear what they were saying. It's so crazy.
I'll listen to it. That just because I don't, I'll tell you why we don't believe in it. Because, well, it's not even that. It's just, I mean, it said that the dead can give you no answers, is what it says in the Bible.
Right.
Now that people can choose to deliver or to subscribe to that or not. That's just something I choose. But I'll listen. I mean, I can listen to it.
It's just crazy. I mean, this was like, it's 20 minutes long, and I'll fast forward to when they start. But this girl, I mean, I know I usually don't try to watch this stuff that often on here because, it's more like trying to be a fact space, huh?
Do you want to see how far this goes back before you do that?
Yeah, sure.
Check this out. So this is right here at the end, past Fred's. Well, check this out.
Because they mentioned something about it. Oh, you gotta hear this. It's crazy. I didn't even think about that. Like they called it a dry. Oh my gosh, I want everybody to hear this. I know it's freaking psychic stuff, but I think it will be very interesting, especially.
You see the road there?
Oh yeah. So what's back there? Anything like?
It goes
where
back
does it go?
I'll show you. Look how far this runs. This is gonna creep you out. Like,
oh my gosh, I thought it ended at Sims or at
Look right here.
the Redmond house.
Here you can see it still running. And this is picking up from satellite.
Can you get out like that way? Like, does it go to a highway eventually?
No. Look how far back in this mountain though. They're calling it. It's mapping it out. Limestone Branch.
Is there any houses back there?
I think there is one way back up here somewhere.
So how do you have to get to it by Ben Hill?
I would guess it's only one way in, one way out.
Really?
So this right here is Light Hollow. Now this is the road. It's still coming through here.
Oh my gosh! Somebody needs to go back there. I wonder if they went back there to search for Summer. Do you think they went back there to search for Summer?
I can tell you that we did.
Okay,
we searched all of this.
Back there, all the way back there on.
Not to the Ben Hill side. We came in from the Light Hollow side, and this is why.
Where's it? How does the Light Hollow side? I don't see where the Light Hollow road connects to.
Look, it doesn't, but the road ends right here.
So you can walk all the way across.
These are all horse trails back here.
Oh,
trails. Yes.
That's like Fred. I know I mentioned Fred's name a million times, but he mentioned how he I mean, of course, JC mentioned how he rode horses, and he used to have a horse. He was talking about how he rescues horses for the Humane Society or something.
Who, Fred?
Yeah, he does it. Like they'll give him a really somebody he said it could get really dangerous. Like he has to go in there and basically, yeah. Right. And he's like, I go, how much they pay for that? Because I just do it out of the goodness of my heart. And I'm like, are you serious?
Two right there, from there to there.
Wow. I did not know that. I feel, oh my gosh.
This road back here is Broom Holler. And then this road right here is Horton Highway. So this is Washington County.
Wow.
That it's all, I mean,
oh my gosh.
It's insane.
Yeah, I really want you guys to hear this if you don't mind.
You're fine. I'm done.
I know. I don't want to like if you guys have to go at any time, I totally understand. But
You're fine.
this was like, let me see here when it starts. Let me see.
With my friend Vanessa. So it is true crime. I've done a reading on Summer Walls before. I'll put a link to it up here.
You're echoing.
I know. I'm gonna mute. I'm trying to get it to the.
I figured who better than.
Okay. I just didn't want to play the whole thing if I didn't have to. Like, you know, didn't want to listen to a whole bunch of. But yeah, oops, I didn't mean to do that. But okay, I'll go ahead and mute.
Vanessa. On me.
Cracking asses.
That here as well. If you haven't seen the reading sheet on me. But I figured maybe Vanessa can get some additional information that I didn't. I'm also going to pull again to see if I can see anything because you guys have been asking for an update forever. New. Yeah, something new. She is a little girl that went missing. And yeah, we're doing this with the intention to help. Yeah. So hopefully we can get something that maybe will lead to something. If not, we're definitely gonna try our best. Remember, these movies are all alleged, friend teamers only, and let's get started. So if you feel anything.
I don't know really much about Summer Wells. I'll just say what I kind of picked up when I first heard about her. I'd heard the name. I knew nothing about. I'm a true crime fan. I just have a really hard time keeping up with it. And I wasn't really watching any sort of like true crime like content about it, but I'd heard the name. And I remember sitting with Dustin on the couch, and I was like, you know, he started asking me, he's like, oh, well, what about Summer Wells? And I'm like, who? And he goes, this little girl. And as soon as I saw her face, I saw a camper and a truck that were close to each other. And I feel like she was there and then she vanished. I also feel like from watching an interview afterwards, I feel like the mother is not being truthful at all. I feel like she knows a lot more. And I also really feel like the mother allowed Summer to go off with a strange man. And I also believe that the strange man was driving a car, because I keep seeing a car in my head going down a very, very, very long, kind of like dirt pathy, kind of like driveway. And I feel like she's gone after that.
Okay.
And that's what I immediately picked up just from watching a little bit of an interview.
Okay. Do you feel like there was an exchange?
I don't feel like the payoff I really feel like the mother gave her daughter up.
Okay.
And allowed her to be taken. But I don't feel like the exchange, obviously, I mean, as a mother, I would never allow anybody to take my kid for anything. But for a lack of better explanation or term, the best way I can explain it is that I feel like what the mother got in return for it wasn't anything near of what you would want to trade a child for. You know what I mean? Like, even though I would never trade a child, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know the best way to say that, but I feel like there wasn't much benefit to her doing so.
Okay.
To me, it kind of just feels like she just kind of wanted her gone.
Okay.
Sadly.
So I'm pretty sure this is, and I didn't watch my video back, which I probably should have done. But I'm pretty sure this is the case where I remember last time I had said that this isn't the first time that somebody like had gone missing or something has happened similarly. So I still see that here. So I have my, sorry, the Two of Pentacles here, the Temperance card reversed, and the Five of Swords. So these are small little issues that build up over time. So I definitely see a frustration between two people. Keep going. Yeah, go ahead.
Just popped in my head. I think the mother did it to hurt the father.
So that's where I'm getting at. I feel like there's two people here that are fighting consistently and are having massive issues. And then I see unhappiness, distrustworthiness, or jealousy, which I'm pretty sure I saw in my last reading. I'm pretty sure I pulled jealousy as well. And then the Ace of Wands is the birth of something new. So there has to be some sort of like jealousy as a frustration or motivation, or a a feeling of
Yeah.
Do you think
Can you pause for 1 second? I want to.
Yeah, hold on.
I would feel like that she would have to be pretty up to date on the Summer Wells case to know that about the whole at least
know.
jealousy thing. Now I just want to throw that out because you would not know that Dawn,
Well, the
unless
long
you followed the case, that Dawn said that Summer was his everything.
and the long dirt road thing. I mean, did you hear her say that? Like when you were showing how far that road went back, and she said, she goes, what I'm seeing is Summer, the mom just giving her away and her going down in a car a long dirt road and just never coming back. And I was like, and with some man that Candace just let her go with some man. And I just, when you were saying how far that road went back, I was like, oh my God. But then I thought, about how Fred was mentioning, those people that passed that day.
Well, this is my issue with a lot of people that do this right here, is they all come out with the disclaimer first off that I don't really know a lot about it. I don't know much about that case, and then they say things that is totally public record.
Yeah.
And it's been talked about that you'd have to follow. Now that's the only thing that I will say. Now I do know that there's cases that have been solved that have been helped to be solved by psychic help. I do know that has happened.
She did mention that she has seen in the case, but I would know, how would he's not going to have, this guy, is not going to have time to really learn too much about cases. Like he's not, because he's super busy. Like how many does he have on his, isn't he kind of like famous? I don't think he would have time to really research. I mean, you could look like the basis of the case and stuff. And she goes into mentioning the brothers and stuff like that too. But yeah, I know what you're saying about, but there is some like specifics that they mention that I'm just like, you would have to, be following it as well as me and you do, what you guys do. Some of the things I just find certain.
There was things with Donna Serafina that she said, because
I don't.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. I'm certain things that she said, like the Sensible Tunnel stuff and all that, and then even the Gatlinburg trip. Like there's things that she claims that she would have never known, but it was all public record
at the time that she spoke about it.
Yeah, and if people don't pay attention to that part, that's sometimes.
Well, yeah, it does. I know. I think yeah, you have to think of that, because but it just was weird, like the stuff that. Are you not wanting to watch it? It's okay if you don't want to.
No, it's fine. That's fine. I was just added that in there.
Okay.
There was something that stuck out to me, which you said.
Oh, I know. But
no, go ahead.
Okay.
I was not trying to be rude.
No, I just didn't. If you didn't want to, it's totally fine.
I want to. It's your panel. You're proving a point. You're wanting to talk. That I was not trying to be.
What they were saying was, I don't know. It just really, some of the things, just let's. It's only 15 more minutes. So
yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
The mother and the daughter.
I don't know if it's mom or daughter. I can't really tell who it's coming from. All I can say is
I think it's the mother that's jealous of the daughter. I mean, she was young, right?
Well, the Ace of Wands, I don't know if she had another pregnancy or a pregnancy scare, or somebody else had a pregnancy.
Oh, I don't know.
Because sometimes this is pregnancy and so is the son for me. And I'm wondering is it possible that somebody else wanted a kid that couldn't have one?
For me personally, I think that the mother thought it would be more beneficial for her personal life to not have her daughter around.
But there's an issue. So what I'm seeing, the Six of Cups, this is someone who's struggling to have a child. And the Four of Swords, nothing's working. So I'm picking up, this is additional stuff that I'm picking up, is someone who wants to have a child and can't. No matter what I do, nothing goes the way I want it to go. I'm trying to find a solution to the problem. And the devil card, I'll do what it takes to get what I want. So there's someone here that wants to be a parent. I don't know who this is or how this plays in. This is why sometimes revisiting readings is a little hard, because it's like, most of the time I get what I get, and there's not always so much extra.
Do you think that this could be more of like the father that you're picking up?
I'm not sure who it is.
Okay.
But there's someone here who I'm telling you what I see is someone here wanted a kid, could not have one, and is trying to do what they can to have it. It feels feminine to me.
Do you think he wants to have, or they want to have another to replace her in some sort of way? Or do you think that that's maybe like the mother's way to like not entrap her husband, because obviously it's her husband already, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll give you another one. Don't worry about her.
It's another woman. It's another woman. It's another woman. It's another woman. This is a connection that they shared. This is the Seven of Wands. There's someone here who wanted a child. Someone wanted a child.
Do you think that possibly the man that she gave the child to, maybe he had a partner and they tried to have a child?
It's possible. I can't connect the dot, but what I can tell you is that there might be two.
Oh.
Because there's just two kids, and this isn't a regret. So it's either one, maybe they already have a child and they wanted a second, or someone wanted two kids. Or there's like, or maybe it's like, because I know they're saying she was kidnapped, maybe there's two kidnappings.
Can I tell you something?
Go ahead.
I've obviously never publicly said this. I don't think she's gone.
You don't?
I don't feel like she's gone. Now that could make sense though, because if there was, I wouldn't even call her a kidnapping, because the mother gave her away.
Well, that's how you, yeah, that's what you're seeing.
So maybe
Allegedly.
That's
what she sees.
Allegedly. See.
Go ahead.
But what if there is another?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's two. Okay. Here's what I can say. I don't know what happened. What Vanessa sees, what Vanessa sees. What I see is what I see. We're not always going to see eye to eye. We're not always going to connect. So if y'all are mad, be mad at her, not me. But what I can say is this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a quarrel between two people, okay, who are fighting all the time. I'm seeing jealousy between those two people.
Right.
I'm seeing another person who wants a child more than anything.
These are separate people.
What do you mean?
Like, this isn't the parents.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
The first two, I don't know. But the third one is different than the other two. Okay. This third one wants a child, willing to do whatever it takes. And there are two people here. There are two children involved. So either two children that are missing, or two children, meaning maybe she was with them at some point, or maybe she was kidnapped. I'm not sure. And they already had one. I don't know. But there's two here, and they're very similar. And I don't know how different in age they are. Or, I mean, sometimes that could be like, for instance, I pull stuff like that with like maybe a woman who lost a child at a certain age, and then she sees a child who reminds her of her child that she lost or whatever.
She like vigorously tries to replace.
Right. Okay. That's something that I pulled before, where she's like, oh my God, she's just like her. So it could be something like that.
If I had to add to yours, like if I had to piece together, like from your reading, I think the beginning, when you're talking about the two people that are at odds, I think that's her parents. I do really feel like the mother gave the daughter up to a male who came and picked her up. And I would not be surprised if the male has a female who, like on your end, you were saying that she's struggled with trying to get pregnant, whether she had a baby or babies or children before. And I think that she's with her.
All I can say is wherever she ended up is like family.
Yeah, I think that
it's weird and creepy. This creeps me out. The stars reverse. So this could also, because I saw this in my last reading, this could also be culty behavior. Like sometimes I pull this for like a cult, like, or something that looks like a cult. So it could be something like that, where like they're all made to look the same.
Like they're like collecting children.
Or something like that. It's like, oh, like you're going to be indoctrinated into this.
I really don't feel like she is gone though.
Okay.
I don't pick her up in that way.
Okay.
Which, I mean, no one wants her to be gone, obviously. But,
Right.
But maybe in the situation that she's in isn't the best, but I don't feel like she's gone.
What's frustrating for me, obviously I don't speak to dead or anything like that, but what's frustrating to me is the justice card is reversed, which makes me feel like, and I'm not really like super gung-ho about the case, but something was mismanaged in the investigation. Justice reversed. Makes me think that something was mismanaged, something that what like they didn't deem important is extremely important.
I'll tell you what they mismanaged. The mother. Because the mother knows so much more.
Ooh.
Oh,
Girls, a thunderstorm. We've been losing light.
I think the mother knows.
Woo! Girl, the universe like shut the fuck up.
Yeah, don't talk about her mom. No, I think the mother obviously knows way more than what she's letting on, and I think the police have let her play the I don't know what happened.
There's a piece of evidence though. There's like a specific piece of evidence that is. I need to find it. There's a specific piece of evidence that is they deem onward like useless.
I think that's going to have to do with the brothers.
I mean, this is the same shit that I saw the last time, which like the time frame has to do with like the dad and his work time frame is off. I saw that previously, so I'm not going to say that again because I've already seen that. Sorry, I'm looking down at the cards. When I channel, I have to like stare at the cards to channel.
I also think that the brothers could know a little bit more than what they do.
I didn't even know she had brothers.
Oh, I figured I found out she had brothers after I looked into it, but very briefly.
2 of Swords, 9 of Wands, 5 of Pentacles.
I love how your shit just looks like a mess like mine.
Yeah, I know because I'm like all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have? Do they have like a connection to like a sheriff or anything like that?
I don't know. I literally watched like a 3-minute.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know. I'm just a little bit concerned because it seems like something is missing. Something went missing. Something that was
like evidence.
Yeah,
you think?
Yeah. There's a piece.
Do you think it went missing or it went missing?
See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. That I can't tell, but there's a giant piece of evidence. It's in the beginning. It was like the first day when they like showed up. It would be like okay, let me give you a great example. It'd be like let's say you show up to the scene of a crime and someone committed a murder and there are boots with like mud on it in the corner and this is like the crime scene and you're like, oh, those are just muddy boots. But that's like an important piece of evidence. That's what it's like.
I agree with what you're saying, but I also think it's a piece of evidence that
it's a car. There's a vehicle. I see a vehicle. It's like a truck or a van.
And you know who saw that?
Who?
The brothers.
Really?
I think the brothers did. Remember I kept telling you that I think it's going to have to do with the brothers?
Oh, yeah.
I think they're being dismissive of what they're saying.
There's a van. Did you see a car?
I saw a car, but like...
I see a van. It's like, it looks like a white van in my head, but I don't know if it's actually a white van. It's a van. I wonder if it's like eyewitness testimony that they just dismissed. Maybe it's from a kid.
Yeah. I could see that happening for sure. Because I really feel like it's coming from the brothers.
It has to be. It's like I'm telling you, it has to be with like it has to do with like a vehicle or like somewhere where someone was parked. Because this is what I was trying to pick up at the last time, and I couldn't figure out. It has to do with where someone was parked or a vehicle, the time frame which they were in. So I'm staring at the cars. How I need to channel.
You're fine. I'm staring.
No, I know.
Too.
I'm telling them because like they can't see it because I'm visiting.
Obviously. Yeah.
Vanessa, but no,
I really personally feel like
maybe that's what it is. It's eyewitness testimony.
I wouldn't be surprised because I really feel like it's stuff that's coming from the brothers, and I think it was being dismissed.
I see a van that shouldn't have been there.
Okay, when I say car, I mean like a 4-door kind of like car. But you know what you could be seeing? I'm seeing the car that picked her up. But what if you're seeing another vehicle?
I see a car, like a van, driving near water.
Maybe that car was just a transfer car. Who knows? If there's more kids involved, maybe people somewhere else have a van.
It would be like if you saw like a car parked outside fishing. It's like that's what it's
like.
giving
It's
me.
like on the side of the road, like just pulled over.
Yeah.
To me, I see a dark blue car going down a long kind of like driveway-ish kind of like path, picking her up and leaving.
I see like a white van on a dirt road.
I mean, couples normally have more than one car. I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't know. That's just what I see. But it could be.
I could be picking up a different time frame.
Well, yeah, but also you have to keep in mind it could be just like a metaphor. Like what I'm seeing could be a metaphor.
Oh yeah, that's true.
There's
That's true.
a lot what happens to me.
Okay.
Someone saw this. Someone witnessed this. Also, I don't know why I keep seeing ice cream. I don't know what that means.
I haven't thought of ice cream.
I cannot get ice cream out of my head.
Maybe they gave her ice cream so she'd be calm. You know?
Like an ice cream truck?
Maybe. I mean, you think about it like, hi, your mother just gave you away. Do you want some ice cream? Say calm. You know what I mean? Like, you just never know.
I'm just like, I hear ice cream. I don't remember. I should have watched my last reading. Sorry. But
hindsight.
Yeah, well, we were trying to figure out which one to do, and I was just like, why don't we do this one? Because you guys have been asking. Yeah, this mother card is reversed. The Empress is reversed.
I'm telling you, she is like the first when I literally only watched a 3-minute interview with both of her parents. I think it was on like Dr. Phil or something. It was like a little highlight clip. And as soon as she started talking, I'm like, oh, she's lying. She's lying. She's lying. She's lying. She's lying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. All I can say is I can't speak on her motivations, and I'm not going to accuse anyone of anything. Right. All I'm saying is Empress Reverse tells me that there are certain ways in which people who have high levels of empathy act and react and respond, and there are certain ways with people who have low levels of empathy and how they act and respond. And I'm questioning her levels of empathy. Now, perhaps she's traumatized, that's possible, but the way it's showing up to me is it's just a little bit, it raises a red flag for me. Just because it doesn't seem like what I would expect. Now, that doesn't mean anything. All I can say is that. But that's kind of the best I could do. You got anything else on that?
No, I mean, honestly,
yeah, it's kind of the best.
It's kind of like I always pick up that stuff from the beginning, and it's hard for me to go further past that.
Yeah, I don't.
And honestly, I don't know why, but I think one of the biggest reasons why I personally can't go too much past that is because she's still alive.
Well, I see like a little girl in like a yellow rain boot, like raincoat. I don't know why I'm seeing that. I don't know what that means either, but that's what I'm seeing. I don't know if that has relevance or what.
I mean, and it's hard to know too, because like, you don't know if you're seeing her on the day she disappeared. You don't know if you're seeing her like last week. You just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, you just pick up what you pick up, and it's hard.
I wonder if she like, you know, it reminds me of like a Cabbage Patch doll. I don't know why. It's just like, it's like a little Cabbage Patch doll. It's like a Build-A-Bear.
I personally feel,
I don't know.
I feel like wherever she is, and I mean, the best way I can say it is obviously she's not with her family, but I don't really feel like she's in a lot of danger. It doesn't feel like a grave place. I don't feel like it's somewhere where she's getting hurt.
Hopefully.
But I mean, that's just kind of how I pick it up.
I don't know. I'm not sold. I'm personally.
I don't think it's the best. I don't think it's the best. But
no, I know.
I don't think it's like a life. I don't think she's in a life or death situation, is what I'm saying. I don't think she's getting harmed like that.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope and pray that she will be found. I hope that she's still with us.
Me too.
So that's pretty much the end of it. The reason why I wanted you guys to listen to that is just because certain things that, I don't know, like Fred was saying, it just sounded possible how he said that he saw a truck go by and he thought it was going down to the Redmonds. But then he was when he got in his truck, this truck, they were still there. And he said that he thought that the truck was going to let him out, or that's why he was waiting, but the truck never moved. So he just went down to his mom's down on 165. And then he was thinking, I never saw that truck go out after. Well, he actually saw some girl also go back that way while he was at his mom's in a car. And then Andy, and then he said something about Andy going by there in that silver Kia. It's a silver Kia Soul.
Yeah.
And then they then those cars all went out basically about the same time. So that's why I want to know, who is this girl? And he's like, I wish, like, it just bugs him so bad trying to remember. He's like, one thing I just cannot freaking remember is like what that kind of truck that was, or, you know, what. I just don't, he wasn't really, I guess, paying, I don't know, attention, but he remembers something about out-of-state tags.
Well, and he would, Fred would know what Andy was driving. He wouldn't be,
Right.
I mean, he wouldn't.
But does Andy's son drive?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. It sounds like he does. They've talked.
Could he have been driving, Andy's son? Could he have been driving a the Kia Soul? And because something else, like then, I guess it wasn't this reading that we watched Sloan Bella for a little bit afterwards too, and she mentioned something like she felt like the person that took her was like young, and then, but yet like he was like the person, the like gopher type person, but I don't know.
There's so to our disclaimer, I guess, from on our side of it, like, so people don't get misunderstood. No, I don't get behind the psychic stuff. I get.
Yeah, I saw your message. Yeah,
I get where you're.
That was my idea.
Just to make sure, because people, I've been pretty. That doesn't mean I'm putting anybody else down for what they do. That's their choice. I'm just talking about from my point of view. Now, there was a lot of things listening to that I can see I know where they got that info. There's only certain things, the way they even explained it. Then she goes into saying that, you know, I looked into
the Dort Road or whatever.
Yeah, and she talks about, then she goes in and contradicts what she said at the beginning. Said what'd she say, exact words?
Oh no, she said that she said that she looked in, or that she had watched a little bit of something.
Yeah, and some of that stuff that you would only know. Now, I'm not saying there's not other. That I get where I go. I know where you're coming from. You were just saying like he said the white vehicle maybe be a van or something. HHR looks like that. But I picked that up in it. But I don't know. There's just so much that
I know it's hard to trust people because there's so many people who are dishonest and do it for yeah. So I know it's like you want to be hopeful that that people are being honest, but there's so many times that people are not honest, that are claim to be psychic and are just taking advantage of people who really want to find their loved one or speak to their loved one or whatever. So yeah, you can't if there was a way to know that.
Believe right there said her son, what, 20 years old? Of course he drives. That doesn't mean
he drives.
It doesn't mean he drives. It doesn't. He could have a license and not have a vehicle.
Yeah, and I don't think he's 20 years old. Yeah, is he?
He's 19? 19.
Yeah.
As far as I know, we don't know. I don't know.
Which means he would have been a year younger at that time. My parents didn't let me drive till I was almost 18 years old.
Yeah.
My parents were really strict. Now he could have his license. Like I had my license, but my parents, I wasn't really allowed to drive. So yeah, it's totally.
My question with him the whole time though was so she says that her and Jody Sue says, me and Damien went and investigated when we heard the scream. Then she says that, she needed help getting around that day. But then when the search and stuff happens, after, search and rescue gets out there in law enforcement on the 15th, where's Damien? He's supposed to have been, hunted all these woods, knows it like the back of his hand, but he's not helping.
His name is definitely Damien. Are we sure? Because
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I
it's
know that Jenny
100%.
said that from, I forget where she said she found that at. Because like Fred acted like he had never heard that name before.
That's 100% his
He
name.
said that he goes, they call him, he thought that they called him like Drew or something. And I mentioned, because I mentioned Damien, and he's like, I have never
They
heard
call
that.
him Bug.
Yeah.
What is it?
Bug.
Okay, I don't know. He mentioned something about the grandmother used to call him something. I thought, and he said, I don't know if it was, he was trying to think what it was. And I said, Damien. And he said, no, it was some type of weird name. So
That's
but then
100%
he said something about-
his name.
Yeah.
huh?
And, we,
Yeah, that's 100% his name is Damien.
and we've been told by other people that they have always called him Little Andy.
Well, yeah,
There.
well, also that you can go and look at the protective orders that were taken out. When Jody Sue's was up, Damien took out the second one
Yeah.
on Andy.
Damien took one out on his dad?
Yes. Jody Sue took out the one on August the 2nd. So remember, August 1st is when all the people on the Wells property saw Damien running through the woods. 3 people saw, allegedly, 3 witnesses saw. That was August 1st. Now, August 2nd, by court records, Jody Sue goes and takes a protective order out on Andy. That protective order is up and done by the 19th of August. So it only lasted, what, 17 days?
Yeah.
And then, which is weird. So obviously that protective order was broken somehow.
Yeah.
So then Damien takes one out the same day that one go the 19th. Here, I can pull it up and show you.
Okay.
But whenever you look up his protective order, they have his name spelled wrong. So you have to.
Hold
they
on.
spell it Damon.
Yeah, I remember Jenny telling me how she figured it out, and I remember being like, oh, okay. But yeah, I guess nobody calls him that, according to, I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, Fred said he doesn't really have a relationship with, Andy that much anyway, or any of his family. So maybe Fred just didn't know really.
Babe, which one did I have to go into to find that? Here it is. Clerk and Master. Circuit. Civil. It has to be civil, right? Or is that criminal?
No, be civil. It's civil. A protective order? Yeah, it's civil. I know all about that. You heard I got a protective order on somebody, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's civil.
What on earth just happened? Hold on 1 second. Okay. No, was it in under Clerk and Master? Did I have to go there to find it? I think so.
I'm pretty sure. And then civil from there.
Clerk and Master. Okay, let's just do it this way.
Brittany, I didn't get an email from you about Ricky Crawford. You told me to check the email with.
They're not there anymore.
Yeah, no, they told me they said they gave me who is it? What do you mean?
Oh, I'm talking to Allie about I can't.
Here, let me
Hold on. So here,
wait,
type that in and see if you found that.
I found it, Brittany.
It
Sorry.
wouldn't have been Sullivan County, would it? No. Here you go.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I spelled it that way too. Oh yeah, I put in the wrong last name. My bad.
I'm still confused. What?
It's still not showing up.
No, I'm talking about some. You can go do what you. I'm just talking about something else. Somebody sent me an email. I'm still confused why, Brittany. I'm still confused how you got 4138, and I'm very confused. I don't see any Crawfords on that. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, I do. Okay, now I see it. Sorry. I wonder why that's weird how they have that. Sorry, guys. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm looking at, somebody sent me, it has to do with the Ricky Crawford thing, and they sent me some type of background thing.
Well, look it up on your phone and see. Here, I'll try to do it this way and see if I can find it.
It took me a minute to find them the first time. You're going to have to let me sit there.
Okay.
63.
It wouldn't have been Sullivan County. They did it because it would have been because it would have been on Lone Star. He wasn't staying there.
Yeah.
That's where it is. Never mind. I'll find it right here.
You're good. I'm looking into.
Here it is. What on earth?
How close is Virginia? It's like super close to, isn't it, to Rogersville?
Where?
Oh wait, you guys live in Virginia, don't you? So
Yeah.
like, how long till from Rogers or from where Ben Hill is? Does it take to get to the state line?
To Bristol State.
Maybe 30 minutes. Maybe
Okay.
because
Yeah.
it's 45 minutes from our house to Ben Hill.
It's not showing up at Hawkins or that. That's weird.
I'm telling you.
And I'm gonna do it this
Oh,
way.
you're looking for that protective order.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever have seen it.
I showed it on my channel and
Do you think that maybe she had it
taken off.
unlisted, or I don't know if you can do that.
But I was thinking maybe that.
I'm telling you.
Let's see. It would have been if she got a protective order. It would have. You would think it would be Hawkins, right? Or wait, I know where she's at now, and that
We even went to Sullivan County. I just checked Sullivan County, and it's not even on there. But if she was still staying, say as of August 2nd,
there was something weird about one of the court apps. Or hold on, let me see here. What? I don't want to say her. Okay, so that's Sullivan. Okay. Right? Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, there was something. I don't know if it's the Sullivan County. One of them, there's something weird. You have to change something. Hold on. County.
Did you find it?
Again, I'll find it.
Oops, no, that's Indiana. I don't want it. Okay. Sometimes. Search. No, you'll probably hear her say, "Oh, I found it," if she found it.
I found the old one from 2006, but give me just a second.
Oh, they have one.
Yeah, there was one in 2006 too.
So you had to go to Sullivan County. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I would have to.
Maybe
Yeah.
you got to put in his name.
Well, I did that one.
Well,
time.
yeah, check both their names. That's one thing. Like mine that I have on somebody, it doesn't come up with my name. Just so you know. So you might have to search the
There, I got it.
some county.
The BARNARD. I thought
Oh,
that you're spelling it wrong.
see, there's the one from 2006.
Here, let me see. I think I got this. I think I know how to find it.
That's why I've been the one that's found it every other time, right?
You were on Sullivan again.
Yeah, I knew where it was. I'm telling you.
It probably is Sullivan, isn't it? Probably.
Now. Let me see if I screenshotted it.
Yeah, I think that's I figured you probably did.
Or maybe is it the circuit court? I'm sorry. I'm like, sometimes I talk out loud when I'm, I don't even really, I know I've been there looking up on Sullivan County, like court records, but I don't know. I don't see where you guys are at. Let's see, link to current. Let's see, this might be it.
Does he spell it with an A or
BER
BER instead of a A?
BERNARD.
It was BAR Barnard, but
Bernard, yeah.
Clerk and Master. I know that's where we found it before.
Oh, did you? Okay, so that Bill Benton that Fred mentioned, he said that he was arrested over at Dawn and Candace's like 6 months ago, which was something I hadn't heard either.
Who was?
Somebody that Bill Benton, that Bill Benton name that Fred, he said that he was arrested over at 110 6 months ago.
Found it.
She's what county?
Hawkins.
Hawkins. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
She found it.
Told you.
Okay, cool.
I would have found
Where
it.
is it now? Where do I
Go
go?
to Hawkins County.
Okay. Go where now? Clerk and Master.
Nope, you don't here.
Circuit. Civil. Now what do I type in?
George.
Okay.
I couldn't even find where you guys go to. So I know I've found it before because I've.
Oh, go to look up that stuff. Go to Hawkins.price.
Is that for Sullivan too?
Yeah,
It's
you just replace Hawkins with Sullivan.
Sullivan dot what? Or you guys can pull it up. It's fine.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to share it to you right here, and you can
Okay.
see it right here.
Okay.
Okay, and here's where y'all can.
I'm sure I pulled it up before because I look at all those court sites all the time, looking up people's background.
There you go. Tell me when
Okay.
you got
Oh
it.
yeah, I've been on that site. Okay.
Okay, so to go to this, what you're gonna, if people want to ever look into this stuff, it's you go to hawkins.tncrtinfo.com.
RT.
Do what?
Did you say TNRT?
TNCRT
Okay.
info.com.
Okay.
Now I'm going to click on this one here, and what it's going to go to is it's going to tell you Jody Sue Brown versus George Andrew Bernard. This filing date was August 2nd, 2021. Case judge Beth Boniface. Status disposed, and then status date of August 19th. So it only lasts, that's at 17 days. Filings. Order of protection.
Okay. August 2nd.
Then this one is George Andrew Bernard, respondent, civil summons, served. It was served on him on 8/6/2021.
Okay.
And then let's see if it says anything here. That's just telling.
Oh wait, where did you go to see how long it was dropped or whatever? Did you say it was dropped at? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. Hold on. I'll go back into it. I don't understand why it did that. George. No. Okay. So that one, it was up from 8/2 was when it was filed. And you'll go over to filings.
Okay.
And documents. Let's see, served, and then hearings. That's where you'll see where it
was
hearing
granted
date.
The 19th. How was it not? Oh, okay. Oh, so he was served with the hearing. Okay, so what he was served with was for the hearing, and that's why it was put into effect the 19th.
Right. And
so
then
okay, so
the next one is Damien's.
Okay.
let's see.
So
here.
it wasn't dropped then.
Well, it went. It only lasted 17 days. That order of protection, which was weird, and
Why?
then
How do you know? Why are you saying that though?
Disposed.
it was
That's what
disposed
no
of.
longer active.
Yeah, disposed of. It's you can even see it right here. Filing date 8/2/2021. Disposed 8/19.
What the heck? It said it was granted on the 19th.
Had a hearing date on the 19th.
It said order granted. Hold on, let me look at it. I'll look real quick because I don't want to
And this one right
looking back and forth because oh shit.
now. Then on the 19th, you see here that they spelled his name wrong. But Damon Bernard, I don't understand why they did. His name's Damien. They put it as Damon Bernard versus George Bernard. Order of protection. August 19, 2021. Different case, Judge. Alex Pearson. Status disposed as of September 24th, 2021. So that one only went to then. Next hearing, September 24th, 10 a.m.
Protection. File 819. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm looking into on my
First
trying to
name
move.
legally George, middle name Andrew Bernard. And documents on this one is the civil summons. Role respondent served on him 9/3/2021. So they weren't even able to serve this order of protection on him till September the 3rd. On the one that Damien took out on the 19th of August. And then here's this.
What did you search for? Did you? Okay. Let's see. No, you searched Bernard for Jody Sue's.
Did you notice that, babe? It says case rescheduled on the one with Damien. And on the 3rd, it said case rescheduled. Nothing else was put there.
But it also says disposed.
It also says disposed of. So party Damon Bernard. Now you can click on that as a petitioner. Let's see what it says.
I see right here where it was the hearing for George Andrew Bernard. The hearing date was the August 19th, and in front of the judge Beth Boniface, and it was the order of protection that it was granted on the 19th.
Hold on.
But where's the? I was trying to look for where
did you see it was granted?
Under the hearings between Jody Sue and George. See, the second is when she filed it, and that's what you have to do is you have to file for a hearing. You get a hearing, a court order, or like for mine, I filed mine the end of February. And
Wait, when it says disposed, though, I mean that's when they throw when the case is over.
That means the case is.
I don't see any of them. I don't see it
where it says disposed. It's right there. See status.
On Jody Sue's, though, I don't see where it says disposed.
I'll go back to it and I'll show you where it says it.
Yeah, because I only see but it is weird how I did see over on that other one, it said it looked like they were disposed. Oh wait, it does say disposed.
That's right here.
That's so weird though, because it said that it was granted. Disposed. That would mean okay. I don't know.
Order of protection, filing date against him on 8/2, documents, civil summons. So served as of 8/6/2021. Hearings, respondent, hearing date 8/19/2021, 9 a.m. Order of protection granted. It does say that is granted there, but at the same time,
disposed doesn't mean it means something different than what we think it does.
It means it's closed.
Yeah, it means it's
no. When you look up the definition,
conclusion.
Oh,
like where it could have been granted.
Tell her again. Say that again.
Disposed.
That's what I thought too, but you look it up. That's not what comes up. it comes up as it means inclined or willing, or that to have a specified attitude.
But you have to
So-
look it up, like in the court definition of it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, court
Yeah. But
of dispose.
what does dispose mean in a court case?
Because it's meant it
See,
has
I thought
been closed.
that means it was
It says when a case has been disposed, this means it has been closed. Specific reasons for a case being closed can include dismissal, conviction, admission of guilt, among other reasons. Once a case is officially over, it is
I thought
removed from
dismissed
the
was
court
the one-
docket.
I thought dismissed is when it was because see, I can't find where it says disposed by judge. It's okay. Cases disposed by a judgment or a disposition reached by the judge in a case which is not dismissed, in which no trial is held. Cases disposed of, it means it is finished and has been removed from the docket of the court.
Here you go.
So it
Share
means
that
it's
right there.
finished.
Right there it is. If you want to put that up there.
Cases disposed after all the charges in the case have been dealt with and the decision has been given. I thought so though at first too. I thought that disposed would mean that it was just like, oh, I mean that if I had, let's think, if we could look up a,
If you shared that right there, I got that pulled up at that next window I put up there.
oh, sorry. Are you talking? I
Yeah,
thought
you're-
I'm sorry. Sorry. Let's see. When an action is dismissed, when the court is closing the matter without taking a decision on the merits, and commonly for a procedural reason, case is disposed. Can you click that?
Yeah, which one?
The one that you were talking about.
Yeah,
Oh,
this top
Oh.
one right here says when a case is disposed, this means it's been closed. Specific reasons for a case being closed can include dismissal, conviction, admission of guilt, among other reasons. Once it is
see,
a case is officially over, it's removed.
but
from
see
the
that
court.
that means though that just means that it's over with, like like it's been already, like they've already,
been
like right
resolved.
here, the admission of guilt. If somebody admits guilt, they're not going to they're not going to close it out. You know what I mean?
Here, I'll
It
do
does.
this
It
in the
is super
black
confusing
law.
though.
Okay, when a case been, this means specific reasons for a case being closed can include dismissal, conviction, admission of guilt, and then let me hold on. Why?
Yeah. See if
Is
they're
a case
convicted.
disposed. While a party involved in any case may ask for it to be disposed, only a magistrate can decide if it will be and when.
Mhm.
Parties to a case will be made aware through court documents and legal counselors as to whether a case has been disposed and why. This information is
Yeah, it just
also
means-
easily obtained by visiting a clerk's office.
Yeah, it just means it's settled. But yeah, I mean, that's what I thought so too. I thought disposed. I mean, you think of disposal, you think of like, you know what I mean? You would think that it means, but I guess that's dismissal when it's dismissed.
There it says right below that too. Dismissal with prejudice. When a court case is dismissed with prejudice, it will not be reopened or retried. This means that a judge has decided based on its merits of the case, it will not be examined by the court any further or ever again. And then dismissal without prejudice, saying I guess it can be brought back up. It may be reopened. And
See, and then
Hold
they have all these. These are all considered part of disposals though.
case disposed. Now what? After a case has been disposed, a record of its proceedings still exists. In criminal cases, a defendant who was found guilty will always have a criminal record even after being sentenced and serving jail time. The fact can make it difficult for convicted felons to find suitable employment, affordable place, blah, blah, blah. Expungement.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about somebody being a felon for the, I don't know. I have like my feelings on, sometimes I feel like people should be able to get a second chance as far as like, instead
But
of
they make,
being a
yeah, they
felon the
make it
rest of their
so
life.
hard. They make it so hard
Yeah.
for you to
If you're
get.
labeled a felon, it's like, I mean, unless you get usually they do give you another chance. If you're like, get like a low class felony, you can complete certain things to get it lowered. But yeah, there's some cases like what happens is if like you're dealing with addiction at that time and you can't finish what you were, I mean, let's just say like somebody has just got one felony, like a low grade, like theft felony, and they were using, and it's their only charge they've ever had, and they couldn't finish the program because they kept giving dirty drops. But what if they changed their life around, and that was when they were 18, 19 years old, and here they are in their 40s, 50s, haven't been in trouble since, and they're still a felon because they didn't complete that chance they were given.
Well, do you remember a few years back? Well, it's actually been about, when was it? 2016. That it was in my state, at least in the state of Virginia, they gave felons back their civil rights. So if you hadn't been in any trouble or anything, you got your right to vote back, right to hold office, you just didn't. The only thing you didn't get back is your gun rights. And that's where I
mean, you still had the felony on your
record,
but at least you got your rights back to
vote and things like that.
Yeah.
So they did that, but they didn't give gun rights back. And I was under the dumb impression that I got them all back. And that's when I got in trouble with a firearm. So they go get that's a whole different procedure. Like if you think you're going to get your gun rights back as a felon, you're going to be paying a lot of money, and you got to go in front of court, back in front of a judge multiple times, pay,
that, or if you're trying to have your record expunged,
yeah,
it's the same thing. You have to wait so many years, and then you have to go through a big ton of proceedings and lots of money.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So it says, what is an order of protection in Tennessee? An order of protection is an order signed by a judge upon a petition prohibiting you from contacting or going near another person. Orders of protection are meant to protect victims of domestic DA stalking or SA and should not be taken lightly. And then I was trying to find right here where it would be disposed of. So for a case status, it means the case is finished and a final judgment was made. If you're looking online, click the sentence tab to see what you received as. But regardless, whatever, I feel like what I was trying to show though was that something happened, that either there was contact made between Andy and Jody Sue between August 2nd and August the 19th, that order that the one that Jody Sue took out on August 2nd was then not in effect anymore. So Damien picked up another one the exact same day they closed that one against Andy. Why, I don't know. I just found that strange. Because then that's around the same time Fred. So what did Fred say that Andy took off for 30 something days?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's.
Did he say that? I don't remember him saying that.
Yeah, he said that he saw him at the gas station. That Andy was down at the bottom of the hill with Jody Sue till 4 days of watching everything happen. He left and they didn't see him again till they were at a gas station or something 30 something days later. That's on your first interview with him. Oh,
okay. See, my memory is so bad. It's really horrible, but like something has to really stick out to me for me to remember. That's why I was so like surprised about Fred's memory, but yet like I was like, is he being dishonest? Is that why it seems, because he's like remembering a story, like trying to remember stuff to tell a lie, or is he? I just noticed how he seemed to recollect things that were.
Yeah,
and it was just the same as last time, and it seems to me he's being honest. But okay, so you're saying at a store he saw Damien. I'm trying to remember.
No, he saw Andy.
Oh,
Andy Sr., he says, was gone. He left from the bottom of the hill after 4 days of being down.
Oh, yeah. He did say that. It was like 3 days. They were down there for like 3 days. He said that they had chairs and everything. He mentioned that again this time. He said they had chairs and everything. And this time he said also that they had the kids bring them food out there. Oh, did you
Yeah,
hear?
that's right. I do remember that.
Yeah,
He
do you
said
hear? Oh, he said, I don't know if so. You haven't heard any of the new Fred interview?
I
Yeah.
haven't got to hear all of it. No.
Okay. Well, I haven't posted all of it yet, but I do have like 2 different parts of it. I'm putting them out just like by themselves so that like creators like you guys or whoever can reference it back easily and just not have to listen to the commentary. But one thing that was mentioned by him that I found that I had never heard before was about these apartments and called Cloud Apartments in Kingsport.
I know exactly where Cloud is.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess, did you know
They're a
that Andy and
big
Jody
drug.
Sue used to live there?
Yeah, Cloud Apartments and Model City.
Yeah, I guess it's
Apartments.
like Scott said it was some kind of like, it's like the projects or something, or what? That's how he described it.
It is.
It's like a government assisted living or whatever. And I guess that they used to live there. But the thing about that is they totally freaking, like, I guess they made it they trashed the place so bad that they had to freaking bulldoze down a whole section of the freaking building. And this is actually something that was confirmed. Scott has heard this. This is what Fred told me. It had animal feces. It was infested with freaking cockroaches. Fred said it was so bad there was like wherever they ate their trash, they just threw it where they were. He said there was only like a path to get through to anywhere. Yeah. And Scott had heard the same thing.
Too.
They totally Andy is banned. This is what Scott said. He's banned from getting any type of assistance ever again because of that.
Government assistance because of the way they did that.
Yes, the way that they left that place. I think is Scott still in here? Because
I think I haven't seen him in a minute.
I think that's
people are getting. I think they're mixed up of why I showed the order of protection. If an order of protection is supposed to last what? I don't know the length, 30 days, whatever, however long they issue it. We're saying that the one Jody Sue took out only lasted about 17 days. So if they broke order of protection due to contact, say Jody Sue broke the order of protection and she was in contact. This is hypothetically speaking. Now, I don't know the reason why, and I don't care to know the reason why they took out order of protection, but we know that Jody Sue didn't want anybody talking to Andy. Is this a way they did that from him not being allowed down on Ben Hill at that time so he couldn't speak to people coming down there? I don't know. But I'm going to say that after 17 days, one order of protection was broken, and that same day, Damien took out one against his dad. So is that, I don't know the specifics, but I know when an order of protection is broke by somebody who took it out, that they cannot return around and file one again. If they broke that order of protection, the person who filled out for one and went and took one out, they cannot take one out immediately after that on the same person. So then Damien would have took that out on him, and I guess in the place of Jody Sue, because he is an adult. That's the point I was trying to get across. That's just to make sure, because
and the orders of protection, they're mine was granted for 2 years, and I think that's they can do any amount of time though.
That's crazy though. 17 days.
It's not going to be just a few weeks. It's going to be, they usually do them, I would think, at least 6 months.
Right.
I don't know. It's when it comes to that, it's weird though. It looks like they had a hearing, which I don't understand. I don't know the laws there in Tennessee, but like for mine was different because it was not a domestic situation. So before you could get an order of protection ordered, you had to go to court. And it looks like that's what happened with them too. So you get served first for the hearing. So you have to get served for the hearing. And like in my situation, the person didn't show up, but they were served because they were talking about it online. And so they obviously knew about it, and the judge counted it.
Go ahead, Ziggy. I was just gonna ask you, because somebody who takes out a protective order can break a protective order if they get in contact with the person.
No, they said not
What?
not mine. No, I asked them, and they said it's only on her, on my instance, because it's only
If
on
you
her.
called her after you took an order of protection out and you called that person,
Well, if I called her,
that would break
yeah,
it.
I would. I don't. But I'm allowed to speak on her. But
Right.
and
I'm
stuff,
not.
and because I asked about that, because I figured, that.
Well, somebody in the
Right.
chat
I
said
thought.
that. Said that that a petitioner could not break a protective order, and I said, "Oh yeah, absolutely they can. If you go and if you're go to that person and you're within,
you contact them yourself after getting a protective order against them, then that would technically break
that
it.
would make that order of protection void."
Yeah.
You would think it would. Yeah. I mean, I do. Yeah, you would. I would think so. I mean, you can't just contact them, and I mean, because they're not supposed to be contacting you. So that means that you're not really scared of them if you're contacting them that way. But yeah, I had to ask the court specifically about that because I wanted, I just wanted to be sure, and they said it's the court. They said the order is on her, not you. But if the person wanted to file, like the defendant wanted to file, they could, and you could have some states have like dual. It's like dual. I can't even say the word right. Where you both have an order of protection against each other. I'm surprised though. Hers is okay. It is an order of protection. I was thinking maybe it could have been a restraining
What are you
order.
gonna say, babe?
So in the state of Tennessee, a temporary protection order lasts for 15 days until the full hearing of your extended protection order. Then after the hearing, then an extended protection order lasts up to 1 year. And it can be extended for 1 year periods, like from after the first year's over, I guess you would have another court date and extend it for the next year. And then, but if it's possible, if your abuser, like this is in a domestic, like a DV situation, if that your person that commits the crime against you was committed or convicted of committing a felony against you, then you can get a lifetime order of protection. So just to clear that up, that's what makes it kind of weird that hers was 17 days.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I understand. So it says counties which have a policy of law enforcement will not arrest for a violation of an order of protection and require the petitioner to get a police report, then see a magistrate or court clerk, or are not compliant with Tennessee law. So it says, can the petitioner violate an order? But it just makes it void. Like there wouldn't be any violation, because of a violation, it would just void that protective order. But it says civil and criminal. If the other person does, they can face charges of up to 5 to 10 years extension order, and even face a felony or misdemeanor charges. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear about it, because if we're going to talk about it, you got to be clear about it.
Talk about it all.
Let's see. What is this? Oh, wait. Okay. This was interesting. Thank you, Robbie, for this email. And if you guys, I know if you guys have to go, I imagine you probably do soon, because I didn't realize, wow, it's been already 6 hours.
It's all good. That's what we weren't on here for a couple of, but if you want us to roll out, we can. Or...
you're fine. I just didn't want you to feel obligated to stick around. I remember last time we were on till like it started getting light out.
Oh, I know.
I think that that time you didn't get on here till like it was later. So somebody sent me an interesting email. It looks like there was a website that it looks like it has a whole bunch of comments, Facebook comments. It says, have you ever seen this website? There are over 2,800 comments. There are some screenshots I took of the comments. They're from the day of and the couple days after Summer went missing. Oh, wow. No, I have not seen this website. Has all her freaking posts? Wait.
What is it?
Oh, it's like it's called Kappa Talk, but I don't see where they got the screenshots. It's like a forum type thing. But here, I'll show you. I'm trying to figure out where he got all these. Oh, okay. Here, I'll show. Sorry. Looks interesting. I have been on this website just recently though, but I didn't go through. So it's just like a forum, like those where you can. And this is June 18th, 2021. So this would be a few days after she went missing. These pictures are for the ones that don't think law enforcement aren't. Oh, wow. So this is right around. This is Hawkins County. I know people searching the people searching are wore out, but they're not giving up. They have been up since Tuesday night searching. We took food to them today. I also think we need to pray for them more, for this little girl to be found instead of worrying about how they lived or how poor they are. So where's this at? This is that over there? Where did you say Mount Carmel? Is that where oh, wait.
That's where the cop staging area was.
Okay. Oh, here. Where's all the.
Justin said that was the day after the photos, boy.
Okay, right here it says someone did a reading about a missing child and messaged Candace about it. Now go find their. What? I wrote to be generous before doing a live reading on Summer. I've done the reading this morning, which I'm sure you heard of. How did you allow things to get this far? She said, I didn't. She said, what do you mean you didn't? You failed her and you know that. I'm not here to judge you as hard as it is not to, but you have to take accountability. She's going to be found soon. And when she is, you're in deep shit. Malnourished, abused in many ways, being neglectful as a mother, you failed her. Ooh. That's 19th.
So that was on June 19th?
Yeah, last year.
Before anybody, who was that?
Oh, this is just on a forum. This is, I don't know. It doesn't say. So it says someone did a reading about the missing child and messaged Candace about it. Now go. They cut off the part.
Yeah, I bet they did.
And yeah. I mean, I don't know. That's quite soon to.
That's very quick to think that you got it all figured out.
Yeah. But this will be interesting to look through and see. Somebody or that same person sent me some screenshots of. Okay. From here, we'll just look at those instead of trying to search through that. Trying to think what else, like who had mentioned. This says Candace Hair, so
that is her account, I think. Let me see the picture.
It's like a rock or something.
That would probably be. That is her, I think.
Said, I didn't catch that. SMH, them poor kids, for real, for real. Why is anyone attacking the grandmother though? And then, oh, you can see right through who those people are through the. Oh my gosh, the person behind right there. There's Cameron. This one right here is Cameron behind below the Candace. It says, "You're right. She didn't just walk off." That's the mom, right? That's Candace. And then that Cameron kid said, the house is being remodeled and the parents are actually sober. So try again before all y'all start running that mouth like y'all do the best.
How can you? Where does it say Cameron? I see Romano.
I can see underneath. I can see underneath the black.
I can too. I see Romano and I see Cam.
Yeah.
With an A ending in an A.
Yeah, I can't read what's right here, but above it, the top black part, I can see. You see how there's like 2 lines of black at the top. Underneath, I can see something. Cameron. It looks like Morris. Underneath it, I can't read that one though. Something. Oh, I think it's the same name as above. It looks like it's the same name.
It says
Romano.
I wish I could see what that said. That second word said.
It looks like C. It starts with C.
C-A.
And then it has an A at the end. It's only 5 letters. It looks like C-A-N something A. Canta, Romana Canta, or something like that.
And you can see there's the Cameron, the Morris one.
Yeah. Yep.
I wanted to know that. I was been trying to find
just
that.
As big as it will. Oh, you don't know his last name? I can send that
to you. Do we know
you.
that one? Sorry, I don't have everything in front of me. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sure you've seen it before.
Yeah, she said we have.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Let's see. I
was seeing as that's me, That's what everybody said, that's my name on the wells spray painted up there.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That was the first one that was me.
Yeah. I looked him up one time. I think that he is. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he's a young kid,
but he's an adult now, right?
Yeah, I shouldn't say that. So he's a young adult. He's over the age of 18, but he was he works there in Kingsport, and that obviously they used to be, from what Dawn said, used to come up there because his mom or something, he was in a bad situation.
Yep, that's what Dawn told me too. Said that he was like another son, but I kind of wonder, I don't know. Kind of makes me feel, huh?
Justin said right there, he said, yes, they were blaming Fort Cam for being the name on the building. Yeah, I've been a lot of people in this, so.
Let's see. There was some other screenshots sent to me.
What site is this you're on?
It's called tapatalk.com. TAPA then talk.com, tapatalk.com. But the link that the person sent me, it took me right to the Summer Wells thread. I could put it in the private chat if it'd be easier, because
everybody's doxing anybody. These people are adults and their names have been out there.
Oh yeah, we didn't even really say their. I mean, we said Cameron, but yeah, I mean, we can't even see really what that second name is on the top one. So they weren't really docs. I mean, it's. I think Ziggy is really grand bun. Oh my God. Let's see here.
Here, I put that link in the chat for you.
Okay, thanks. I put it in
it might not let me.
Oh, are you not?
Or I'm not. I don't have it. It probably won't let me. It's okay.
I can. Why bring him up? Because he's right here. That's why. He's right here on the screenshot. That's why. And plus, they have his name. His name's freaking spray painted on their. I didn't see it though when I was there, but I wasn't paying attention. Did you see where it was spray painted?
Do what? Yeah, it's spray painted on the bottom.
Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
Okay. Here's the link of what I was using, guys. And
there it is. It might have let me do it.
And
Scott H is in here now.
yeah, he was here earlier. Wait.
Scott, I talked about what you were talking about, the church stuff, to help clarify all that.
Now I remember her being mentioned. What's the dad's name? I swear to vodka, if it's Candace, I'm out. Oh, man. Who's... Okay.
Just the other night when they tried to say that Scott H was a suspect, I about lost my crap.
Oh, my God. That was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, of
Did
course.
you see my reaction to that?
No.
Did you see my reaction when she said that to me?
No, it's stupid, though.
Oh, my God. I said, what? Like my whole face. Excuse me? What?
Wow.
Oh, my God. I've heard it all.
Whoa. What's this say? It says, y'all, I think something bad has happened to this child. My daughter best friend is friends with this family. My daughter came to me a couple weeks ago upset. She sat down and told me how she had visited this house in Beach Creek with her best friend and best friend's grandmother. She told me that they were shooting the dogs with BB guns and smacking the kids around. My daughter got the address for me and I called DCS. Please leave if this is not. Yep, that sounds about right.
2021.
That sounds right. I think that's.
Get that right there. So who is that?
Oh, you guys know who that is?
No, I'm trying to figure out who that is.
They said, okay, so their daughter's best friend is friends with. So I'm wondering if. Said my daughter came to me a couple weeks ago upset. She sat down and told me how she had visited this house in Beach Creek with her best friend and best friend's grandma.
This was posted on the 16th, June 16th of 21.
Yeah.
The day after.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know. And that makes me think if it is who I'm trying to think who they could be talking about. Their best friend's grandmother. Is it
CSI? What did she ask me? Do you see it, Ziggy? Cam, did you get any info on the 13-year-old girl that lived with the Wells prior to Don Wells going to Utah? She was supposedly Josie's girlfriend. I have not heard. Have you heard that?
what?
That's interesting.
Oh yeah. Wait, what was where is it again? It said
It's up here. It says
who wrote it?
CSI.
I tried to find you. I can.
Question, she says, Cam, did you get any info on that 13-year-old girl that lived with the Wells prior to Don Wells going to Utah? She was supposedly Josie's girlfriend.
Oh. Is it the redhead?
I don't know, but we gotta be careful.
Yeah. I won't say any names. I don't even know the name anyways, but
I don't either, but I'm saying
I know, yeah, we have to be careful because people because it's a minor, I know. But I don't want to there was a redhead in some pictures. I didn't have been trying to I didn't know who that was. I asked Don who that was in one of my phone calls, but
no, we heard about the 13-year-old being up there, which ended up being Allie's daughter. But she wasn't 13. She would have been older. Right.
The redhead isn't Allie, so I'm trying to think who that is.
You got anything on
I
that?
don't know who Cool Sly is, cracking asses, but that's who I want to know.
When they're talking about,
I'll figure it out soon, I'm sure.
And the grandmother, it probably would have been Allie's daughter and Sherry, her mom.
Say that again.
Sherry was actually friends with Candace before Allie was.
Yep, that's true.
That's what I figured that they were referring to.
And there's pictures of Sherry.
There was a woman that came out early on that shared some pictures of Summer that were taken because her daughter had went with them to Bays Mountain. And her daughter was friends with Allie. I mean, it's not with Allie, with Allie's daughter.
Yeah, that's the one that was. So we saw also, guys, if y'all aren't familiar with this, the very first vigils that they had for summer, the very first
At the
vigils
park.
that they had at the park, Allie's, so H was there and the
His
dog
sister.
and his sister. I'm not going to put
Uh huh.
her name out there, but you can see them in the background walking around, and that was one thing that was told to us from the family that Candace said that she felt like they were like intimidating her. Yeah, and I went back and looked, and that 100% is, yeah, you can see them in the vigil clips. They were there. She's with a girl with pink hair. And she said that H was over on the swings. You can't really see him, but he was over to one side, and that he had said some things or was saying things towards her. I don't know. That's just what Candace said. And then the video.
I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, you can see it. I covered that a long time ago.
Oh wait, which picture? I can pull up the picture. And did you say it's in a
videos of the vigil?
And was it the one where you see Candace praying in the pictures?
Yeah, that one.
Where Tim was at?
Where Timmy
No, not. I mean Tim Mullins. That's who I was talking about.
Well, she's in that one too.
Yeah, he might have been there.
That might be the same one. That Timmy Etherton's doing his thing over there. There's a concrete brick wall behind him. You can see her real well right there.
Her and that pink hair girl were walking around the corner.
How old was the girl with pink hair, Scott H? I don't know. She looked to be older.
I don't.
Summer.
Teenager.
Said it was the very first vigil.
Not the very first one. The one where
they've been having them for a few weeks at this point.
Not the one with the stage, right?
They were in front of a building.
They're in front of a building, yeah. In front of it would be like the bathroom area or something that they were standing in front of a cog, like it's a cinder block.
Because you remember, oops, shoot, I didn't mean that. Oops. So you remember the one where they had, like that Elsie went up there and talked and stuff? The one that
yeah.
It's not that one, is it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I know about Elsie.
Okay. 8:31. I wondered this might be it. I'll just mute it and I'll.
No, Is
it when Dawn's there too?
It's the same one.
Okay. So, because I have that pulled up, I think and you said that when Timmy
Etherton's standing in front of the concrete building, you can see him there.
Do you see that comment on the screen? That's one of the screenshots somebody sent me. Something about. I wonder.
According to screenshots of posts she made. Younger than Summer, so it would have to been after. So where are these screenshots and posts you made?
This is a screenshot from that Tappa Talk thing. I know, right? Oh, what you mean? What she's talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to know too. Okay, I'm seeing this concrete building. Hold on, maybe I can show you what I'm looking at so that you can tell me if I'm looking at the same thing. Because I think I'm at the right vigil. Because I had never noticed that before. Are you talking about this one? Hold on.
Yes. Go back.
Oh, back further?
Yeah.
Because this is the first time I saw the building. Because I don't think this one's the whole.
Keep going back.
This is only like a clip.
It's before it's the clip before they get to this part.
Okay, so I'll have to find one earlier than this because that's his.
There's Mr. Tim Mullen right there.
Yep, I saw him like it for a second. That's crazy. Did you see him at the vigil stuff?
I
Like,
saw him down at Robbins, and that's when he made it a point to come up to me and say, I just want you to know I don't not like you,
And he
Cam.
said, I just want you to know that I never, I don't not like you.
Yeah.
It
but
was
do
a
you,
double negative.
yeah, what's, does that mean,
That means you don't like us, right?
You don't not like me. I'm like, okay.
okay, so 8/3/21 is the date of it.
There's here. Let me see if I can. Let's see if I can find it too.
1 year. I'm just curious.
The only reason that I think it's significant is because Candace brought it up to us, and then I saw it that she wasn't lying about it. Let's see here.
Oh my God, look at this. Why does this person not stop talking about me? That's so weird. I'm going searching the vigil and there's my name. It's so strange. I don't even ever remember mentioning that person.
What would be the date?
Oh, Doug came on and was 8/3/21 is what
Okay.
it was listed on in the title on that one.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
Here's an
I hope I'm not having like a where my mind is running two things together, two different vigils together. I hope it.
oh, which is possible.
I'm thinking that it is that one because they do their whole. Timmy does his sign language thing over before all of this happens, and it's a long. The news did it. Maybe that's where I saw it. WJHL covered that. That's say what. That's where it is. Okay.
Oh, yeah, if we can't find it, it's not that big a deal. I can look for it later if
Yeah, well, just if on people's free time, go look, see if you see it.
I just thought people might be interested in seeing that because I never noticed that.
Let me mute this. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to. Let me see if I can see it right here on this one. Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, it keeps pulling up the most recent ones,
Found it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so this is actually, it's a different one, I think. So let me share my screen here.
Yeah, Quinny, I think maybe that's crazy because she would have had to watch like several hours of my live to even hear the part about, it was when Doug came on last night for a second. That was like a surprise. I didn't expect that, but
I got it down there. You see it?
oh, sorry.
You're good. Okay, do you see the right behind Robin?
Oh, wait. And you see H in here somewhere, or do you see him at some point too?
I don't remember if we actually saw him, but I think H was over on the swings swinging during the vigil.
Yeah. So this is when
That does look like it could be her, and I mean
that
There was other clearer pictures.
yeah.
and there are multiple vigils that we saw this, right?
So it says woman speaks up against social media rumors. Okay.
This is WJHL, and here I can go out so you can see. Let me go out of full screen. Yeah, this one was July 27th.
So it says woman speaks up against.
This might be the one Juanita was at.
I think it might have been.
Yeah.
Rumors. I just wanted to save it. That's why I was trying to pull it up on my end.
But yeah, they're
Oh, is that clip that you're playing? Is it only a minute long? Because this one says it's only a minute.
a minute and 2 seconds. Yeah, that's a WJHL one too.
Oh, okay. And okay. Cool.
I'm trying to. Yeah,
I was looking for something that would have been like longer in time, but yeah.
there's another. So that would be. You just got to look for that. That one was July 27th. So that's right after the boys were removed.
Right, you're
That's the
right.
first visual
was,
right
yeah.
Yeah.
So it would have been yeah. And look how much bigger she is. Like, oh my God. She's
Yeah, that too. Here, I can pull it back up there.
sorry, yeah, no, I'm sitting here looking on my end and like that.
There
I
you go.
forgot you guys didn't. You took it down, but
Yeah, I got it back up there. If you want to pull it back, I'll show.
oh, oops.
Okay, let me go back to where. Yeah, right there. She's more, and then let me see if we can find a. I'll just let it play without the sound. No, that person, whoever that is with the pink hair, is older because they're wearing scrubs. I just noticed that, and she's holding car keys. Let me go back. This could have been 16 still. I don't know, but I'm just there's that. Let's see if there's Candace from the side, right? Let me go back to.
Yeah.
Daggone it. There. Right here on the end. Yeah. She was a bit a little chunkier there, wasn't she, Allison? Mm-hmm. That's the same shirt. That's right after the Chris McDonough interview stuff where she's wearing that shirt.
But Allie is right. Like a lot of moms or new moms do lose their weight right after. Me, myself, like I kept losing weight up until like for like a year. But that's just because like I'm kind of like how you said, Cam, like when I start losing weight, I just like I don't know, it just continues usually. Like I don't eat.
I have no interest in it.
Right. I can do the same thing. Like once it's just starting that. Once I get on in that habit, like if I get sick or if I get really depressed or whatever, that will cause me not to eat. And then after, I start feeling better, a lot of times I'm able to continue that. Like I don't know. I just had no interest in eating, but then of course, always comes back.
Always. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Once I get to feeling better, like when I start eating, I eat. And
I just have like a really low metabolism. I think that's it. For me to lose weight, I have to like basically not eat, which sucks. But, I'm trying to think like what else we've covered a lot.
I'm gonna let you finish I'll let you finish your live. I'm gonna hop off here.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming on here.
No problem. Sorry that we jumped off there earlier and had to come back.
Oh, no, you're good. I mean, gosh, it's been 6.5 hours. You've been gone an hour or whatever is however long it was.
This is our time, like once our kids go to bed, that we can sit up and do live streams and stuff. So
yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Like you guys, I mean, I was so afraid that you wouldn't be able to do it when I got a hold of you because I'm like, man, I couldn't believe I overslept.
Oh, dude, it happens, man. This scheduling, it's hard to schedule on YouTube and have a family and a life and everything and get done everything you want to, because it's just like whenever you have free time, then you can do it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if I, because I wrote down, I was seeing if I wrote notes just to make sure.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I don't even understand. Who was that yellow SUV? Real quick, just before you guys go.
That's Dudley Agent.
Okay. Is he the only one that had one of those?
Okay, so there was another person that was helping with the with the renovations and stuff after we went. This was
Oh,
scary to
gosh.
us. We went up to the Wells property. This is like, I'm trying to think when it was. I can't even remember the date, but we went up there one time and I see this yellow Xterra sitting in the exact same place that
Oh my God.
when Summer is dancing in the rain video, the exact same place this yellow Xterra. So I said, please God, tell me Dudley Agent is not here right now. And we
When were
pulled.
coming up the hill. We were like, "Oh my gosh!" It was.
It was
yeah.
insane.
Whoa, are you serious?
Yeah, it was somebody else that was helping that drove the same thing.
Okay, well was it anybody that do they live in that town?
No.
No.
Because there's something else with that. I want you guys I wish I could I'm gonna send you guys something. I want your live I don't know. You might not be able to I don't think you should say anything really. I hate being secretive, but
No, I'm not gonna put anybody.
I mean, because yeah, I just sent you something you want to look at. That was really yeah.
One when we were out
Oh,
there
yeah.
around one day.
Oh, holy crap, that's true.
Yeah.
What?
We
So,
saw one when we were driving around. One of the first times we were out there searching, and we were driving
where's my
around.
phone?
I don't know.
Oh shit, man. So you don't have your text that
Yeah, I
I just
do. I just had it just like 5 seconds
sent? Okay.
ago.
So you were driving around and
We were driving around on a search. This was a search very early on before we even went to the.
do you know what town you were in or
Yeah, we were in. I mean, This was when we did a lot of our footage from that search where we found all those. Like it was like a poacher dumping ground. There was all these baby deer carcasses in trash bags. And we found that, and it was scary. But we were out there, and we just left that search, and we saw a yellow Xterra. It was out there, like
in Beach Creek area or
no, this
It
is
was off of Horton Highway.
off of Horton Highway, which would have been one of the routes that Don took back. Could have taken home.
Horton
So-
Highway? That
yeah.
wouldn't have been Kingsport, would it? Or
That's more on the backside of Fall Branch. That's the back road. Horton Highway is part of the highway that he would have took back from the meadows in where he was working in Washington County, Tennessee. So when Don got the call that Summer was missing and he left, that's when he would have came through there, the back roads without hitting the interstate, and he would have turned on Horton Highway. We were just out there. So that goes for all the people that think that we didn't look into Don and Candace very early on. Before we ever went to their property, we were searching places that he could have come back through. So we just didn't put it out there.
CSI said Jody Sue had a yellow Xterra. I was told Fred did too. Lots of those people around there. It's strange.
Yeah.
okay. Well, did you look at that video I sent you?
Did you send
It's
it?
only a few seconds.
Yeah.
Huh?
You sent it to me through text? Yeah, I got it. Hold on 1 second. I'll watch it.
So Nissan Xterra was listed. What did that say? Listed for to or who he acquired it from. I was wondering whose name that. Yeah, I need to know. I need to freaking know.
What's your watch, babe? If it'll freaking load.
Like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, you might want to turn that down.
Oh,
Yeah, where is that? I turned it down.
Okay.
Where?
Don't-
Okay,
yeah.
I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you.
I got you.
I got you. Okay, yeah, that's strange because we were out there on that Horton Highway area, and this yellow Xterra was like creeping around where we were at,
Mm-hmm.
and I tried to follow it. I raced to follow it, and this thing
It was
disappeared. It was
flying.
gone.
I want to know about that. I want that freaking. Oh my god.
So justice for all. What we're trying to say is, Deadly Agent drives a yellow Nissan Xterra. It was in the picture that was taken with Summer, or in the video of Summer dancing in the rain. That's the yellow vehicle sitting in the back. So then there was a call early on that law enforcement had passed a yellow vehicle speeding that on their way out to Beach Creek. Now, it was never said what it was. I think it was a yellow sports car that's out there. I'm not for sure. It was a Nissan 350Z, I think. But the reason we're saying that is because when we went up and there was a yellow Xterra parked in the exact same spot one time when we went to the property to I can't remember what we were there for. They were doing something up there and they asked us to help. It was after the interview we did with the news. We went up there. And I freaked out and I was like, please tell me he's not up here right now. And it wasn't. It was somebody volunteering. Well, then when we went on a search, this was to go back now, backtrack. We were, Scotty Skulls did have the same thing. And we got him in contact with
Wait,
people.
were you followed by a truck? Is that what you were saying? I was kind of like.
We were out there and doing that search, and that yellow Nissan Xterra was creeping around where we were searching. Now, when I got in the vehicle, I tried to follow it, and this vehicle took off so fast that I could not keep up with. Now I'm talking down dirt roads.
Oh my God!
I followed it. I followed it as far as I could. When it got on Horton Highway, it was gone. And I've got a vehicle that could keep up with it, and I couldn't.
Wow, dude! I wonder if there's something with that yellow Xterra. Did you see what the text I wrote you afterwards about that? Because
yeah,
it's
I didn't get.
I don't know. I want to know where that yellow Xterra has originated from. Whose name it's in.
I can run that.
Well, no, I mean, I need the plates don't match.
That's Yeah,
we didn't get the text.
I didn't get a
did
text.
You see it now?
No. Oh, I got the video.
Oh, you don't have any text after that?
No.
Oh man.
No.
Nothing.
That's the only way I know how to
Just text it again.
I sent you 3 since then.
What on earth?
I'll keep sending it, but yeah,
I wish I could show you. I would turn on. I'd show you that it's not. I have nothing.
Oh, yeah, I believe you because you would.
Here, I'll take a screenshot and send it back to you.
That happens to. I wonder if it's are you guys out in the middle of nowhere, kind of?
No.
The only way. Wait, do I have your guys'? I don't think I've emailed you guys before.
I emailed you that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I could just send you. I could just send you a screenshot, I guess, through the email just in case, because I've had this happen before, but only to one other person where they weren't getting my text. So.
Yeah, that's crazy. If there's not. What in the world? My phone's doing something insane.
Okay, there you are. Yeah.
I'm getting stuff now.
Okay. I'll still email it just in case, but.
Yeah, I just got all that. Look, they're all coming in now.
Okay.
There's my screenshot from before. Okay. Holy crap.
Yeah. I looked it up.
Wow.
So she let that, but
yeah, I know. I'm trying to watch what I say, but there's I mean, I can't say it on here because
which vehicle? Let me ask this: which vehicle went back? Did they get repossessed? I'm gonna ask because I'm talking about everybody around there. So hold on.
Oh, about the does anybody? I think somebody told me the other day about that the Kia Soul that Jody Sue drove or Amy drove. I think they sold it or something.
Well, I heard one of their vehicles got repossessed and got taken back. They let it go back over a very small amount.
That came back to Well, I asked Fred what I showed him a picture of what asked him if that's what the kind of car he saw, like, or is that the kind of car Andy and Jason drove, which was a Kia Soul.
Yeah.
And I was told that it was like a 2016, but he said he thought it was older, but
Well, the reason we're not saying what it is, I want you to let you know this, is because we want to make sure it's verified before we put anything out there. I don't want to cause any speculation or anything. That's or any rumors. That's the main reason people like a lot of. I don't want to put anything out that could possibly,
Well, yeah, it's kind of once it. I think there's a certain person that wouldn't be too happy.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? If they'd I don't know. Yeah, it would. It just, there's a lot of questions surrounding this yellow Xterra. That's all I have to say. Like, I don't know. It's so confusing. And if it's the same one Dudley was driving, that's very concerning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, in yellow Xterra, you would think, I mean, of course there's more than one in the world, but yeah, I sent you more text of what it came back to when I
think we have a video of the other one too that we were talking about. Maybe we can see if that, just to make sure.
Are you sure?
I think we do.
Oh, do you?
See if
oh wow, okay.
Let me look, because it would probably be on.
It would be on your phone.
I try not to be so like secretive. I pretty much say everything on here, but the only time I don't is if it is something that might.
Let's just take it in confidence, and it's okay. It should be understandable, because a lot of things like this is what we're talking about. Like, some people, you have to be very respectful, and when they come out and say, "Oh, there's social media is causing this and causing that," if people are careful as to what they put out, then that's not going to happen, and that wouldn't be descriptive of certain channels. Now, there are certain ones that have put out just anything and everything and they don't fact check, talk about it, or they don't show where their info is coming from, and they're not specifying what is speculation and what is fact.
Well,
it's got to be careful with that.
Did you see the picture I sent you?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, here, do that.
See, I feel like, I don't know. I wish I could say so much more, guys. I really do. But pretty much like we're saying, everything I'm saying, I mean, you guys can kind of like probably put the puzzle pieces together and kind of understand.
Well, it's been told, I think Benny or somebody said that they let a Kia or vehicle go back over payments that was not, very big. And then there's also talking about a Jeep. I've even put together, I want to know some stuff about that Jeep too as well. That they own.
What kind of vehicle is it's a Nissan. Okay.
The Nissan.
Very weird.
So there also is if we've been down, every time we go down on Beach Creek, I've passed that yellow 350Z too. So, and it's always flying. So I'm guessing maybe that was the vehicle. And I think they even said something about it being the yellow car that law enforcement passed that was speeding. Because I always wonder, it's like, why didn't you go after that vehicle? If it's coming out of an area hauling, straight hauling ass out of an area, then that's suspect.
Yeah, and Yeah, because Dawn mentioned something about a yellow vehicle too. But I mean, when I was thinking, I thought it was like a yellow car. Like when I think car, I think smaller, you know?
Well, that's what a 350Z sports car. That's the one that we always pass going in and out there. That's
Oh, I was thinking of the yellow Xterra that you were talking about.
yeah. So that's where people had gotten mixed up, and saying that they thought maybe this was the same vehicle because they saw the video of Summer dancing, and it was also kind of confusing with when Dawn was on the interview with Chris McDonough. They're talking about he talks about when Dudley was carpooling with Dawn and
Yeah.
Dudley would come and park his car at the Wells house, and him and Dawn would go off on jobs. That was prior to the 15th.
It was not the
It was not the
15th.
15th when it was in question. I think that was just a tactic Chris McDonough used to try to cross Dawn up on when he was talking about. Do y'all know what I'm talking about in the chat?
Of course, I got distracted and was reading it. Somebody wanted to know if Dudley lived in West Virginia, but
No, he lives on the Virginia side. Well, he lives on the
no, I mean
Virginia side, Gate City.
when Summer went missing, though.
I think he was staying.
I don't see, like, I really don't suspect. I've never really suspected him, but it is weird though that the whole. Do you think that somebody could have been letting him borrow it? I don't know.
Did you hear? Okay, so this is you remember when Dodd's talking about carpooling with Dudley to work. He said that they rode in that Xterra, and Don says it's a piece of junk. Says it barely made it to wherever. He talks about it with Chris McDonough. When Chris McDonough's talking to him about it, he on the phone on that first time Chris McDonough talks to Don. He brings this up, and he tried to cross Don up because he was talking about the 15th, and this, whenever he carpooled with Dudley was prior to the 15th. It was before. It wasn't clear as when he was talking about, and so that's where the yellow vehicle stuff comes into being talked about. I'm trying to be. It's hard to remember all of it and put it and to make it make sense, but I think everybody knows where I'm coming from if you're following me in the chat. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Let's see what they say. Put a 1 if you remember. I don't know if you have slow mode on or what.
Yeah, I do every 30 seconds. So
okay, yeah, I do too. I usually keep it on too. Okay, well, we could. Okay.
Do you need me to turn off? I can.
No, people get where. Okay, they get where I'm talking about. Okay, I just want to know if they were following me on that. So I don't think Dudley was ever asked about the Xterra himself. I don't know if anybody asked him about that, but that's when people start talking about they see the picture or the video of Summer dancing, his vehicle's in the back. That's what now it's come to, this was early on, and when we saw that yellow Xterra watching us when we were searching that one day, we had just heard about this. So that's the reason I took off after it, because this road that we were on, nobody should really be on that road. I'm telling you, it's like a 1-lane road, and it went under the underpass, and that's where we were looking. Now, I can kind of show, maybe, yeah, I can show it's clear, I guess. Maybe, or not. I've talked about it before, but
I'm trying to look up this Anderson Paul too.
Do you want to? Here, I'm going to do this.
So I know how it is. Sometimes you want to say things and you're like, should I? Is that what you're talking about?
But I'll share this, and I'll just show an approximate location of where I'm talking about, of where I saw this yellow Xterra and we chased him. I shared that down there. If you'll click on that, I'll just show something.
Okay. There was because I mentioned how I was, when I left from Ben Hill, not right when I got out of Ben Hill, but when I turned right on Beach Creek, I was down further. I don't know. I noticed like 15 seconds probably after behind me, there was a freaking truck. Like I couldn't tell what color it was though. It felt like it was freaking chasing me all the way down to where, and it kind of freaked me out. So I kept trying to go faster and faster. So I don't know if it was like what 79, I think is the road. Once I finally got there, it like, I need to pull it up on the map and see.
Okay, so I'm going to show right here where I'm. Hold on one. Well, you need buy? Sorry, man. Sorry. Let me let her buy real quick. Okay, this is where, when I show this right here, there should have been nobody back here. And this is what's weird about it. This road right here, I'm going to pull my little guy out so I can go to a street view. Why didn't it click? Okay. All right, so this is like a 1-lane, and come off of this search, and yeah, I've showed this in detail, so I'm not worried about it. They're sitting up here watching us. Okay, they backed up and took off. It's a yellow Xterra, and
That's weird. I bet it was. Oh my god, dude!
It's creepy. And
oh my god, what if that's the person I just sent?
Yeah, that's like, so we chase them down these little roads, like this road right here. This is like almost a this road, Ryan Road right here is like a little back road, gravel almost, and they get up all the way back here to Horton Highway, and they're gone off Ryan Road. Like I followed them. I was on their butt till about right
which
here.
way is Ben Hill from where you're at right there? Because I'm trying to get an idea of where you were at in comparison, because I don't know I'm horrible with directions. I don't know the area.
Okay, so Horton Highway. This is
Horton Highway 7. I'm trying to think of the road I was on that.
Okay, this is the road here. So Horton Highway, I come off of. Let me see where that turns off Ryan Road to here. Let me find where I was. Ryan Road right here. Horton Highway, follow it up. This is Gum Springs Road, right? That should be it right there. No, that's Horse Creek. Okay, hold on one second.
I know, I was trying to do something similar earlier. I think you weren't going to the gas station. I was like getting confused.
Okay, Horton Highway goes up to, now let me find Gum Springs Road right there. Gum Springs Road right here is what turns to Old Blair's Gap Road. This is the road that Dawn would have took home that day. Old Blair's Gap.
Does that go all the way to Beach Creek?
Yeah, yes. This is Old Blair's Gap, comes through here.
Oh.
And then you would have been.
Wait, that's the road that. Is that the road that is that when.
That's Solomon's Temple right here. So that Old Blair's Gap, this is the route Dawn took home that day.
So is that Beach Creek right there that Solomon's Temple's on, or wait?
Yeah, this is Beach
Creek. Okay,
so
I passed, that road right there, that 347 or whatever it says.
That's Beach Creek Road.
Yeah, that's the one I took, and somebody freaking was felt like they were chasing me. I couldn't see what color. It was like dark. I couldn't see what color it was, but it was definitely a truck.
This is the same road that Scotty Skulls was chased out by a red Toyota Tacoma.
Okay, so if you keep going straight down that road, what highway does it hit? Because that's how when I got down to the end, it would be way down there probably.
Old Blair's Gap. What you're asking here is Old Blair's Gap. No, this is Solomon's Temple. This is where the prayer garden was. This goes down to. This will take you to Ben Hill Road down here. But if you go this way, it takes you down Lone Star. This is where Polly.
I think that was probably where I went, Lone Star. Because you have to turn left or right, you're saying?
Yeah, let me do it this way. I'm going to show you a better way. This will show you the mapping out. This will make more sense to you.
I felt like I just went straight down Lone Star. Okay, wait. Okay, so Lone Star and Beach Creek are the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the map. Yeah, it must have been. Is Bulls Gap Road? No, I must have went on Bulls Gap. When you get to Bulls Gap Road, is there an area there that kind of it? Does it look like you're? I mean, is there really a stop sign? Like, is it a 90-degree angle, or is it more like like where you just curve to the right, kind of? You see what I'm saying? Because I don't remember ever like actually turning. I think it must. I'm thinking right there when you get to Bulls Gap off Lone Star or Blair's Gap off Lone Star, that it that it was kind of just a really sharp curve and not like you could go left, but.
Can you see this right here?
Because I'm looking on my map here that I'm trying to
check this out. Okay, this right here. This is the back roads. Now this is from where Don was at the Meadows. When he gets that call, this is the shortest route. It's giving you 3 routes here to get to 110 Ben Hill Road from the Meadows. Okay, this blue route right here is the one that this is the reason we were looking into what we were looking into when we were down there and we saw the yellow exterior. So the Meadows, this is only 33 minutes. It takes 33 minutes to get from here in Washington County, Tennessee, to his house in Hawkins County. Now let me zoom in a little bit. Now this is where, look right here. This is Geraldstown. This goes over the underpass, the route he took. That's the underpass right there we're talking about with Moody Road. All that. This is where now it will take you through Fall Branch. This is Horton Highway. He's going to turn around back here, take Old Blair's Gap right here, that where I'm at, and he's going to go all the way to his house right here. So that's 33 minutes. That shows that from Google Maps, that's 33 minutes that he could have made it. Now that's going regular speed limit. So that's one thing I've tried to show too. It makes sense that if he took this route, he could have got there when he said he got there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why we were down here searching this area, because it was on a route. And I asked Don in ways that he wouldn't really catch on to why I was asking him. I said, do you know where Moody Road is? Or do you know where this is? Oh, yeah, it's pretty out that way, but there was no kind of oh shit moment to him, when asking. So we'd already searched that. But then that yellow exterior was down there watching everything we were doing. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Just strange.
That's very weird. You know what, too? Oh my God. Okay, okay, Lone Star Road is. So that you said that they turned on, or they went up to what road you saw them turn off on when they took off? What road did they go on? You said
Okay, let me go back over.
Sorry, no, but what you saw them go on?
Ryan Road is where I chased them right here, where my mouse is.
Let me look on your map. Ryan Road. I'm gonna write that. Ryan Road, and so it's Ryan, and they right about.
I chased him right here. We were under Moody Road, under the underpass. Okay.
So Moody. Okay, so.
I chased him.
Ryan and Moody.
Ryan Road here, which brings you out on Horton Highway, and this
Ryan.
also leads there.
I'm writing that down because Okay, and so where was on your map? What's that road there? Is that right by Lone Star?
So right here, Ryan Road comes out on Horton Highway. This Horton Highway is where you can it's a straightaway, you see, right here.
Okay.
This is where they took off to, and this is where I couldn't keep up with them. They took off, and this is Gum Springs Road. Right there is the route. So that takes you to Beach Creek and Ben Hill. That's where it's blue there. So you can see we're not far off. I just said because if Don did take these routes here from he could have took any of these other little side roads, and it would still be about the same time. That's the reason we were
Okay,
down
so
here looking.
Horton Highway and Gum. Okay, there's a reason why I'm. I'll tell you later. I'm just trying to, because I noticed a lot of people are saying that, are saying, okay, and Gum. I saw it. Okay, and a lot of people are saying that they've had weird experiences of like being chased or, like you said, you saw that yellow exterior. That's really, really weird, especially knowing what that's like, yeah, I don't know. That's really seems. Did anybody know you were going to be out there?
Nobody. That's what's weird. That's what doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just too much. But yeah, I think that's all I got to add tonight. I'm tired.
Yeah, I know. I know you were trying to get off here about an hour ago or 30 minutes ago, but we got off on a. Yeah. So, all right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and
No
I
problem.
really appreciate it.
No problem. Anytime. And
Sorry for keeping you guys longer than.
No, it's not. I enjoy it. It's what I like that we can talk about this stuff and discuss it, and then people, like, there's different people, what they know and what they can bring to the table. It gets you closer. If not anything, it's good for Summer's case. I mean, as much as people want to discredit and disclaim and say this, if people are talking about it and bouncing ideas, it can come to something. It can lead up to something that maybe was not
if we all
known.
put our, all of us, like all of us talk to different people and stuff, all of us are talking to different locals, and you're kind of local, and you go, so maybe if we like kind of share, if people will share information with each other, and because it's about finding Summer, it's not about who gets the has the biggest or best tip or whatever, as far as like, so that's what's important. I'm willing to collaborate and tell people, like, and hopefully we can put our information together and figure out stuff. Cause there's a lot of times, like when I, like things that you're saying, and like Scott was saying the other day, that I'm like, oh my God, like that sounds, this is sounding, everything's like coming together very, 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 very slowly, but
right.
it's like a puzzle.
Justin said, Justice for All said, could it be Jody Sue chasing you off her camper lot? Out of all those 20-hour lives and 24-hour lives, we've never heard anybody bother her. And, nobody's went out
That's
there.
That's one thing I asked Fred's wife, is like, well, I know that she's not out there on Ben Hill anymore, but I said, do people come back here and bother you guys? He's like, nobody comes back here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nobody has time to go out there and harass Jody Sue. She's been throwing that out there since the beginning, and nobody has the time or reason to go out there and bother her.
Right. And I'm like basically begging people to talk to Fred, and nobody's gone out there. I thought for sure somebody would have gone out there. Like,
well, I mean, it's just, after we've heard certain things that we've heard, like I'll go to places I have permission, but now that you said that Fred's cool to talking to people and stuff, like that's what you want to know before I'm not. Well,
that's what I'm saying. Like, go out there and just be like, hey, like Ziggy. And if he's not me, like him and his wife are so nice. Like, even talking to his wife, if he's not there, his wife will be, but he's the one that's usually outside,
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna catch him outside if he's awake. If his truck's there, that's how you know he's there. It's a dark color truck, and it will be in the driveway. But I know you won't feel. I feel weird even going up to their door. I mean, it's kind of weird because it's like.
Well, you wouldn't have never got the interview if you didn't do it. I mean, you were.
Well, no, I didn't go up to his door. He happened to be outside when I went by the first time. But now I'll go to their door. But it still feels weird because it feels like, I don't know. At first, when I went there, I thought that it looked like it wasn't even. It didn't even look like a house. It looked like it was just like something. Like they were sleeping outside, really, at first. I didn't realize that there was like the little camper back there and stuff like that. So So yeah, like you have to basically go into this like kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, like garage shed area before you can get to their door. So it's kind of weird for somebody who
God H does have a wealth of knowledge too, and that's where people are getting. That's why people are getting antsy down that way, because when we talk about things that you'll notice, just pay attention to how people's reactions are when certain things are talked about. Anyway, I'm done. I
All right.
appreciate
Thank you
everybody.
guys. Thank you, Allie.
Did you hear?
All
She said thank you.
right. Have a good night.
Y'all too. See ya.
All right. Wow, I can't believe it's been 7 hours. That's crazy. You don't talk to strangers unless they have to. No, I won't go up to somebody's door. If he wouldn't have been outside, like there is no way I would have ever met him. I just know myself. I would never go to somebody's door. I won't even call somebody. Like Don was trying to get me to call his daughter and his sister and his dad. And I did call his sister, but the other two I chickened out on. And it was still really weird calling his sister, but he told me that he kind of lied to me and told me that she knew I'd be calling. But when I called, she had no idea she knew who I was when I said, I go by Ziggy, but she didn't know I was calling. So yeah, had I not known that though, I would not have called. I don't like cold calling. Now I do occasionally, I will like maybe text, and be like, hey, is this, but I'm too shy. Like there's no way I could go up to somebody's door. And plus like I would have been, way back there in the back of Ben Hill. No, that would have been scary. But now I have I'm not scared of him at all. Go back to the forum. Yeah, I had some. Hold on, guys. Oh, we already saw this one. Okay. Oops, I thought I already shared this. Because I have more of the screenshots, and I am going to get off of here soon, but I do want to see what these other screenshots here are about. It says, I found that shit's meth in the comments. Found out that shit's meth. What? Shit's like meth. Oh, okay. Like I remember. Okay. Are they talking about, wait, what is this? People call it shit around here. Oh, true. Coming from Hawkins County myself, I have heard many people refer to methamphetamine as the shits. Oh, I didn't know it was. I remember somebody mentioning the shits, like she's gone off the shits. But I thought that meant like they were just messed up. I didn't know it meant meth. Supposedly because if you have the shits, you won't have the shits anymore if you take that. No, that's not true. Meth doesn't constipate people. It makes you shit. That's why it's called the shits, I think, right? Anything that speeds you up, it makes you poop. So it's probably called the shits because it makes you shit. Okay. And opiates are what make you constipated. You guys learned something new off. The term "off the shits" means a person is either really high or rolling. Rolling is a slang term for high on a pill. No, that's not what that means. Rolling is not the slang term for on a pill. Oh my God, it means on ecstasy. Where did these people get their drug lessons at? Originated in Chicago, but now known wide because of a rap group known as GBE. Yeah, rolling is when you're on ecstasy. Trust me, I know. I used to got really. That was like my drug of choice when I 20-something years ago. I'm surprised people still call it rolling. And the reason why is because you feel like it's like up and down feeling. You feel like real happy, and then you feel down like a downer, and up and down, up and down. She answered with a thumbs up. Oh, this is said, I saw this and was like, what? I can't read that, dang it. Because it was thing in the Hun, Some, and I, or Hun, Some, okay, so Hun, Some, I, and Candace was planting flowers right before she went missing. We came the camper and had a piece of candy. Mom walked Summer halfway back home to see her brothers. And they said they went down to her room that she went down to her room to play, and she was gone. Mom helped me. I can't read this, so blurry. Something, my knee brace out. Okay, I think that's the last screenshot, but we can go back to the forum and see what there is. Yeah, exactly. Molly is powder form. Molly is supposed to be the pure form, but how do people, you wouldn't really even know unless you tested it. Ecstasy is supposed to be like the safest. No, they say ketamine, but really, ketamine is supposed to be they're all like, it's all bad news bear. Let's see here. So this is June 19th. So if I go back, right here, they're talking about everybody having the same names, which news article. It's so weird. Okay, this was on June 18th. What the heck? And he was already. This is odd. Okay, because it's like an interview where or it's not an interview, but it's an article. And somebody said, "Do you have hope that this will end well?" And this is on June 18th. Okay. just a few days after she went missing. And he says, I have hope, but when you look at the statistics, though our church and other churches worldwide, prayer is going on for her, plus all the law enforcement agents are praying. We're just hoping that God will turn it around somehow, some miraculous way. What the heck is he doing mentioning statistics like just 3 days after? That's weird. Mr. Wells is originally from Utah, and he met his wife in Arkansas, where their oldest son was born. Okay, so that means Josie was born in Arkansas. Candace Wells is from Wisconsin, and she had a sister who went missing there several years ago and was never found. Mr. Wells said, although he doesn't know much of the detail of that incident, the Wells family moved to their Ben Hill home residence 13 years ago to take care of his mother, who has since passed away. They inherited her house and have lived there ever since. Summer and the two youngest boys were born here. So supposedly Summer and the two youngest, and then they asked, what have you been doing during the search? And Donald Wells says, just trying to cope with everything. I'm talking to the police. I can't be alone for some reason. If I have to, I'll go down there and talk to the police because I can't be alone now. Let's see here. This is the Times News. Since Tuesday evening, there have been a massive search effort covering hundreds of acres surrounding their residence. There has also been an ongoing investigation by the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Donald Wells said here, I was at work, but from what my wife has told me, that's a weird thing to say. I was at work, but from what my wife has told me, her and her mother and Summer were planting flowers by her grandma's trailer, which is about 20 feet from the house, real close to the house. Summer all of a sudden said, Mom, I want to go in the house. So she said, fine. Her three brothers were inside watching TV, and Candace watched Summer go in the door. Her brother said she was going to go downstairs and play with her toys. This is such a freaking lie, dude. Donald Wells, her mom came in and said, where's Summer? She's downstairs playing with her toys. She hollered for her, and there was no answer. She went downstairs, and Summer was nowhere to be found. She went out the basement door. The door was unlocked. Here he's saying the door was unlocked. Summer has never left the area. Mr. Wells said he doesn't believe she would leave. She might be on the other side of the house. What? So Donald Wells says, she might be on the other side of the house. I went out there before and called for her. She came out from behind the house. She just has to be outside. She's an outside type of person. She was gone, buddy. That's a weird thing to say. She was gone, buddy. He said his wife called him at work in Jonesboro, and he told her to hang up and call 911, and he immediately headed for home. Yeah, that's not what happened. I don't believe that. I think that he had to mention her calling him, because I do believe she called him. And I felt like they were going to see on the records that she called him. Yeah, you don't sit there, you don't call your husband to ask what to do. You freaking call 911. But she had to have an explanation why she called Dawn before 911. Oh, look, right here it says he arrived before law enforcement, but many of his neighbors were searching the area around his home on Ben Hill Road. He said, I was freaking out, and when I got home, I drove up to the property, and all my neighbors were combing the woods for her. I realized then and there she was not there. I knew right then there that she was gone. She would never leave there on her own. Somebody had taken her. Mr. Wells said it is his belief that Summer was abducted and taken out of the area. He said she would never leave. For one thing, we've got bears and wild dogs, and we've got druggies who come around to other people's properties all hours of the night. But this was like 5:30 in the evening. He says right here, but this was like 5:30 in the evening. Really? Well, why does TBI website say that she was missing since the afternoon? Or the last seen in the afternoon time? 5:30 is not afternoon. It's evening. Which makes me think someone was lying in wait. I heard somebody say that people track down kids on Facebook and find them. All I know is she is definitely not anywhere around here. Somebody has abducted her and took her out of the area. So Mr. Wells said law enforcement has done a good job pursuing every lead, and he willingly took a lie detector test to assist in the investigation. He said he and his wife have been looking at photos of potential suspects. He said they have tracked down all kinds of people. They even had me in there with a lie detector test. It didn't bother me to do it whatsoever. A lot of time the parents are responsible. The Wells family are members of the Kingsport Seventh-day Adventist Church in Kingsport. Mr. Wells said they love their church family, and Summer especially has many friends at church. They just love her to death, he said. It's interesting reading, going back and reading older articles because, all the things we've heard since. It's just so weird that he said, when they asked, do you have hope that this will end well? And he said, I have hope, but when you look at the statistics, that's a very strange thing to say 3 days after. Nobody talks like that. No, there is no way you would talk like that within just a few days. You're going to you're going to be holding on to that little bit, just that hope. It wasn't like a year in at that point. Okay. I'm not sure if there are people commenting on the grandma's Facebook page. It's from here, but people don't go real live. Oh, they're talking to Rose Meyer. It says, I think you and your whole family are covering up some messed up stuff. You're one weird, sick individual. Admin, please remove her. She gives off horrible, horrible vibes. I'm confused, Rose Meyer. Above on this post 17 hours ago, you commented asking the OP if this was her granddaughter. But somewhere else 7 hours ago, you stated you and Grandma have been friends 14 years. So back in, okay, so that would have been 2021. So that means that Rose Meyer has known Grandma. And I think we talked about this like a while back, and somebody was, okay, so Rose Meyer knew Grandma. So that would be 15 years now. And I heard those Crackin cooters. Yeah, why wouldn't they beg for a safe return? They had treated it like she was abducted and roped off like a crime scene. Would they have found more evidence than allowing so many people on the property? Yeah. Good night, Genesis. Okay. What's this here? Candace Hare is a grandmother. We've been friends for 14 years. That was Rose Meyer saying, Candace Hare is a grandmother. We've been friends for 14 years. And then somebody replied, do you know of any updates since last night? And she said, not as of this moment. No one is concerned in keeping all friends updated. As I am in Wisconsin and can offer nothing but verbal support, I am not pestering them. And then somebody asked her, what do you think about those kids' living conditions? I'm aware that you live in another state, but the pics are awful that have been posted in this group. She said in response, I then must ask why, if it's so bad, no one in the area made a stink to take away the kids. If I had access to most people's photos, I'm sure I could. I don't think it. Oh, here they're talking about the plate and lighter. I read police reports of the dad and mom using meth. They both have criminal records a mile long. That's not true. The mom doesn't. Mom specifically of abuse, domestic abuse, possession of firearms, holding a gun in person's face. It goes on. No, that's about it, I think. But that's, yeah, I just found that there is something about her holding a gun to somebody's face. Dad has a sexual indecency charge to a minor and deeply violent and drug. Nope. That's actually not true. That's his. No. Deputies just knocked on our door and asked my wife for any tips on navigating our land and if we cared if they searched there. Looks like they are expanding the search area and that they still do not know her whereabouts. You guys remember this?
We really appreciate that outpouring of love. And I've never seen so many good people in one place. You know, we just really appreciate everybody trying to help that they have, law enforcement and all these volunteers that are here. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. But just pray that God, with His awesome power, for His name's sake, will please let Summer be okay, and please come home. that Summer be okay, and please come home. Well, we really appreciate that outpouring of love, and never seen so many good people in one place. You know, we just really appreciate everybody trying to help that they have, law enforcement, and all these volunteers that are here. Never seen anything like this in my entire life. But just pray that God and His awesome power, for His name's sake, will please that Summer be okay, and please.
I was just noticing how, okay, he looks to be actually like crying there. But I played this because, and this was June 18th, but he had Josie with him, and that's something that was stated by Fred also about how he was taking that Josie with him everywhere. I don't know. Dawn looks really actually upset there. Who was it? We watched that Matt Gilbert's video yesterday, and he was saying how he was talking to a Rogersville, a former Rogersville officer, and he was saying how the police know that the mother knows more or is involved, but they're just looking, they're still needing that one more, they're still needing that one piece of evidence or whatever it is. The way he was talking, he claims that the father didn't know, like Dawn didn't know. Supposedly, I don't know if this cop really, if this Matt guy is being, or how accurate this is, but he was saying that Dawn didn't know at first. It was all Candace, but now Dawn knows. I wonder, do you think there's any possibility that Dawn knows and now, like, that he's in jail, like he's found out? Like, do you think they possibly, like, went to him and been like, hey, we know, like, Candace is involved. Tell us what's going on. Because isn't it weird that I don't know, he hasn't messaged anybody. It would be, he never emailed me back. I emailed him a couple times. Okay. Somebody sent me some old, interesting screenshots. Somebody is sending me some screenshots. They want me. Oh my gosh, that picture of her, it looks. I remember seeing these screenshots that I'm being sent, but who was it that said this though? Hey Samantha, who is it that said these comments, or where did you get this? Where are you getting these screenshots at? Okay, I have to email him to myself from my phone. Okay. Yeah, but I was just noticing in that on this right here, he looked like he was upset. Yeah, that's what everybody says, Sherry, but if I could, yeah, I don't know about slowing down. Let's see. Look at one more page here. Here are Candace's other sister names. Her father just passed away. That is crazy. Her father did just pass. Looks like a little bit over a month. Samantha, can you tell me where you're getting these screenshots? That would be easier for me instead of just because I have to mail them to myself every time. Unless they're like emailed to me. Is it something just on your phone or? I do wish that I was more organized since the beginning of this case. Being transported to I thought it was Washington, D.C. Again, if you haven't watched Ziggy's part 2 interview with, oh, thanks. About what? I'm trying to. Who is Brandy? Who are you talking to about a blog? Are you talking to me or are you talking to Cam? A blog is not. I'm not looking up for a credible source. What are you talking about? Or is he? Are you talking to somebody else? Yeah, oh, yeah, I wasn't. Oh, I know. She's talking about the disposed thing. Yeah, it Yeah, it's different than dismissed, but I didn't want to like. It's not big deal. It is confusing though. I do understand why this, like what I said, it's confusing. It means that from what I gathered, it just meant that the case was done and has been decided. But if it's like actually dismissed, it says dismissed. But because I've had to look at a bunch of people's records, and I remember thinking that disposed meant that it was, dropped, but it's a little bit confusing. Hold on. What's going on? Hey, what's going on?
Not much. I just wanted to clear this up. No, it was not shown from a blog. We showed Black's Legal Dictionary, what disposed mean in legal jargon. Nobody's misleading anybody. We didn't.
I have a blog. I guess this is a blog up here, but this is just.
This is
right? I don't know what this is. This is like a forum.
Well, this has nothing to do with it. People go back that weren't watching. This is what happens. That same person comes over and tries to dissect and do the same thing to us all the time over stuff that doesn't matter. We weren't showing from a blog. I showed on Google. I pulled up Black's Legal Dictionary, showed what the definition of disposed was, and that's what we were trying to do. Nobody's trying to mislead anybody. I want to make sure that's 100% clear. And you can just go back in the the live and see exactly what we did. I don't like that, and that's what that's caused. I just had to make that clear. Sorry.
You're fine.
I get irritated about that stuff because nobody's trying to mislead anybody. We're trying to say when it's disposed, it's handled by a judge. It was handled. It has many terms. We went over it.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm out. Sorry about that.
You're good.
We'll talk.
I'm reading a text about something else.
All right, but yeah, we'll keep in touch. I'm gonna look into some of that stuff that we were talking about.
Okay.
All right.
No, you're. No, I didn't. I'm not ignoring him or anything. I'm replying to a message about something totally off subject. So, and I can't concentrate on both, but. Okay. All right. So let's see. Praying for hope. Lord, bring summer home and Rose. This family has endured enough pain for thousands of lifetime. Cheryl says, "Oh, Candace here. I so hope there's news and it's positive. I'm with Stephanie Ann. How can we help? Our prayers are with that little one. Hope she makes it home safe." And that's Christopher Larson. And so Candace Hare replied, "Thank you so much," to Christopher Larson, which would be her son-in-law. Okay, so I keep saying I have to go, but then there was some interesting screenshots I was sent. I really do need to go. I cannot believe it's been this long already, but but I eat people and you're my dinner. Trying to find this one screenshot. Okay, so this is something I was just sent. I guess this is from Jody Sue. Like, okay, so that's Jody Sue. It looks like in the back of the ambulance. Which I guess this was okay, so this was on the 24th of August. And her son says can't get through to anyone's phone because signal. Yeah, the signal's horrible out there. If any of our mom's family sees this, can you come help, please? So let's see. This is she was desperate. Let's see. Okay, I remember this post or this being read at one time, but it's still I can't remember. Let's see if it seems legitimate. I can't see who wrote it though. I wish. Looks like the last name's like Cook or something, but I can't tell who that is. So this says CPS was called more than once. I called once. They made several visits, but that's it. They were told to clean up the place, but that's about it. The kids never said anything bad about them, which is understandable at their age and being scared. One of the boys hit the other boy with a BB gun more than once. Dogs were hit with BB guns, which they all thought was funny. Both parents hit each other and the kids. Both did drugs. The girl always craved her mom's attention, and she sent her to stay in her room. Holidays, she could come out and play, and when they went to the creek, and occasionally he'd take them outside to play with the guns to teach them to hunt, but using BB guns on dogs is sick. The girl always held her, oh my God, like she had an affection or was, oh my God. Her teeth was never brushed. She had one bath a week at most, Saturday night, and the tub was filthy. There was no tub. There wasn't a tub, so that's not true. I don't think. Was there a tub? No, there was not a tub. There was just a shower. I don't know if that's a mistake or if this person's just making this up. But hold on, let me see what you guys are saying. I have to fast forward it because I'm at the wrong place. A real tub? There's a tub outside. Yeah, taco turned into Wednesday. Oh. I don't know who this is. That's why I was asking. Somebody sent me this, and I was asking who it was. She had one bath a week at most. But I remember this was a long time ago. So this was like closer to the beginning of the case. And the tub was filthy. She had lice and yeast infections. Summer would give everyone a hug. She was desperate for love and attention. What's odd is Her dad would buy her gifts all the time. Dolls, jewelry, she would give them away. What's odd is her dad would buy her gifts all the time. Dolls, jewelry, she would give them away. She gave me gifts twice. I asked her why, but she never said. She said her daddy bought it for her, though. Their mom gave the boys a little attention, but not Summer. She seemed jealous of Summer and picked on her. I didn't understand, but now I think she may have been, you guys see the word there. The boys picked on Summer too, wouldn't let her go to their room to play, so she had to play by herself all the time. But of course, boys only see how their parents treat each other, so they think it's normal. They would curse a lot, and Summer said God doesn't like that. Aww. It's so sweet. They were horribly prejudiced. The boys would destroy the dolls she had, so I thought maybe that's why she gave away her dolls. But she would give away everything her dad gave to her. Something does not add up. Such a sweet, smart little girl. I'm so angry. I want to know who this is. I'm texting the person to ask them who wrote it, because I do remember seeing it, but I can't. There was one more post they sent, but they cut it off too. And it's the same person. Both of the times they're cut off. Why is their name cut off? Was it done purposely, or? Looks like the picture is like an older lady, but I don't know. Yeah, this was put out really early in the case. I remember. Yeah, but I was trying to remember who it was to see if it's somebody. It's like a 4-letter first name and 4-letter last name. But here she said, I guess this is a different. Wait, this is the same post. She was, I feel like that this one right here is different, but it's doesn't have all of it. That's why I was wondering if. Hold on. Go DCS. Okay. There's a couple more. Or wait. They're probably in my email. Oh, okay. All right. So I'll read this one. I called DCS. I'm not sure whatever came about the situation, but I haven't slept because I feel so guilty for not doing more. I should have kept calling, but I didn't think they would do anything because I already called. I told them when I knew that I saw her hit and kick Summer, and they would lock her in the basement. I called again as soon as I found out Summer was missing. The basement had a lock on the inside and outside, but I've been in that basement and I know how hot it gets. And she would scream. You don't punish a kid this way. I assume Summer never told them the truth if they talked to her. She could be a hyper little girl. What kid isn't? She always wanted attention. She was a very sensitive kid. One day, her mom wasn't watching her and she pulled out plants and her mom had a fit. As far as the DCS report about her husband, just so you know, her mother was just as scared of Candace as she was her son-in-law. She ran all over her mother, called her names, etc. Yeah, I don't think that they're... Let's see. I don't think her and her mom are really talking. There's two more little screenshots that go along with it. Oh, it's not, they're not law enforcement anymore. It's former law enforcement, Jane, but I don't know. Let's see. Okay. Just Summer. They have cut her hair twice. Summer loves pizza, corn dogs, and hot dogs and hamburgers, fries, corn, etc. She loved fruit. She did have some developmental delays, but was pretty average. Sometimes I asked what she ate for that day for breakfast and lunch, and she would say chips and candy. And I realized some kids are picky or don't eat many of their meals, so I didn't think much at the time. She was anemic once that I know of, but I do know her mom said she had not been to the doctor since her 3-year checkup and that they needed to get things done for school, but they hadn't. Now that I have time to actually think about things, I greatly suspect she may have been abused, and they would find out at her well check because you have to have a well check for school, and they qualified, but she refused to put her in Head Start, which would not cost them anything. They would just need their vaccine and well check records for a physical. Some things just don't make sense, and I can't stop going. Mom said she had not been to the doctor since. Okay. Cannot stop. Okay, I cannot stop going over things in my head and blaming myself. Another fishy thing is that I offered to take the boys out to the movies, and she declined and has not wanted company at home, which I guess is understandable, but they let their friend take the boys to putt-putt. There is something up with Dawn and him. I can't put my finger on it, but please trust me. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't read this since the beginning of the case, so yeah, I had heard of this, but I wish I remembered who it was. It said this. No, actually, Crackin cases, she hadn't gone to she was forced to go to the doctor and dentist. That was right before she went missing. That was from what I hear. But of course I don't know for a fact, but I did have a really, 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 really good source until freaking Cher ruined it. Thanks a lot, Cher, because now that person doesn't talk to me anymore because you freaking spread her phone number all over the place. And, so I guess you did what you set out to do. Anyways, it was a very, very good source. And those pictures were taken, those were soon before she went missing. That's when CPS they were told by CPS that they had to go to the doctor and the dentist. She took the boys in summer to the dentist and doctor, but she didn't go back to the follow-up appointment. The boys were actually so far behind in vaccines that they were having to get them caught up. at their new place. But Summer did have her from what I hear, she did have her vaccines. But see, if she hadn't been since she was 3, that's only 2 years, right? That's just 2 years. So she shouldn't be that. How many vaccines do you get between 3 and 5? Because from what I hear, after that doctor's appointment, she was caught up, but the boys weren't. The boys had to go to a follow-up that she never took them to. That's probably what. Yeah, but yeah, that's why she went to the dentist, because they forced her to take her to the dentist. But yeah, she actually, from what I hear, supposedly she was caught up. I don't know if they gave her shots that day or what. Did I seriously think Aphrodite? Did I say that, April? You come in here and talk shit all the time. Did I say that? Did I really say that Aphrodite or Aphrodite and a woman? Did I say that they got visions? Is that what I said? I said that? April, you need a life. Like, seriously, you come in here all the time saying shit. What theory about? Who said that she wasn't registered? What theory was out of the water? Probably, this lady's probably right. Like, at the time she last saw him, she probably didn't have all her shots. And probably hadn't been since she was 3 years old. Because from what I hear, those pictures around that time, she had just got her shots right before. Who said she wasn't registered to school? Where's the pictures of I saw the pictures of her with the little dentist thing, but where's the other one? Are they when her head was shaved? Like right before she went missing? Like a month or two? Because that's what I'm talking about, is when she went to the dentist and doctor. But yeah, like I said she was caught up. She was caught up. I don't know about the registration for school. That does sound familiar. But I was heard that she was caught up on her shots, but the boys were not caught up. Well, the boys would be so much further behind if they were having to get caught up. It would be like, who knows, like, she doesn't do true crime videos. Aphrodite does do tarot cards. I do, April? Who did I say that about? Supporters who have small critique what? Who are you talking about? And say they are in here all the time when in fact they are supporters. Who are you saying? Who do you mean? Haters? I've never called a supporter a hater. Oh, there's no shots between 3 and 5? Well, that would make sense. So if she had all her shots up until she was 3, and then she got shots right before, like, she went missing, that makes sense. I don't know who that you could be talking about that is. Yeah. Why did she say something different about not being registered for school? What I'm guessing is this lady, who knows when this lady saw her last. I'm not saying I was sent this screenshot, but I don't know if this person's telling the truth. Like some of the stuff line up, but the school thing, she could if she hadn't talked to Candace or hadn't seen Summer in a few months. Summer had her head shaved when she was in the pictures I saw. So it would have probably been within a few months of her, right before she went missing. So she was, and that's when I'm told that she got caught up on her shots, but just like, whoever said it above, that there's no shots between 3 and 5. Well, then that makes sense. They usually don't like to give you 2 shots at once, or there's certain shots they don't like to give you at once because in case you have allergic reaction. But Summer couldn't have been that far behind in shots, which, it makes sense about the whole no shots between 3 and 5. But if the boys haven't been back for, for the hater lady. Yeah, she had her. You told me what, Brock? That's probably the same time that she was outside, though. If Summer's is that the same time? Is she wearing the same thing when she was outside? If she was in a chair, I don't think she has. There's pictures I saw the one where she's holding the bag, and that was right before she went missing. But she was forced to by CPS. Roswell, what was she wearing? What was what was Summer wearing? It was at the dentist also? Okay. Her recent video? Okay, I'll look. And does she have short hair in both of them? Let me look here. Which one is it going to be? It's because it says, hold on, where's I need to, hold on, guys. I don't, I can't really say. No, they didn't force vaccination, guys. But you have to be vaccinated for school. The CPS forced them to go to the doctor and the dentist. Let's see, But I don't think that, yeah, I think it's up to, I don't think you could force like parents to get vaccinations. But which video is it? Somebody said her most recent, but there's nothing. I don't see anything. This one says Summer Wells, but that was 2 months ago. Hold on, let me pull up my chat so I can see where you, if you guys are telling me where it's at. Who, Roswell? What are you talking about? Let's see. Yeah, no, there wouldn't be any proof of that. You guys, I've talked about this before. I'm seeing people like ask me like who said that and stuff. This is something that we've talked about before, and I really wasn't even supposed to say who it was to begin with. But I did. I said, I kind of referred to who it was if people would have been paying attention. Where's this video though? I don't think CPS can force vaccinations. That's like, I don't think you can force people. I mean, well, I don't know. About what, all-nighter? I am so confused. People are saying her recent video, but I don't see a recent video. Is this the wrong channel? Oh, this one probably. It doesn't have any videos. I don't see anything, guys. Drama sells. Okay, it reimagined drama sells video. Okay. Wonderland reimagined or Harry Potter reimagined? This one? This is about a response to J is for Justice. This?
She was like dental things. It looks like she's at the dentist, you guys. Where did A.F. Pennington get a picture of Summer at the dentist?
Her head was shaved. Isn't her head shaved?
And it looks like, are those shaved or was like dental things? It looks like she's at the dentist, you guys. We're in AF Pennington. Get a picture of Summer at the dentist.
These are like when she was around the same age, though. This is all around the same age. Hold on, I got. She has her head shaved in both of them. That doesn't really prove like two different. I mean, if she had to go back, I'm guessing it was probably for some type of procedure. It doesn't show that she was going regularly. She had just had her head shaved. Actually, I know pretty confidently she was not. She was the only one, from what I have been told, that was regular on her vaccinations. That's all I'm saying. Got that image, which made many in the comments in my response very confirmed, along with other creators saying that they were two were in possession of the image also. Let's see. Okay, I'm unmuted. I thought I was muted. Let's see. She said, let me mute that. Just so I reluctantly turned an ad review into a video was. Her live stream was fully monetized. Okay, contained false claims. That is the first time I've seen that picture, though, I think. Are you sure that's not an eye exam or something? That's probably an eye exam. Why she has this, or what's that sunglasses on? Which may be in many of the comments in my response video confirmed, along with other creators saying that they were two and trying to stop it right when it every time I'm not gonna be able to get it right there. The heck? Does look like a dentist, but why does she have the sunglasses on? That would remind me of, but would they don't dilate their pupils that young, do they? Is this just words the rest of the time? Okay. Or wait. Looks like there might be pictures at the end. Oh my God. What is that? What the hell is, oh my God. Oh, is that her cat? Oh my gosh, that was sad. Oh, they use the glasses when they're at the dentist. I don't ever remember my daughter having doing that. Okay, so. All right. Let me get out I'll go over it again. I was going to go, but I keep saying I'm going to go. I can't believe I've been on over 8 hours. But let me find my messages between that lady. I'll screenshot them and show you guys. Once again, I told you guys before who this lady was. It was the mother of, okay, the person I used to talk to got a hold of me back in like September or October-ish, after she had seen the CPS video that everybody was talking about, or whatever. That's what they called it. Because she said a lot of people gave her shit at first because, well, first of all, she couldn't really say who she was. And a lot of people were giving shit about certain things that she knew to be fact, but she couldn't really say, how. But when she saw my video, she saw how much like aligned with what she knew. Thank you, Justice Jamie. So she must not saw it for like a while, I'm guessing. Like it must have been a couple months afterwards or something. Might have been in November. But she is actually the mother of, okay, it's at the new location that the boys are. The lady that I was talking to up until very recently, until Cher, I sent Cher a screenshot one time, and I totally forgot because I was on Cher's panel and it had a phone number at the top. What'd she do? When she got mad at me, she was like, oh, let me look through my messages and see what I can do to screw Ziggy over. And she finds that screenshot because I was asking her, I'm like, should I bring this up or not? And it was about how the boy, it was like very, it was some information I didn't know if I should talk about or not. So I took a screenshot and I sent it to her. And I totally forgot to mark out the phone number. What she do once she gets mad at me weeks later and goes through a conversation and sees that, she gives out that screenshot to people. She starts calling and harassing the person. And because she's convinced that it's the CPS lady from September, who I had not talked to since September. I have been talking to this lady that she got that number of for like several months, up until whenever that whole, I don't know, month ago thing happened. It's like right after that person came on my panel, the Michelle lady came on my panel. And anyways, I don't know if she got her number changed or what, but I had plans. I was supposed to meet her in Tennessee, like when I was just there. And I'm just telling you, you guys missed something that was going to be really cool because of that Cher like screwing that all up. I've been talking to her for freaking months. Seriously, like 8 months. And I guess so many people Cher giving her number out to so many people and stuff, and I don't know. She did respond to me at first, like she was responding to me, and told me she wasn't mad at me. But after about a week, though, I never heard from her ever again. And I didn't know if she changed her phone number or what, but I tried calling her number and it would ring. But I don't know. We had plans for when I was going to Tennessee and stuff, and I never heard from her. And I figured she would have called or texted me if she. Anyways, the lady, like I've mentioned before, it was not the CPS lady. The CPS lady that people call the CPS lady got scared and freaking. I haven't talked to her since September last year. She blocked me on Facebook. This lady is the mother of a boy who is friends with Wyatt at their new location. I was talking to her for a long time. And I have seen proof she is who she is. Actually, if you would have watched that video that came out by, which I played it on here, some of you guys want to probably know what video I'm talking about. But a certain person got upset with a creator recently who was trying to put out like information on, or trying to put out fake information on me. And anyways, the person that, it's such a long story. They ended up making a channel just to put out some info to let everybody know that I did not pretend to be a PI to contact, because that's what this person was trying to say, is that I pretended to be a PI to get, that's such a lie. And even mentioned in that video that they know the person I talked to. And they even mentioned in that video that the person I talked to, son, is best friends with Wyatt. You guys know this. I've mentioned this a million times. I just stopped kind of mentioning who she was recently because of all that freaking drama of her phone number being released to like several people. I used to always say that her son is friends with Wyatt. She's around him all the time. They're not allowed, the boys are not allowed to go like to sleepovers and stuff like that, but they'll go to like skate parks, they'll go to like fairs with them and stuff. They'll meet up with them, but the adopted parents are always there. Like they're really protective of the boys, and they're very happy where they're at. Everything this lady has told me, I can't believe I'm even going over this again because I thought everybody knew about this. Hold on, let me see if, I wish I could just search our messages and pull up where we were talking about the doctor and dentist visits and how Summer was, put it exactly how she said it. In the Google Earth app, or not Google, oh my God, Google, what's that phone number? Google Voice app that I was texting her from, you can't search your messages to just find certain things. So it's like I have to go through a lot of searching just to get to what I want to get to. Because we were talking since, let's see. It will say here, November. I'm at November. We only talked like, at first we talked more often, but after the first like couple months, it would be like, you know, she would text me randomly like once or twice a month just to let me know of anything that she's heard. And she trusted me because it had been several months, and, you know, I would never had any problems. But when that happened, yeah, it kind of screwed things up. So I'm sure Cher's very happy. Let's see. She said like the reason why she wanted people to know, you know, certain things is because she really was afraid that those boys were going to go back to Don and Candace, and she knew that was like just not a good situation, and she was just so afraid. They were happy where they were at. They don't want to go back. Here she's mentioning how he said, okay, he said, okay, I guess at school there was, well, I better not say the event because then somebody's going to be able to figure out what school they go to. I don't even know what school they go to. I haven't even tried to, that's not important really. But during some certain event during their school, they were speaking about drugs, and drugs came up where they were, it was kind of like one of those, did you guys have those dare things in school? Like, kid, what's dare stand for? Something, dare drugs, I forget. Anyways, I've already gave all this stuff, Bray. I really have. I would never even have mentioned any of this stuff if I think many of the people that are here all the time know that this person, or know who this person is, or know that this person is reliable. She said during a say no to drugs type event at school or whatever. I remember going to dare type things when I was in elementary school. And I guess one of the boys, which I've already said which one, but mentioned that crank was smoked in his house with a pipe that had a big glass ball on the end, and they always got blamed for breaking it. And I guess they called it crank, not crack. I don't know, or whatever it was. She said it was that the word crank was mentioned. I guess this particular Wells boy, is very talkative and just wants the people to know what he went through at the Wells house. He doesn't want to go back there. And plus, when you're around that type of environment for so long, you're going to think certain things are normal, and you're not going to think about what you're saying because you're normal. Okay. Here she's telling me, and I have to watch certain things I'm saying because I don't want to. Said one of them was in some type of facility for help because of behavioral problems. He had his birthday while he was at this place, and nobody called him, not Dawn nor Candace. It's crazy. You would think right after your kids get taken, you would call for their birthday, but you don't even call for their birthday. And it is true, according to this person, that the boys did pick on Summer, especially two of the boys. The story about the pipe was the kids thought it was a crystal ball and it got broken and they got hit with a fire poker. The kids know about weed and crank because the adults didn't hide it from them and talked about it. Random people would come over to party and pass out in their beds in the basement, and the three kids would have to share a set of bunk beds. A CPS worker came with DCS in March and made them take the kids to doctor and dentist. They had TennCare in 2018 and it was never renewed. They never bothered to reapply, so they had to get them back on TennCare Medicaid. The dentist appointments and x-rays were March for checkup, and the first work was done in May. They went to one appointment and didn't go back. Summer eventually had the broken tooth pulled. Summer had shots, but the older two were missing shots. I'll screenshot that. So it does look like she went twice to the dentist. It looks like it says the dentist appointments and x-rays were in March for checkup, and first work was done in May. Okay, so they went twice. They went for a checkup and their first work in May. They went to one appointment and didn't go back. Summer eventually had the broken tooth pulled. So I wonder if that's they weren't fed regular food. They'd only been given french fries and fast food, chips, or cereal. Kids told DCS, and the parents' excuse was it's because their religion requires a vegetarian diet. They church hopped to get clothes and money to pay bills and buy wood for heat. And when they exhausted resources, they changed churches. My biggest question was if anyone at the current church creeped them out. And from what I could tell, the kids really did love the church and the church people. Their favorite church was the Baptist church, though. The oldest is the only one who gets regular visits with parents because he has to participate in meetings with DCS and parents. When the middle son turns 12, then he will have to go to monthly meetings with parents and DCS. I guess, but I was just reading that for the about the appointments and what she was saying, which I don't find that shocking because I figured people would already realize that they didn't have, I thought people knew that they didn't have like insurance. Like Dawn said that. How could they go to regular appointments if they won't even are too lazy to apply for insurance? Dawn mentioned that they didn't have insurance. I thought that was like pretty much known. Hold on, let me send that here. Yeah, this is all stuff I've like read before. Hold on. Why won't it load? I have to resend it to myself. Damn it. This time I did remember to cross out the number like a freaking idiot. I can't believe she didn't act mad like so I don't understand what changed. Was it a baby? I think it was a baby tooth. They got I think it was a baby tooth that they got that was pulled because that front one was brown, if I remember right. Oh, this person's 100% reliable. I'm telling you right now, this person's I would never repeat things that are not true. And just like you don't like people sitting there like telling you that what you're saying is not true. I mean, I've been talking to this person for freaking months. Had been. I guess I should say had. And it's not true about the diet. That's right. But like, what are you going to say? If you're going, obviously, that's obviously not true about the diet, but we're not talking about honest people here. We're talking about, obviously, if the DCS came to them and asked them why they didn't, that's what they were eating, they're going to say, I mean, you couldn't see them saying because of religion, even though it's totally not their religion. And it's totally not something that, and you know what? Somebody else like actually said we got into a talk about, I'm trying to think who was it that told me that Dawn mentioned something about freaking trying to eat certain way. He never told me that, but Okay, so she says, let me see, I'll just keep reading what she says. She said, but at certain times I might have to like kind of like this was all the way back and the parents are not honest though. What wasn't true about the visits though? What are you saying that wasn't true? This is all the way back in November. This was in beginning of November. So I don't know what's changed about visits between now and then. I mean, this is like 7 or 8 months ago. So you gotta like remember, like this is all the way back then. No, this is all from one person. This info is all from one person. I'm not going over the text or the messages from, that was in Facebook, that person I was talking to, like, and that was back in September. So you gotta remember, this is all the way back in November. So she says, it's so crazy. See, none of us had any idea how huge and insane this whole thing was. We just thought these are the boys who are brothers to the missing little girl in Rogersville. We knew they were removed for abuse and neglect and that the parents were suspect, but that was it. All this stuff on YouTube we didn't know about. It only came to light when a known local criminal, Brad with Sean, went on YouTube and tried to play Superman and then made a ridiculous phone call about the girl being alive. That's when my friend and her daughter started telling me I need to talk to you and to stop people from helping get the kids back. My son is friends with the middle boy. He's 11. I see him every day, but only get to talk to him myself maybe twice a month. I never saw Waylon, the youngest. Okay, so this is back in November, though. But he would be in elementary school. I saw Josie, the oldest, twice in September. He had the birthday that no one called for. Then nobody saw him after that. The reason is because well, never mind. The oldest is at a certain place, and the middle and youngest are together. But I didn't know that because I never saw the youngest one myself. Youngest is in elementary school, and the middle and oldest are in middle school. My son never even saw the youngest either, but the boys don't get to have any sort of time with friends unless it's seeing them at a public event like church or school and church functions. At some point, the three were all together. The oldest was with the middle son in September. He had been in and out of never mind. I'm going to skip certain parts that are apparently, oops. Okay. Anything like super personal, I'm going to like skip, obviously. That's not, I didn't say why are you going against everything I'm saying? We're talking about in November, and I didn't even say that the oldest boy was the only one allowed visits. Did I say the oldest one was the only one allowed visits? Where did it say that? Hold on, I'm going back and reading. You also got to remember, if you're getting your information from Dawn and Candace, they're not very honest people. Let's see, where does it say something about the only having visits? Well, where did you hear me say that only the oldest only one of them gets visits? Hold on. Now I don't, did I say that? Yeah, it's therapy. I was talking about therapy. The oldest and the parents I thought that's what I said. Hold on. Okay, here it said, I said the oldest. Oh, it says the oldest is the only one who gets regular visits with parents because he has to participate in meetings with DCS and parents. When middle son turns 12, he will have to go to monthly meetings with parents and DCS. She's talking about the month, like the meetings with DCS. She's not talking about, they had supervised visits from what I gathered, I think. But this is all the way in November 9th. Like, that's the thing to remember. She said, the weird part is I never saw the youngest boy at Fall Fest or the ice cream social or school stuff. Why wouldn't they let him tag along with his brother? And yeah, the place they go for counseling specialized in SA and intimate partner violence. This was November 10th. She says, I'm a blank. We had a convo about the kids getting them once they were approved for 12 plus. I asked Wyatt if he was going to get one. Oh, okay. So they were talking about vaccines, about, the C word that we're supposedly not supposed to say on YouTube for some reason. And so they were talking about vaccines, and she said we had a convo about the kids getting them once they were approved for 12 years plus. And I asked Wyatt if he was going to get one, so get one of the vaccines, and he said no because he has to get shots 2 at a time at his new doctor, so he had to have been way behind. I can't believe all this stuff online with the kid their mom was supposedly with, and with W saying about all the people who would sleep there and just pass out in their beds. There had to have been SA from so many. I said, okay, so I asked her, I said, I knew that it had to be true. They weren't getting proper medical and dental care. I mean, look how they let Summer's teeth get to. Hers were really bad, but those were baby teeth, right? So I asked her, I said, you probably wouldn't know that, but according to what Dawn told me, those were her baby teeth. And she said she was 5, so it had to have been baby teeth. They don't get their fronts until age 8 and 9, and bottom 2 fall out around 6. Damage to baby teeth can still affect permanent teeth, though. Now, it makes sense why mom acts so damn shady, but sincerely seems to have no idea what happened to Summer. Something happened or something else was there that day, I bet. She said, I wish you could see how sweet he is. I don't know how he survived that. The oldest son was a terror to the other kids, and the youngest boy was always, never mind. The middle was her protector. So the middle one was supposedly a protector of Summer. That's what she's saying. She said they all knew those kids were stuck in that tiny house. People think that because there's pictures of outings and that they're great parents. It's always the happiest looking families that have the darkest secrets. And apparently Candace has periodontal disease. And the Dr. Phil idiots still put crowns over rotten teeth and infected gums. Most clinics will refuse to do it if they feel you won't properly care for them. I think they were veneers, though, but they didn't do them correctly. Yeah, they just put them. I remember, and Cam was telling that story too, but I also remember talking on the phone to Donna. She just had her teeth taken. She was like miserable. Actually, she came on my panel one time, and right around that time, and she was like in so much pain. She said, all my kids had braces, and I had to sign off that I understood that at any time the orthodontist could remove them if they felt like the kids weren't properly brushing and water flow. Whoa. I can't believe they put crowns on someone whose diet consists of Mountain Dew, whiskey, and cigarettes. I did tell him to, okay, so she said they did have head lice, but he said they had sugars all the time and they had kerosene poured on their skin to kill them. Yeah, it's sad that this is what it took, but it usually is. They won't move on kids until it's already too late. They got called at least once a month since October 2020, and all CPS did was give them a list that they mostly ignored. So she's saying so that had been for like a year, supposedly, according to her, that at that time, it was less than a year, but I guess it was October 2020, according to her. All right. Well, just send it to me, Cam. Just send it to me. She says exactly what was said, or what could you have before November about the visitation, or was it just them saying that they were visiting? This would have been, let's see, if they were taken in, we found out late July, right? So August, it was all August, September, and October. So it's about 3 months in. But she didn't really say anything about the visitation. She just said that, not yet anyway. She just said that they didn't call for his birthday. And then she said that the oldest was supposed to go to, it was supposed to be, or Dawn and Candace were supposed to be going to monthly meetings at DCS with the oldest boy because of his age. And that when the next one gets to be 12, that he would be going too. But as far as visitation, all she said is that they didn't call for the birthday, I think. My grandmother mentioned something about how they would use kerosene. Let's see what else. I'm not going to read all of it. I'll read what I think's important. I understand. It's just weird because I've been talking about this for months, and I felt like I said, oh my God, kerosene. She said, crazy, right? We carry a couple different topical lotions with 0.5% ivermectin that any pediatrician will prescribe and Medicaid covers. It kills every skin parasite and head lice. There's no need to use kerosene. They're just lazy people. I don't know for sure when Summer had her tooth pulled. Just that they were there to. Okay, she said, I don't know when for sure they had when Summer had her tooth pulled. Just that they were forced by CPS to take the kids to the dentist in March, and that was just a consultation. They had appointments in April and May, but only showed up for one appointment and not the other. Okay, so they went to the consultation, and then they went to the first appointment, supposedly. So it had to have been one of the appointments after the first initial appointment in March. The insurance situation came from an adult source during our convo on kids' COVID vaccines. Vaccines period and the dentist appointments came up when W mentioned how much he hates shots and has to get shots in his gums at the dentist. He mentioned that he has a dentist appointment every couple weeks for the next couple months, and I guess the look of shock on everyone's faces is what prompted the explanation. The child was completely oblivious. They have a sealant that is usually used around age 8, 9 that helps slow cavities from forming, and had he been receiving proper care, he would have gotten the sealant, and it likely would have prevented the need for root canals at age 11. I had a root canal in 12th grade when I got hit in the face with the basketball. And she just talks about how Candace money or gift cards because they don't trust them. Hold on. They were also pissed that Candace lied to them about Dr. Phil and even going to California. She just stopped taking their calls the entire time. One minute they put Candace on blast, and the next minute they're lying and making excuses for her behaviors. Okay, so we're just right now, and we're just talking about She said, I'm listening to your live from last night. The excuse that CPS and DCS was given for the junk food was religion and the rules about kosher food and no meat. It really was just laziness, being cheap, and the kids having to fend for themselves. They meet in school for lunch, and if they were at someone's barbecue, whatever they got their hands on is what they ate. They still go to the so at this time, she said that they were still going to the same church, and Robin was still in touch with them, but that was in November. This was early November. They rarely stayed at one church for very long. They church hop for resources and assistance with paying bills, food, and clothes for kids. Once they exhaust the resources, they find a new church to attend and ask for assistance. At Christmas time, sometimes they collect gifts from 2 or 3 different churches for the kids. When I have I asked her, do they still go to the same church even though they're in? Oh, wait, she was saying that they still go to, wait, I think she was talking about the parents still go to the same church at this. They still go to the same church. I don't know if she was talking about the parents at that time because I asked her, I said, do they still, they still go to the same church even though they're in a foster home? And she said, no, the parents do. And the foster family belongs to, I'm not going to say, none of us attend services, just certain events if they're outdoors. People go out in public to church with COVID here. They literally do not care. What Robin still tries to contact the boys and sends messages to them to make sure they're reading whatever book. Some book the church uses to indoctrinate the kids. They're I can't ever watch any more than a couple minutes of YouTube at a time, so I'm far behind on everything. I just heard Jody Sue say she witnessed the kids sleeping on a pile of laundry while random strangers were having in the same room. That stuff happened all the time. The kids will go on the media circuit once they become adults, and our heads will spin with everything they tell us. Mary is on Tiffany Marie's and pretty much confirming every single thing I saw too with the oldest son. At the 3-hour mark, we were at a dogs only pool party on Labor Day weekend when the pools were closed to the public, and they had a back to school party for kids and a party for dogs, and then an ice cream social a few weeks later. And both times his head was down, his jaw was clenched, and his hands were down at his side. He even walked like that, didn't make eye contact with anyone or look at anything. So this must be his norm, his behavior and anger problem. Okay. She said, my heart stops in my chest, even thinking about them going back, especially Wyatt. I truly believe that he only survived it to protect his younger siblings. Even if they had nothing to do with Summer disappearing, there are still terrible people when nobody else is watching. She said that cornbread mafia isn't an actual thing here. It's just drug runners, moonshiners, and redneck organized crime that's been going on since 1800s. In the city, it's kids like H who are rednecks that want to be gangsters. It makes me think she knows who took her and who is too afraid to come clean. Either that or the realization just hit her. They effed around with the wrong people and found out. Because I told her that, yeah, and then we start talking about cornbread mafia and the 423 Chase guy and his dad were in. Okay, so this is what she says about Chase and his dad. She said the 423 Chase guy, and this was November 11th, and his dad were into stealing and buying stolen car parts and laundering money for the Oxy dealers through their auto businesses. They're by no means John Gotti level organized, though. This woman is insane. The boys were all at home sleeping and watching Minecraft videos on YouTube. The internet kept kicking them off Xbox Live that day, and the kids never even knew who Dotson was until he showed up later that evening. Summer went missing. The kids don't remember him from church. Adam's psycho mom grilled him about that at Fall Fest. Oh, I asked her later who's Adam. But she said the kids were probably in the same clothes for over a week. Shit, I'd come on, but I'm in the car with my husband and son. What's weird is that Robin was supposed to babysit that morning and canceled because her daughter was supposedly sick and had to go to the doctor. But then she was at a dance recital that night with a sick kid. I didn't totally forgot about that. Let's see here. Oh, oops. That was after Summer went missing. She's talking about before Summer went missing, that they didn't know who Dawson was. But there are pictures of him at the church when they were there. And I asked her who Adam is. She said it's a kid in their friend group. Him and his mother were with us the day we were all together. I said, where did we hear that Robin was supposed to babysit? And she said, Robin said it in one of her interviews with a news station. She said she wishes she would have just watched her that day. Hold on, I'll find it and see if and then she went to find that. If you know anyone else local, tell them that the searchers and deputies at Hawkins will talk and give little bits of info. Oh, here she mentions Cam and Allie. She said, she claims that Mr. Phillips wasn't completely honest in his Facebook post, whoever that is. They did, and she said that's why he deleted it. They did see this is what she says. She said, they did see what looked like a kid's footprint in the yard after he pointed it out to searchers, and they never asked to see his kid's shoes, and no dogs hit on summer scent in his yard. The response I got to that was, why would we ask to see his kid's shoes when he's trying to tell us there's a barefoot footprint on his property? It wasn't even big enough to be a human child's foot. All the searchers are for recovery. Unfortunately, I understand if you don't want to bring heat. That's just fine. She said, I'm even more mad since talking to the firemen at Church Hill. Some of them think the footprint lie is funny, and I can't figure out why. Or maybe I'm reading too deep into it. The canine handlers have absolutely nothing, but there were 6 states who sent in dogs, so I can't possibly track all of them down. I did ask for a list, though. If I can get into a couple to agree for an interview, there's more content for you to get people mad about. She said, Brad and his dad are deep in with stolen vehicles and his car parts, and they clean money for the oxy dealers. They go to Florida to get them and bring them back to Johnson City to distribute to Kingsport and Virginia. He's a bad dude. Everybody here knows he got in trouble when guys would get caught stealing cars from gas pumps and boosting catalytic converters and other parts. They would sell to him and his dad, and they started ratting him out, and they set up a sting operation, and that's how the whole thing was uncovered. And she said, I'm texting my friend's daughter to find it for me. Let's see. She said, holy crap, you jumped to 8,000. It's over 10.6 thousand. And oh, that was November 16th. Oh, hold on. Hey, sorry about that. I just saw. Is he there? Oh, he's probably muted. He probably doesn't.
Sorry, I was muted.
No, it's fine.
All right. No, what? So, what did she say about us there?
No, she just said that she was mentioning, or got into the footprint. Said that you guys had mentioned that you and.
There's a lot that backs up the footprint stuff.
She said you and no, she was just talking that she had seen it on your.
Yeah, Josh. The stuff she said about Josh and
Mr. chasing.
Yeah, Mr. Phillips, the one that reported those on the Facebook group and stuff. That the reason they took the kid's shoe sizes because they wanted to see what size his children's feet were.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure they weren't.
He wasn't the one that filmed the footprint.
Search and rescue was.
And he didn't take his posts down because he had lied. He took them down because his whole family was doxxed and they were treated so badly.
Now, I don't know if she's just, I don't know where she got that, but she said that it was found 2 miles away. Mr. Phillips wasn't completely honest in his Facebook post. She said they did see what looked like a kid's footprint in his yard after he pointed it out to searchers.
He didn't point it out.
And it wasn't in his yard.
It was up behind the property. And dogs alerted on her scent, and that's how they found.
Well, she heard this from, according to, let's see who she got it from. I think it.
People
because
don't
this
believe.
would have had to been hearsay because It's not something
Dave
that she would
Rader,
have heard from the boys or something.
Dave Rader's talked about him and talked about what happened is the first night he came into town, they weren't found till the 19th.
I don't know anything about the footprints because I've never been really into them, really. So I don't know anything about it.
They thought they were going to find somewhere. They thought they were going to find her that night when they found that lead. See, they said search and rescue had been all over the property so much that they couldn't tell if there was adult footprints with it or not because there was prints all over the area. They had walked through it many times before the dogs alerted on it. And then they found there was no scent path in between them. There was prints on 2 different properties. So, and they were within a quarter mile apart from each other. So the ones on Mr. Phillips' property was 0.4 miles away from the Wells property. That's where the first hit the prints on his property. That's the distance. And then a quarter mile of 3/4 of a mile away was the next prints with her scent on them. There was no scent path that led them to one another. Then let's try to think what else I wanted to. So I'll tell you, this is the other thing I was going to tell you about. So you asked on the visitation stuff. What we were talking to Candace and the other people that were involved in making sure they were doing what they were supposed to be doing, and with visitation, all 3 boys were allowed to have those visitations on a one time a month at a public location.
This was for DCS. This were DCS appointments. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what we're talking. The visitations where they were in foster care. They're 7 hours away.
No, this isn't visitation though. This was not visitation.
What
it's an appointment with DCS. It's like an appointment where they sit down and talk with the parents there, like the counselor, the parents, and the kid. I guess it's something that they do when they're 12.
That's
but the only one
I don't know.
But I mean, I never talked to him about it or anything. I don't know.
What do you? I'm lost. I was talking about like the visitation with the boys when they were putting in foster care. Because we talked to Candace when and to the people that made sure I got the dates when they were out of town when she went and visited them.
Were going with her.
There are people that went with her, and Grandma went too. Even though Grandma
at all.
Was that not what was brought up? Did you think so too? I thought
no, it's about I said it earlier. You didn't hear me say when you said the visitations. I'm like, no, this isn't about visitations. It was about appointments. It's like counseling. It's like family.
Right. Counseling. She said that the oldest boy had to go through certain things with these DHS to be able to have visitation with the parents.
No, hold on. I'll read it again. It's about. Hold on. I'm going to find it. Like family counseling, that's what she's talking about. Like when you know what I mean? Like when you sit there and they don't, that's what she was talking about. But she was, I don't think anything was said about anything about visitation yet, but I'm scrolling back.
Yeah, I wanted, pretty sure that's what she was referring to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I'm just made them take.
She lost, and she can't. As far as if you want about the visitation, Candace lost her visitations around Christmas time, December, because she didn't go.
This was back in November, though. Hold on.
Yeah, I know all the times she went, and she tried to. Grandma went with her too, and she's not allowed to be part of the visitation because there's a.
Mm-hmm.
So she had to sit in the vehicle while Candace.
Yeah, I know. I heard about that too. I think she even mentioned something about. Hold on.
I was trying to figure out like what you were. So this woman was her son was friends with
Her son is friends with
Okay,
Wyatt at the new location.
at the new location. Okay.
Yeah.
What I was wondering is though, how did she know all like all the doctors stuff and insurance stuff, all that from one of the boys?
I don't know. I didn't ask like exactly how she knows that, like who she, you know what I mean? Like I didn't ask her like who's telling her that because obviously the boys aren't going to be saying that. But I don't know. I didn't really ask her. I just noticed. I mean, I had been talking to her for several months and up until like a month ago. So from November to like a month ago, and then Shara had thought that her phone that she was the CPS like leak, which is not true at all. That person hadn't talked to since September, and I just noticed that everything that she was telling me like lined up at the time, but I didn't ask her because I didn't want to be like, I don't know. I didn't want to be like pry into why she was. I saw text between her and her son about where he was asking about getting Wyatt a Christmas present. I did see something like that, but I didn't ask her like, how do you know? I don't know. I just
the reason I'm asking is because there was like there's a Tennessee Children's Services foster parent oath to abide, and it's like a confidential.
No, it's not the foster parent. The foster
right.
parent
I'm not saying that it is. I wasn't saying that it was. I was just saying that like if. I would hope.
She said the foster parent is super, super like protective of them.
Good. That's a good thing. I saw pictures while being up.
But that's kind of what I've said. I don't know exactly how, I know that the parents talk and stuff, but I don't know. I don't think she said the parents are really protective. So I don't know if it would seem like it would have to come from them.
In the pictures,
search these messages.
I just wanted to hear what she said, that one part, because that threw me off, and it's just the only reason I will stand. I would never stand behind something that just Candace told me, ever. But where I heard it from was credible.
Well, I wouldn't ever, but I also wouldn't ever just like somebody. I mean, this is somebody. It's not like somebody I just talked to for like I've been just talking to. I've been talking to him since. Was talking to him, but not now, for a long time. And nothing ever, there was nothing like usually, you catch something that doesn't make sense. Like you're picking out things that you think don't make sense to you. Okay. But I didn't really notice that with her. You get little, there's people that bullshit. Here, I'll even show, let me find this first for you.
Okay, so there's certain things in that about Summer when she did her records, and with her getting her shots, and with her going to the health department.
She knew about the boys being behind in shots because she said she figured that out because Wyatt had mentioned, because they were going to talking about the COVID shots, and Wyatt had mentioned something about how he was having to get double shots. And so she just assumed that he was behind because he was having to get 2 at a time.
But the only way that would happen is if they had not gotten any of their shots as little kids. Because from the time that you get your vaccines to go to kindergarten all the way until you're about 11 to 13-ish, the only shot you have to get is your flu shot.
And the T, what'd you call it?
That you get the Tdap.
Well, then I don't know. I mean, maybe they didn't get their shot. I don't know.
But they
No,
wouldn't
that's not true because
have
my
allowed to
daughters had shot. My daughters had shots. Like she actually got. Was actually the last time they had to for. There's actual. I can get her shot.
How old was she though?
Huh? She's
How old
14.
was she? No, I mean, how old was she when she got those shots? So she was asked because
That would have been like, I don't know, like 12 or something. But she had. They had
that's
it
what she's
And
saying.
that's
That's
what
what
I'm
Allie's
saying.
saying.
Between the ages of like 5 to 6 up until you were about 11 or 12 to 13.
Yeah, I don't know what shots they were getting.
And
I don't know what she meant by that.
You have to have all of those vaccines in order to even go to
The
kindergarten.
10, yeah.
And so then whenever you get to between the ages of 11 and 13, you get Tdap, you get the meningitis vaccines. And
I heard that they can't make you get vaccines. Like you can't, like you're supposed to, but I mean, if they can't
you would
make
have
you
to have some sort of exemption. Like you would have to have paperwork filled out because it to go to a public school, at least, you have to have certain vaccines unless you have certain exemptions. Like they could have gotten exemptions for like their
Beliefs,
religious beliefs, or if they had some sort of medical issues or something like that, but it would have to be signed off on from the way that I understand it.
and she's in healthcare as well. And so I'm trying to think what that hold on a second. Did you find where she said that?
No, I was looking into what she was saying about the because it looks like 11 and 12 they needed tetanus, HPV.
Mm-hmm.
There's some other ones. Annual vaccination every year for but that's just annual flu shot. I don't understand this chart. It's like all weird looking.
Which probably wouldn't apply to the boys if it came from the Seventh-day Adventists because they were only there 2 years.
Yeah.
And the whole thing with the diet, obviously that's a lie. I mean, they're gonna lie. I mean,
yeah, they didn't follow that diet, and I know because they ate pizza and chili and all spaghetti.
I cannot. I'm like, I read it again when you said that. Let's see. I've gone back and forth. She was 5, so she had baby teeth. Hold on. Can't. Okay. We had a convo about the kids getting them once they're approved 12 plus, and I asked why if he was going to get one, and he said no because he had to get shots 2 at a time. They must have just got him to the doctor because he wouldn't have had like tons of shot, like I mean, even if he was behind, he would have probably only had a couple appointments to catch him up. It wouldn't have been tons, and it doesn't work like.
He's the youngest, would be 9, and then
Wyatt is
13.
the middle.
Yeah. Not
Josie,
Wyatt.
Sorry, Josie turned.
Wyatt is middle. Waylon's youngest. Josie's the oldest. Yeah.
They remove all the stuff. Okay.
That's true too. If you think one of your kids got autism from vaccination.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I finally found it. I think. Wait, maybe not. This is the doctor appointment, but I'm guessing that's probably. Okay. CPS worker came with DCS in March and made them take the kids to the doctor and dentist. They had 10 care in 2018. It was never renewed. Okay, so she does mention something about, okay, I see what you're talking about. She said the oldest is the only one who gets regular visits with the parents because he has to participate in meetings with DCS and the parents. When middle son turns 12, then he will have to go to monthly meetings with parents and DCS. So I don't know, like, how often did you know the boys and Candace meet or
Once
see?
a month. Only once a month with all three of them.
Only once a month with all three of them.
Yeah,
And
and then
so,
she would make gift
so this would
baskets and
probably
stuff.
be.
She would make gift bags with like stuff for them, or if it was their birthday or Christmas or holidays for Halloween, I think she did treat bags for
But
them.
how often? I mean, that means that she only went for a couple, right?
She went from July when they were taken, whenever it started, till December when she didn't go, and she lost them.
July.
I know she went September, October.
She went September, October, and November. So those 3 months, there was one, the Halloween.
On the property one day that they were gone.
That's true. We were on. Yeah, that was during the search, the second search.
Yes, they were gone to the visitation, and we were on the property filming the search.
Yep.
Let's see. And what she said though about root canal is not exactly true. My daughter had a root canal, unfortunately. And I just think I think it's a lot of times like just you know, I don't know. Unfortunately, my daughter did not get my teeth. Like, I've never even had a cavity, you know, and she really just had problems with the one. She had cavities with her baby teeth, but she just had this one tooth in the very back she had issues with. And that's when she had that root canal. But since, you know, there hasn't been any issues really with her permanent teeth besides that. But yeah, I think a lot of times it's just your genetics, you know, and you get lucky with sometimes.
There was, I even showed there was the older pictures of Summer, but before her head was shaved. I got a few pictures of her teeth being fine, and then around the one where you can tell that one tooth is broken right there, or it has that like brown spot in it.
Mm-hmm.
Her front tooth. I asked about that too, and I was like, you know, what was that? Was there, because you know, I didn't want to jump to conclusions because it can be a calcium deficiency. It can be anything.
Right. Mm-hmm.
We don't know what it is.
My daughter had that.
I didn't. Yeah, my dad I had calcium deficiencies too,
and
that's they actually like they would. I actually have a spot on my lower tooth where it kind of looked like that, where they drill in and put a different color in to check your calcium level, but they'll feel it. But besides the point, I wanted to be sure. I wanted to ask what happened with that, and what I was told was that what did she say, that she chipped it, or what was it that they said?
I can't remember.
I can't think specifically.
I mean, I don't think that was from the one tooth. I mean, I don't think I might have said that wrong. Yeah, I don't know if it was wrong.
You didn't say nothing. I was just bringing up.
Actually,
you didn't say no. I was just bringing up.
No, I might have said that it looked rotted, but that's not really true, because if that, I mean, it wouldn't just be one tooth, would it? It'd be more than just that.
Yeah,
so,
she should,
I don't know.
Her whole thing would probably be be in bad shape, because if unless they just starting out now, we don't know. That's why I've been very careful not to speculate or go into too deep on that stuff. But so I asked about I found the clip of the nurse or whatever she is at the school, that interview of her talking about Summer being registered for school, and that she had, what did they say specifically? Where's that at? It's on WJT.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I do remember that now that you
there's that clip,
that.
and then I asked the family, and they said that she had went to the health department for her for all her checkouts and stuff for school.
Mm-hmm.
Checkups, whatever it's called, check up, check out, whatever it's called. Yeah, that's where. So if it is or it isn't, I don't know. That's what we were told. But I'm trying to think what else I was gonna. Oh,
it was both front teeth. Oh, I don't know. I just noticed mainly the one.
Let me find the picture. Well, let me see if I can. I got that picture right here. I clicked on something. I don't know how I clicked on that. Hold on a second. I'll pull that picture up. That's a freaking video.
Okay, right
Whoops.
up this path right here.
Sorry. That was a video. Screenshot. What were you saying, Allie, about that? There was the video of or the picture of her outside, wasn't there? Of her in the dentist chair, and then there was one outside. No, here's the one of her outside. That's the one outside. She's wearing two different outfits. Here, yeah. Where's that at?
I just happened to scroll by it looking for that video from the guidance.
Okay, go look up WJH Ziggy community to celebrate Summerwell's 6th birthday. It's actually like the thumbnail.
Mm-hmm. Is it that picture I had up earlier?
No. This is her outside holding a little.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. A community to hold. What's the rest of it?
Celebration for Summerwell's 6th birthday. Where's that freaking picture?
Right here's it's a thumbnail. Of course, it's gonna. Okay, I can't I don't know how you can view a thumbnail without. Hold on. You know how it changes if you accidentally. But you're just wanting people to see that picture. I think most people should have hopefully seen this picture by now.
I was showing where she's wearing two different outfits.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one right there. Well, that's what she was saying. She said that they went for they usually don't do anything like. If you notice right here, it looks like her tooth is pulled. That's why she's holding her teeth open like that.
That's what I was trying to find out. It's where is.
Isn't that what it is? I didn't even notice that now, but it looks like her tooth is missing. And that might be why she's doing that with her teeth. I didn't ever notice that. But you don't, a lot of times they don't usually do that the same day, but
yeah, she's wearing two different things from the chair and from the chair into that picture there. She's wearing pink and
but the first one could have been like a consultation.
I don't know. I was saying where it's the health department. Sometimes they cover all that stuff at one time. Like they would do the dental, they would do the physical.
Oh, okay, maybe.
That's how some of the health departments around here do.
Or she could have went to the health department and then them said, well, this needs to be taken care of, and then they made her an appointment with a dentist.
I wish there was so many things like we should have been able to ask Candace and write down, but I didn't record her because it wasn't about Candace to me at that point. And it's still not about her, but there was a lot of things we could have gained from it, but it didn't.
It would have been good to compare to. What I like looking at is, now is like past interviews and stuff like that, where they, gave statements where you can compare it to what they said later on.
Well, that's the only way we've been able to call some of the things out that were untrue that Candace said was because of, some of the things she said at the beginning.
Were you trying to show something? And it,
And then that right there, I was just showing
that
that
picture
picture.
is so, yeah, that's a weird picture. She looks all hunched and I don't know.
That, yeah, I don't know if people had, that's the one they were talking about earlier with Marlena Crawford's. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So there's that. And, but let me close that.
Wait, I remember somebody, that's funny. Somebody was saying she had those boots on.
I'll pull it back up. Give me one
No,
second.
you're
I
good.
have
You're
to
good.
blur
I
out-
just
I'm gonna
noticed
blur
that she
out
had
that
those little boots on, and somebody was saying that she loved those boots, if I remember right. Who knows?
I was trying to.
I'm guessing though. I'm guessing like you said. I mean, being realistic, you're right. Like how is she gonna? Unless like most of this, a lot of this stuff, she's not gonna know from Wyatt. She's gonna if she's probably either she's. I mean, she wouldn't know some of the stuff, so I don't know if she I don't think she would have tell me if the foster parent was telling her stuff. I mean, I know the parents all like hang out and stuff, but I mean, I do know she said that they're really protective, but
Yeah, I fixed it.
huh?
I fixed that picture and pull it back up there if you want.
Oh, I didn't drop it. I don't know why.
No, I did
Oh.
because I didn't want to. I needed to mark her face out as a minor. See what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's blurry. I understand. Yeah.
I was trying to be careful.
I know. We learn as we go. I was really bad about that for a while too, and sometimes still am.
I have two different
don't think of
pictures,
it.
one where it's blurred and one it's not, and sometimes I'll go through stuff and pull up the wrong one. But yeah, that's all I was that one right there. Everybody had questioned this picture. This picture was allegedly taken just a few days or a week before Summer went missing. I can't
Well,
remember.
which that's very interesting because think about it. Like that's another instance of Marlena being there, right? And that's like supposedly she was she was also there for that birthday or that whatever slip and slide water. Whose birthday was that? Because Summer's is in February, so it must have been the other little girls, or
I don't know. I'm not 100% on that. That's weird. And I was under the impression this picture was taken on the 14th, but then I was told it was not. So I don't know.
Oh, so this was probably. You think that it was church the Sunday before?
I don't know. I have no idea. I can't get a definite answer.
That's probably what's in her. Oh, that's a cup. Is that a cup in her hand?
Here, let me zoom in on it.
I tried to see. I thought maybe it was a Bible, but I don't remember seeing
I'll zoom in and see what
a
we
girl
can.
like that at the church, but that doesn't mean anything.
Let me see. Crop and zoom.
But you got to remember, Kimberly, she just met. They didn't know Robin that long. They only went to that church for how long? Like
her hair's way shorter there that I would feel like than in the picture of her in the swimming hole. I think I just noticed that Summer's hair looks quite a bit shorter.
Yeah, it does. In that picture, it's not the best picture, but it. Like not very clear, but
I was trying to look at the back fold.
I'm wondering if they like when they shaved her head, did they shave it again? You know what I mean? Like how long? When was the first time they shaved it? And like, did it grow out a little bit and they shaved it again, or is in that? I mean, was that the only time they really shaved her head, or?
Well, from what Robin says is that it was. When right after Mother's Day, or right? When did Robin say she first
saw her?
First saw her with her hair like at Mother's Day.
Couldn't have been though,
and that's May, right?
Because Summer's hair was like completely shaven. off.
Right, they would have had to shave
Yeah.
it again because
So unless they had just not been to church for a couple months, then there's no way that would have been the first time. And I mean, that's possible that they hadn't been to church.
they
in a couple
probably they might
Yeah.
have. Yeah, they might have shaved it again. I guess. I
If
don't
we
know
had
why.
all those dates of of when they were recorded at church, like to have all those dates in comparison of when those services were that they filmed, that was always something weird to me. Who's behind this camera and who's following Summer, and Summer's in every,
I know.
it would be different if if it was just showing who was on stage, but they didn't. They panned around and followed where Summer was.
Yeah, isn't that weird? That
So
is
strange.
it makes you think conspiracy theory kind of stuff. Really weird. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, she did run up on the stage all the time, and that would make sense why she was. But I don't know. When I first saw that, like when her doing that, I couldn't believe it. Actually, I mean, it's not her fault. She's a child, but I've never seen that happen, and I've been to tons of churches, but it's not Summer's fault. I can't believe the parents didn't, try to be like, you need to sit. My parents, oh my gosh, I would have been in so much trouble.
That was something I just remember. What was it about? Something about David Dotson. So, do you remember the behavior panel? And when it was just Dawn's interview. This is before they went to California.
Actually here.
When the behavior panel came to Tennessee and they had their first interview with Dawn, they ask a lot about David Dotson and talk about could he have access, or would he have access to Summer outside of church? And I think, don't quote me on that, I don't know the exact question, but he says yes about David Dotson. And I've always wondered, like, they really keyed in on him. Like the behavior panel was really asking a lot about him.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, I wanted to know what, there was a lot to that interview. I have to go back and watch it.
Who was it that said that recently that David Dotson never left town? He's still actually in Rogersville.
He probably is still in
or not Rogersville, wherever. He's still local. Like, he never left town, which, I mean, I guess I could understand if he wanted to be left alone, if he was really being bothered, but I don't think so. Like, they don't bother. Nobody goes back there on Ben Hill and even really bothers people.
Well, he has.
According to Fred, but I know he's all the way back there, and both him and his wife said that nobody bothers anybody, but
his immediate family is from Van Hill area, which is not far from Ben Hill Road, and that's one he said David Dotson always made it very very clear that he had never been out there before. He says that, like, he puts that information out before anything on all his interviews. I've never been out there before. I had to get
I had to get directions from Robin because I'd never been out there before.
I was like, nobody asked you that. Yeah, and it's always, and then he also, he'd spent all this time. So he was a Baptist minister before in Texas, before coming to the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and he was at a Baptist church also in the Tennessee area before coming to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. He took all that time, became a member. We even, where did we find out that he called all his people, his congregation, his former congregation, told them he had taught them wrong.
Yeah.
And where did we find that? Where's that at?
Oh, Van Hill is where Don got his DUI.
Yes. So I can't remember, and I probably can't even put that out there. I'm not going to say that. So anyway, he becomes a member in only 3 months. So from March to June, he becomes a member of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and then leaves right after Summer goes missing and goes back to the Baptist Church with gets married and goes
going to a Baptist church with his new wife.
So why take all that time, and why?
But I wonder where. Do you know? I mean, you don't have to say, but do you know, like, what location is he supposed to be in Tennessee?
It's as far as I know, that's where his new
As far
wife
as
had
I
suffered
know,
from.
he's still in Kingsport.
Yeah,
Really?
there's a
At a
picture.
Baptist church. Dude, I need to.
Have you seen this picture of him? Hold on.
April, that's actually speaking. I mean, that's what this lady said about. I don't know about the about Summer, but but a learning disability that could be like ADD, ADHD. They can, but according to this lady, they all were delayed, or they were behind. But that's probably a given, I would think. Supposedly, though, now I know you don't really believe this lady or whatever, but she says that the middle boy gets all A's and is like super smart.
That's been said from the get-go that he was.
Really? Who said that?
I've heard that from the beginning that he was the one.
She said that he's doing like super good, and he's like really, really smart. And
they said that he was the one that was like they had the most responsibility.
Yeah.
I guess the most trusted.
Yep. And she said that. Yep.
I'm almost there. I gotta find that freaking picture. It's right here. I think in my drive.
She would say like, "Oh, he doesn't even seem like he would come from Don and Candace, the middle one, and that he's like such a good kid, and so that he's actually really polite and nice and sensitive."
Where it? Okay, I don't know. I had it somewhere very.
Oh, Chris McDonough's the last Sunday that he has more video of Robin that he hasn't shown.
Never mind.
Let's see.
Well, there it is.
Everything has been Denny, Lenny, everything that is about that has all been good stuff for the most part. Like from what I hear, they're happy. I mean,
yeah, that's
all
what
good
we've
stuff.
heard too. And there was pictures. Shoot, there was pictures of There's pictures of the boys looking very happy and healthy.
Very healthy.
Oh, you saw them?
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't
They've
seen
grown
them.
a lot in the last year.
Yeah, a lot. They've gotten, they
Were they? Did somebody like? How did the pictures get out?
They didn't get out. We were showing them when we were up there.
Oh, okay. At Don and Candace's.
Yeah, Candace showed.
Oh, okay.
They were all, I guess, there. I guess they send her Candace pictures and updates of them. Okay, I think I'm close to finding it. I don't even know where it's at. Do you have that picture, David Dawson? That's the weirdest picture I've ever seen in my life. People have all probably seen it, but
was it like, or is it him waving to her?
No, it's the picture of. Okay, she's emailing it to me, and that way I can pull it up.
She's emailing it to you, or?
Yeah, she's. I can email it. I can send it to you.
Yeah, you can pull it up. It's fine.
I'll send it to you too, so you have it. Once I show it here.
You've probably already.
You've probably seen it. If you haven't, you're gonna be like, what? So it's weird.
You'll probably be able to tell by my reaction.
Okay, here it is. Let me.
The reason why I asked if he was in That's crazy. I was sitting there thinking, if he's, or wait, you said Kingsport that you
Very
heard.
good.
Let me.
Do you see it down there?
Are you talking? Oh, I'm sorry. I was checking my email. I thought that.
You're good.
I sent it
Okay.
to you.
Oh yeah. I seen this one with fingers back there. That is creepy. That's so weird. Like somebody's under the covers hiding. That's so strange.
Child, that looks like kids' hands.
I know. Yeah, I know. I remember that.
And his children are grown.
But
And
did you see when his daughter came out though, in his defense? I kind of felt bad for her, but I kind of forgot. I did. Think he was kind of suspect at one point, but I kind of like not forgot about him, but
there was just some weird, like the way he said on Unmasked, like by the time that interview came out, those were things that should have already that could have, like, I felt like it was almost like purposely thrown to turn people's opinions. Like he says deception. He says that the boys were with Dawn. He says the boys were all with Candace when they were swimming. He said those are things he would have known.
Oh, he said both those things. He said,
yeah.
He said that they were all with Dawn at one point, and then he said in a different interview they were.
Yes. Well,
he said that they had went with Dawn to work that day. Then he turns around and says that after he got up there to the hill, that Candace had showed him pictures of the boys and Summer swimming that day.
Yeah. And then he says, like, these are things that he would have known the answer to. And that Unmasked interview wasn't until like a month, or we were in, we were in on vacation. So that's when that came out. And that was in July.
Do you think that Candace could have lied to him, showed him pictures like that, like from an earlier time, just to make it so he'll think that they went swimming? I don't know.
Well, he said there by this time, even him, like if you followed this on social media, you would have known.
Yeah.
And he, him being directly he made sure he was on interviews with.
That wouldn't make. My little theory there wouldn't have made sense, because if they were trying to get people to believe that. Well, see, that's the whole confusing thing. The boys being at work, and then because there is rumors about that the boys went to work with him for part of it. That would be crazy to find out that they weren't there all day.
I'm trying to. Those little fingers do look like chubby little children fingers. That's weird.
Yeah, but did you hear somebody mention? Have you guys seen his wife?
Yeah, she's tiny.
I know she's like, I don't know, 4 foot something. I think.
Oh yeah, that one was a while before.
This came off his Facebook
because he married this woman within just like a month or two of meeting her.
Yeah.
And that picture was from November 14th of 2020 is when he posted that.
When?
November 14th, 2020.
November 14th, 2020.
Oh my God. You guys, I just looked at the road he lives on, and it's the same road I stayed on when I was in Tennessee this last time. I swear, if this is where he's still at, wait, let me think of the address of it. This is not, let me look up his address on a map or the address is coming up as his. It's coming. I pulled it up, I think and yeah, I tried to show everybody the other day, but it was like a new house. But yeah, let me, well, no, I'm trying to remember what the address was or like the number was.
Did you, while you're looking for that, did you see the picture of him in the church? It's like it was part of a video, but it was.
That's what she said earlier. The one
of him.
Yeah, where he's waving.
Cookie.
Yeah.
He's saying cookie in sign language to her, and she's all looking at him like, "What are you doing?"
Oh yes.
This is the creepiest thing ever. That was. I don't even know. I'm not gonna get into my.
This is a strange man.
This looks different. See, I'm trying. Let me look up the. Let me look up the address. If I can remember. Maybe if I. Oh, okay.
I heard that too, Shay.
What?
The video of Summer speaking.
Oh, yeah.
Where she sounds like she speaks pretty good. And Robin has said that she's very intelligent. That's what we were going to talk about too. When Candace is and not her, but they've said that there is another child in the church that looked just like Summer. They said, oh, it's scary how much they look alike. They look nothing alike, in my opinion.
I don't think they look alike.
Who? The girl at the church?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that they looked so much alike.
Did
oh
you
my
see her?
gosh, that freaked me out. Huh? I met her at the church. Or what are you guys talking about? Some kind of are you talking about a little girl?
Yeah. Are you talking about
I went to the church that I saw, and I was like freaking out because she looked a lot like Summer, and she was all over, like hanging all over Candace. Candace was, so that was strange. But yeah, she was littler.
I just sent you to make sure we're talking about the same one. Yeah, smaller, different color hair.
And she does, apparently Candace does gravitate towards her. She gravitates.
I don't know her name.
Okay, isn't that weird though, that name?
She says she don't know.
Oh yeah, it is because it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
What it means, yeah, because it's in Spanish.
Yeah.
Or it's. Yeah. The little girl, her mom that I saw. Do you know who her mom is? If I describe her mom, would you know?
Yeah, I've seen her mom.
The lady I saw was like, I think she had like brown hair, like kind of darker brown hair. Yeah. She was kind of young. She would have been like she would have been probably mid-20s, like or 20. I mean, she was young kind of, and she was average build.
Here, I'll send you the picture.
And okay. She looks like that picture of Summer in the blue looks like that little girl.
You saw her in person though, so you probably all I saw was pictures, so I didn't think so, but that maybe in person.
If you send me the picture, I'll tell you if it.
Yeah, hold on, I'm sending it.
I'm trying to think if I've seen a picture. I thought I remembered seeing that little girl somewhere. When I saw her, I remember thinking, man, she looked like that picture of Summer in the blue pajamas.
Yeah, that's that's all. Here, I'll send you this, and then I'll hop back off here. I'm done.
Oh, I was waiting for.
There you go.
Picture. Are you sending me a picture of her?
Yeah, I did just now.
Okay, because I want to see if it's no. Oh, that's the mom.
Yeah, that's her. That was sent to me by somebody in the church.
I think that's the mom. But that little girl does not look anything like Summer. That's not the one I saw.
That's what we thought, but that's the one that they're referring to. That was sent to me from somebody in the church. Yeah, the woman.
That does not look like the little girl I saw. No.
So see, that's what
the little girl I saw had. That girl's like too chubby in the cheeks. Like the little girl I saw was like.
Maybe it's just the angle or the way the picture was taken, because this little girl is younger.
An older picture of the old girl too. I don't.
Right.
No, the little girl I saw had lighter hair than that, like white, like almost like Summer's, like really blonde.
Hold on, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't Summer, obviously, but I mean, that does kind of look like the mom, though. But maybe.
Here, look at this. I just sent you a text of where that.
Oh, if I can find that picture of. Let's see. Huh? Yeah, no. That little girl's hair is like really short.
That's what she said, and maybe it was just an older picture or something. But that's who sent me that one. Was like, look at this. This will be. It's gonna blow your mind how
Yeah,
much.
that little girl I don't know what she's talking about, but that does look like the mom. But the little girl doesn't look like.
Isn't that crazy?
Like how what I remember, the little girl I saw had like, hold on, you know that picture of Summer in the. And I've always said this because I've always thought it didn't really look like Summer. In the blue, it looked like blue, really light blue, like sky blue. I think I showed you last time. Oh, here it is. But it's not showing. She looked just like this. And that's why I was like thinking, hold on, I'll pull it. I'm like, did they freaking give a picture of that other little girl to the freaking cops? That's what this looks like.
I would show that, guys, but I can't because that's not.
Yeah, it's just it's just a lady that goes to church, his daughter, and but see this picture on the left here?
Yeah.
That's what the little girl looked like. Like she was
Wow.
really skinny. That girl in the picture you sent me her cheeks are too like puffy.
I think that picture what I sent you of that girl, that was when she was like it looks like to be 2 or 3 years old or something.
Right, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, I think that's that was just the only picture.
Do you know her name? Like where I can look her up on Facebook and see if I
know the little girl's name. That's about it. But yeah, I would show that, but that's not my place to do that. I don't want to do that.
I wonder if Robin's her Facebook still. Maybe I can find her through the Facebook.
I don't know. I'm done I'm gonna hop off now. I got to get off.
Okay,
now.
yeah.
All right, I'll talk
I
to you
can't believe
later.
it's been on this long.
I know. I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye. I want to see how far David. Sorry, guys, I'm eating gummy worm. I want to see how far I was from David Dawson, because the road that he lives on, that comes up as his address, looks the road that where I was at, the name of the road I was on was actually called, it's Eagle Point Drive. However, and that's not what David Dotson's road comes up as, and I'm not gonna say it but however, I do know it in Airbnb it said if this address does not come up, it is said to use the road name that David Dawson's address is, so it's really weird. Let me see here. And what weirded me out by what he said about David Dawson in a Baptist church is like, I hear that the kids are going to a Baptist church. Oh, I was 1 mile away from them. So it is the same road, but it's just I was way further. So I was 1 mile away from David Dawson. Well, Summerwell's. Oh, let me see here. That's a good point. Why does that say Summerwell's found dead? That's a horrible way to put it, but really, they put was Summer Wells found. Who would do? That's like clickbait. That's a horrible thing to say. Hold on, I'll show you what it. Yeah, this is like one of those. What happened to Summer Wells? When did Summer Wells go missing? Was Summer Wells found dead? That's a horrible way to put it. you know what I mean? I just find that insensitive. What happened to Summer Wells? Summer Wells is a 5-year-old child, and she got missed. Her family member. Oh my God, this is one of those. Oh look, it's in the name is like it's from somebody in Middle East or something. Because what happened to Summer Wells? Summer Wells is a 5-year-old child, and she got missed. Her family members got shocked, and who went missing all of a sudden while playing near her house. People are now curious to know what happened to Summer Wells and where is she now. To know more about what happened to Summer Wells, read the content given below and get all the updates. The Tennessee girl, Summer Moon Utah Wells, is a 5-year-old girl who was missed on the evening of the 15th June 2021 at her home situated at Ben Hill Road in Hawkins County. The twist is she was beside her mother and grandmother. This makes them all get shocked as she was quite near to her mom and her grandmother. She has been missed from her home. It's been nearly completed 12 months, i.e. 1 year has been completed. Still, there is not any information about Summer Wells' missing case. That was July 13th. Oh, that was...
Typically on an Amber Alert, and the ones that I've been involved in since I've been over this program, within a couple of days, we have a tip or lead or have an idea if they've been abducted, if they may be left into the woods. Somebody saw something that leads us hopefully to get an answer to where the child went or if they were taken. We're going to have some tip or lead. And that is the frustrating part for law enforcement in this case and for the public. We will continue to investigate and search for Summer. In the public side, there may not be as much media attention given to this case, but that does not mean that we stop what we're doing. We will continue to use every resource we have that we can utilize to try to find Summer.
So, guys, probably Russian, maybe. All right, guys, I gotta go. I cannot believe I've been on this long. That's unreal. This happened last time. It's all Cam's fault. Cam and Allie's fault. Yeah, I remember that picture though. Let's see. Somebody was emailing me about, those for, I think that there's a few people who are interested in that Tap and Talk website. And I'll put the link because I noticed I got a couple emails wanting that link. I'll put it in the chat. I seriously was shocked that many of you did not know which lady I was talking about. We used to talk about her like all the time. But it is a good point. Like, I don't know how she would know certain things unless, foster parents were saying something, or because, kids aren't going to talk about certain things. But at the same time, I mean, we can't know for sure. I can't know for sure if she's being honest but I do know that we talked a lot about like her theories and, speculation. So a lot of it is just yeah, I don't know how she would have, where she heard the information about the footprint or whatever. That's so weird. That picture he sent me of that little girl, it looks nothing like the little girl I saw. That is so strange. That looks nothing like her. I want, what's, can somebody message me? Yeah. Yeah, I remember the flute. No. It all happened when Cher pulled her bullshit. Maybe she was. Maybe she did get in trouble for some, or maybe she did get told to stop, you know, maybe that did, maybe somebody thought it'd be funny to try to, I don't know. But she didn't work for CPS though, so, and her phone number didn't come up on backroom sites and stuff like that because she, thankfully, she had paid the extra money through her phone company to, so her number wouldn't, you know, like it was like where you couldn't search it and, you know, find her address and stuff, which thank God, because that's what they were trying to do to figure out who she was. So maybe you're right. I didn't even think of that. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe somebody, I have no idea. I just figured that they harassed her so bad that she just like changed her number and decided not to deal with YouTube anymore. It's freaking me out though how different that little girl looks. You know why it's freaking me out? Now I'm like all freaked out that that like, and how much she looked so much like that girl. And I say that girl, but it's really Summer. And that whole like reading we listened to, and it just seemed to fit. Like what it, like it makes me wonder, like all these people who are close to Candace. The little girl, though, that I saw, I think looks younger than Summer. I wish he knew this lady's name right here. Actually, the boys want their story out. Really. They really want people to know that what they've been through, from what I hear. Does anybody, oh yeah, her last name's, I was thinking about Robin's last name because I'm wondering if I can find this lady through, I'm not going to contact her or anything. I just want to see if there's pictures of the little girl I saw, and I won't show them, but didn't Robin like private her Facebook or something? If anybody has Robin's Facebook, can you send it to me? Does anybody know her Facebook? Let's see. Of course, there's like a million Robbins with her last name in Tennessee. Well, I'll let you guys go. If anybody has that they can send me, because I'm really freaked out though because of this picture. That does not look like the little girl I saw. I mean, the little girl, he's the picture he saw. He sent me a picture of the little girl and her mom, and they're in the church, and the little girl, her hair is like way darker than the little girl I saw. But this little girl looked exactly like Summer, except seemed even younger and yeah, maybe I don't know, maybe the foster parents like found out and that's why, who knows? But I figured that the foster parents would have known, because I mean, she wasn't exactly that secretive. That video right here, look here, let's actually, while we're real quick, oh my God, I keep doing this. I'm going to keep saying real quick like 5 million times. Let me show you that video that I was talking about. What was her name? Something Sarah. Oh, here it is. Okay, now this video has nothing to do with well, it does have something to do with it. It has something to do with the lady was talking to. But watch this. This person, whoever they are in contact with, knows exactly who I'm talking to. Everything they're saying is exactly correct. This was something done towards a certain person who has been coming after me, for a long time. And anyways, at the time, this person thought that I pretended to be a private investigator trying to get because I was getting, I don't know why they thought I was was somebody who pretended to be a private investigator to get the info I got very early on. But it ended up she ended up finding out was wrong, that she was wrong. And this creator was spreading it around, was telling everybody these people were scared of me and whatever. And then this lady found out, this creator's source, who is this lady, found out that it was untrue and tried to tell the creator, and the creator still continued the lies because they were just trying to make me look bad. But that's what this is about. But she talks about the person she's referring to in these messages. You'll see. Just pay attention, please. Hold on. So here, I'll read it for you guys, actually, because I think it goes too fast. It says, in March 2022, I was directed to 6up Media when I was trying to find out who the person was who was leaking information to YouTube about the Wells kids in foster care. They had allegedly contacted a local family under false pretenses. Allegedly, 6up had mentioned being told information from Ziggy. I asked her what Ziggy told her and gave her a rundown of the situation. Other YouTubers who are a husband and wife team associated with Ziggy and and run a Facebook group associated with Summer Wells had also told me something similar about Ziggy being the leak. 6up wanted me to have the family. Let's see here. To have the family contact her. I passed her phone number along to the family, and they refused to speak with 6up Media after hearing her content. They also informed me that the leak was not Ziggy. They knew who Ziggy was already, had her full name and location. The leak is named, I guess it is right there. That's not who I was talking to. That's somebody who I guess, okay, listen. The leak is named Teresa, and she has a Wisconsin phone number and was on Molly Golightly's YouTube show in December. They also informed me that the local woman, completely different woman, who Ziggy spoke to in November, did indeed know she was speaking to a YouTuber, and she even went on Ziggy's show voluntarily. This was a miscommunication, and I made sure to clear this up with 6up Media. A day after I told 6up Media that the leak was proven not to be Ziggy, and I asked her again who Teresa is on YouTube, someone sent me a screenshot of where 6up Media was in Just the Receipts chat and claimed to have heard from her source, me, that the family was in fear for their lives. I knew this was not true. In fact, because, side note, I saw that comment too. Somebody sent me a screenshot where this creator was saying that these people are in fear of their lives because of me, which I don't even know who these people are. She said, I knew that was not true. In fact, what she said was completely made up. The family is not afraid of Ziggy. They never spoke to Ziggy, and they certainly don't fear for their lives. If anything, they're even more aggravated because 6up Media tried to make contact with them. I knew this was not true. In fact, what she said was completely made up. The family is not afraid of Ziggy. Okay. The family is not afraid of Ziggy. They never spoke to Ziggy, and they certainly don't fear for their lives. If anything, they're even more aggravated because 6up Media tried to make contact with them, and when they refused to speak to her, she lied about them. What else is she lying about? I'm showing the screenshot that was sent to me and also the email correspondence between 6up Media and myself. You can see where I corrected her. Instead of telling her audience there was a mistake, she told another audience a bold-faced lie. Here it says, she's saying, by the way, I got another email from my source. That family refuses to speak to any YouTuber ever again because of Ziggy. They are actually in fear of her in real life now. Here, this is, by the way, I got okay, that's the same screenshot, and I'm trying to read it sideways. Okay, so here she is emailing this creator right here. It said, who was 6up's emailing her and said, I hope I didn't upset you in some way. Praying for the family affected still. I'm very worried for them. And then she emailed her again. She said, did you see Ziggy's live last night? She showed everything, all of the messages. I'm confused. Is Pamela Sanchez who she spoke to? Then this lady emailed 6up and said, sorry, no, I've been down with COVID. It kicked my ass the first 2 days, but now I have a lingering headache that feels like a migraine. I'm so thirsty, but if I drink more than half an ounce, it wants to come back right up. I feel so weak too. Like I can't hold my laptop. I haven't been this sick since I was a little kid. Anyways, I heard back from the husband on Friday, and this is what he sent. Okay, so this is what he's saying. He said, I'm not calling anybody from YouTube. Forget it. It's not Ziggy either. Ziggy is Adrian blank, and the one blank smother called. So he's saying that I am the one that spoke to and he mentioned a boy's name, his mother. She knew she was talking to someone on YouTube because she went on her show even. The person we're trying to find is Teresa, and she was on Molly's show early December when a missing young lady was found alive in her car, and a PI called in to Molly's show to tell her before it was on the news. Thought Teresa was in... Okay. Okay. Called in, tell her it was on the... Okay, December when a missing young lady was found alive in her car, and a PI called into Molly's show to tell her before it was on the news. Andrea thought Teresa was an investigator. Okay, so, and Teresa went on Molly's and told her the kids had COVID. See, if Molly will tell you who she is. She has a phone number in Wisconsin. Blank is his wife, who was contacted by this fake PI. Blank's son, Blank, goes to school with the Wells boys, and Blank is the son of the woman who spoke on Ziggy's panel. Blank is best friends with the middle boy, Blank. I can't find either of them speaking, but apparently it's Molly Golightly who had the lady on who told Blank she was an investigator. Ziggy would have to know who it is. Which I don't know. I don't know exactly who they're talking about as far as... I don't know who was on Molly's. I tried looking into this to see who this person was talking about a show about... It was some... I tried to ask Molly, but her memory is really bad because of her memory is really bad, and you know, she goes live all the time and she forgets. It was so... This person was trying to find... The person we're trying to find is Teresa. She was on Molly's show early December when she was on Molly's show when a missing young lady was found alive in her car, and a PI called in to Molly's show to tell her before it was on the news. Okay, so then Blank is his wife who was contacted. See, I'm even kind of confused. Blank is his wife who was contacted by this fake PI. Blank, her son, goes to school with the Wells boy. And Blank is the son of the woman who spoke on Ziggy's panel. Blank is best friends with the middle boy, Wyatt. I can't find either of them speaking, but apparently it's Molly Golightly who had the lady on who told Blank she was an investigator. Yeah, I tried trying to find out who this Teresa is, but right here it says Teresa is from Wisconsin and contacted a family through Facebook pretending to be an investigator and then ran to YouTube with what they told her. They didn't know Teresa was on YouTube. Ziggy is from Indiana and was contacted by a different family through YouTube who knew she was a YouTuber and went on her show to tell what they knew. 6up Media knew this and still lied. Imagine that. Yeah, I don't know exactly who they mean, what the other family they're talking about. So it's really confusing. Even I'm like partially confused, but the stuff that they're saying and the names that I see underneath, like I could tell, like I could kind of see her son's name under there, and that's the correct name. So whoever this is knows what they're talking about for sure, because that's definitely the name I know. No, it wasn't Teresa from Unmasked. It would. I'm confused. I guess somebody pretended to be a private investigator. And I'm still confused what family. I know you guys got to be confused because I'm confused about some of it. But the one part is true, like, and, you know, because I could see underneath the black part that it's the name that I know of that was said, what she said her son's name was. And well, I had screenshots communication between him and her when they were talking about Wyatt. But I imagine, like, some of it, like Cam said, I mean, I don't know how she would know. Because, you know, kids are not going to talk about insurance and stuff like that. So I do know that she said the parents talk, like but she also said that the foster parents are, like, really, you know, protective of them. But, you know, I don't know. They're still human, so I imagine they probably tell some people some stuff. I don't know. She didn't tell me ever that they gave her info and stuff. She said that she made it seem like quite the opposite, like that they were super, you know, careful. But I don't know if there's, like, some stuff, because I know she hung out with the foster parents and stuff like that, or she does hang out with the foster parents, like she's, like, good friends with them. But I don't know. I don't know, though. I kind of wonder, though, if the foster parents were telling her things, if she would even admit that. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure. No, it was somebody. Are you talking about voice for the voice list? It was somebody named Teresa. Their name was Teresa when they went up on the panel. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we don't know. You're right, April. We don't know if that lady was from yeah, who's to say that person that they're looking for is really from Wisconsin, because we don't know that through a because you can make your own. Yeah, she could have been using a fake number. So, but they said the number was a Wisconsin number, but that does not mean anything. I'm guessing she probably used a fake number. There's a missing girl from Columbus, Ohio, that this guy was panel hopping about being the PI, but he was a pompous asshole. He had a few women who contacted him to help him with research. Huh. Is that who was on Doug's that claimed to be a PI? Because people were telling him, saying, oh, you should get a hold of him. He said, yeah, he said I don't know. That's something I should have asked. Are Cam and Allie still? And they're probably passed out. Because he said that he thought it was the church. He told me that the church they were going to, but I wonder if, does anybody here know if Don and Candace's church was shut down for like a couple weeks? I think I remember something like that very early on, actually, but it was only for a short time. But he was thinking it was, which that wouldn't make sense. If it was still shut down, that would be like obviously really weird. That's not true. Oh, there's Cam. Do you know about anything about Dawn and Candace's church getting shut down for like a short time? Like in the, like after Summer went missing? Like I thought I remembered Fred mentioned something like that, but I don't know. He was thinking they were still shut down. I'm like, no, it can't be. I was there. I went there. And obviously, other people have gone there too. So that is definitely not true. Is this a man or a woman? I think this is a woman on this. You heard that, Sherry? Didn't hear anything like that. It doesn't mean that it was not, right? PI gives me a total, I'm so freaking amazed in self-murder type. What do pimps and farmers have in common? They both need a hoe to stay in business. He helped find Michelina Nelson. She went AWOL and was having a time being an escort. To explain it in brief. Wow. The earlier post, was that a neighbor of the Wells, the older lady pictured who mentioned Summer having anemia? I don't know. Hold on, let me see. I think she was trying to cut it out for privacy reasons, she said, but let me see. Or maybe like the person who sent it to her cut it out. Let me see if she told me. And I don't want to say her name, but yeah, she didn't tell me. All I can tell is it's a name that was like, I wonder what group it came from. It looks like the picture looks like an older lady. I can't, the name looks like, the last name looks like it ends with a K. But I can't tell at all but I am super curious. It's I guess she took the screenshots like, I think several months ago. So I don't know if she'd be able to know what it. Samantha, are you still on here? I remember people thinking that was bullshit. I remember seeing those posts like early on, and people didn't believe it. They thought it was a lie. Or I know that there was one person that came out and that was completely dishonest, which, I mean, it is, I mean, I understand people being, you should be like that, you know, you should be really question everything you hear on here. I know, it's been so long. I know, it's crazy. A lot of what she was saying, now that I read it, you know, does seem kind of plausible in that post. A lot of it does sound like, you know, the BB gun thing is sounds right. I've heard the BB gun thing several times. I mean, I'm even thinking Fred was mentioning something about BB guns. We know that they had BB guns because we saw them in pictures. I would love to hear, I hope that Andy does like talk. And I hope that he's not like, he might be pissed off at me, but I'm just saying what Fred's saying. There for a while, I was thinking possibly that he was mistaken. The 2 days, or like that he was mistaken the day that he claims he saw Andy with possibly another day, but the way, how confident he was this time that I saw him. Hold on. Yeah, I think that those were BB guns. Sorry, guys, I had to mute for a second. I think Jody Sue said something about BB guns. Yeah, I know. It's hard to believe Jody Sue about anything, but it does go along with it. There's certain things that she said that does seem, I don't know. It's hard to believe any of these people. Because you don't know, and it makes it just seem really weird that Jody Sue has been dishonest. Like, why would somebody be dishonest when it comes to a missing girl? Like, the only thing I can think of is that, you know, they're hiding something. You know, so that's what it seems. I mean, I know that there is people who are just compulsive liars, and they just lie to lie. But man, like, when it comes to missing girl, you would think that they would be able to be, I don't know. I don't understand compulsive lying. I don't know how it works. Like, because there, or what's that? Isn't there like some kind of like, what's it called? I can't even freaking remember the word right now. Where you just lie like that. Some people, it's kind of like being a klepto. I mean, I've known kleptos, like legit kleptos. Only like one or two. I've known two, I think, in my lifetime, who were legit kleptos. I mean, I didn't know that for sure that they were diagnosed it, but I noticed that they would take really dumb stuff like tampons. They would take, I mean, dumb stuff. Like, tampons is one I remember, but I mean, like, they would take some, I don't know, shampoo, just the dumbest stuff, like, that didn't make sense. Pens, And it was all done like, I'm trying to think, there was certain things. Like I dated a guy one time who had a sister was a klepto, and you had to like, I mean, anything you did not want to come up missing, you had to basically like sleep on. You like, I mean, seriously, it wasn't funny at the time. Like sometimes that, some stuff would come up missing that, like my cell phone, for instance. And that wasn't, I mean, but other things like she would take would be really dumb. See, yesterday I wrote down who was that person that I needed to get their package ready. Oh, Sharon. Okay. I'm going to go do that, guys. I got to go. Pathological errors, klepto. Yeah. Yeah, I have to get Sharon. And I need to double check. There's one person that I think said they're waiting on. I feel like I'm missing somebody else. I just sent out. Wait, Roswell, did your package go out? Roswell, did you get your stuff? Or was I don't think yours has gone out yet, has it? Because there was, hold on, let me see. Was it Cashapp that I sent? Might be. Hold on. I think. Okay, there's Sharon. So I need to write down. I'm going to do those like right now. So they'll get out. So Sharon. I know, this is ridiculous. My record time's like 11 hours. That is so, I mean, that's embarrassing. Okay. That's the guy was just when. No, all this is one thing down under. It'd be super easy. Wait, who do you? Well, but when you paid the second one, I was in Tennessee, right? So I need to get yours done then too. Okay, Roswell. Wait, who are you talking about, Scott? Who asked for your phone number on Monday? When did you talk to Fred? Okay, so Roswell. Oh, Andy? Oh, cool. I was going to say, like, I can't even freaking hardly get him to respond back. I'm going to be pissed if he calls somebody else. That's cool. Like, I hope you get to talk to him. I know, Wendy. I know, Firewife. really hope so, Scott. I really freaking hope so. Or him. I wish he would just come on. CSI isn't going to cover the case anymore? Why? What happened? Where did you hear that at? Where did you hear? Oh my God. I didn't even see her post about, I don't know. I feel kind of some kind of way about her post. Like, it seems really weird to be like that towards Fred, but not that way towards Andy. You know what I mean? Like, why be so, if you're going to be like, she just seemed to attack. I just saw these posts, or some of them. So it's kind of upsets me because I don't understand why. I would understand that if somebody was like questioned everybody, but when you're attacking one person just because they said something about Andy, that's just. To make nice and she got ripped apart. Tell me in an answer to a comment from me on her community page. Which panel was she treated like shit by, or whose panel did she go on? Read what, Sherry? Scott, you should just try to find out his number or just look it up and try to text him. I don't know which one. Are you talking about? I mean, no, CSI's always been really nice to me. I mean, if she was in here earlier, I just don't like, I just think it's odd to, like, she has like a couple posts or maybe even more. Hold on, let me see. About Fred, like, but talks to Andy every single day, several hours, and believes everything he says and, takes it as Bible. Like, you can't do that. You have to question everything. I mean, of course, somebody's not going to tell you that they know they had something to deal with Summer's disappointed parents, or they know something. So I just find it really like hypocritical to be. And then the part I just read, like, she was saying like, oh, and meth calms them down. Because of what Fred said, because Fred said Fred like calms them down. And that's very true. Just like Cam said, meth does calm down people who have ADHD. I known a lot of people, not a lot, back in my using days when I was, did pills, who would do like kind of speed and coke and they were ADHD. I noticed that those type of people, when they did drugs, it seemed like they their drug of choice was usually uppers. Because just like everybody, I thought most people knew that. I mean, because it just makes sense. Think about it. If you are ADHD, they prescribe you Adderall or Ritalin. It's prescription speed, and it calms them down. I know people who, I mean, I've heard of people who say they drink coffee to be able to go to sleep. That's just how it works. Like, and it's odd to think of it like that for somebody. Like, to me, it doesn't do that. Even though some people they ask me if I have ADHD. I don't know. It seems some ways I feel like I do, in some ways I think it's more anxiety, honestly. I do think sometimes I wonder though if I go back and forth with it, and that's just recently. But I would definitely say anxiety. But I will tell you that coffee does not calm me down. So, but I guess certain forms of ADD or ADHD, it's like different. I don't know. I guess but that's just kind of like what we were talking about earlier, you know, like it's easy to get defensive of certain people that you kind of built like I don't even know if it will be like in my case, it's not really a friendship because I haven't really talked to Fred that much, but you know, if you're talking to somebody all the time and they seem cool, you know, like Dawn, and when I met Dawn and Candace, especially Dawn, I was like, he seemed really nice. But you just have to, it's important to try to remain unbiased. Andy is your friend. No, she talks to him like every day. Don't say you put coffee in your son's. You don't want people coming after you. What did it do? Like, who told you to do that, Sherry? No, I've actually only talked to Andy twice. Yeah, it seems that I understand where she's coming from. Same with like Justin, and you know how he is about Juan. And it's, I mean, obviously Juan is he's passed now, so you're going to be extra sensitive. But he was kind of like that before he passed away too. But it's just natural. And plus, I mean, yeah, it is natural. When I heard Juan talking, I just thought he seemed like I just thought he seemed honest from what I don't even know stuff that he's not been honest about. So, but Justin said he can think of a few things, but I don't know. Or Jose. Oops. Jose, sorry. Can't believe, I'm sorry. All right, guys. I swear I gotta go. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cam and Allie, so much for doing the. I don't even know though if I'm gonna be on tonight because this is like crazy. I can understand that, Raining Cat. I know. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Give your kid. Yeah, that's. I mean, I was just talking about the baby bottle, though. I'm like, oh no, don't say that. That might sound kind of bad, but because I don't know. you wouldn't be able to tell like with a baby if they had ADHD, but I could tell. I mean, I think you can tell once they get to maybe like 4 or 5. All right. Thank you guys. Good night, April. Good night, Wendy, Breeze, Crazy Hillbilly, Cat Eyes. Oh, Cat Eyes. I don't know. That's ridiculous. 11 hours. That's ridiculous, though. I mean, I was trying to, yeah. That happened to me and Cam and Allie last time. But all right. Dates Entertainment. Talk to you guys later.